As the competition to occupy the ruler's throne heats up, Sooyoung finds himself at a crossroads. Initially presented with the Main Street battle rules and conditions, he must decide how to approach the challenge ahead. His thoughts turn to alternative methods of obtaining the coveted black flag, weighing the option of bypassing the usual route in favor of a more direct approach. But as his mind navigates this strategic conundrum, Sooyoung's internal monologue reveals a deeper understanding of what it takes to truly occupy the throne: bravery and worthiness. As the memories flood back, Sooyoung's thoughts wander to the peculiar encounter he had with Dokja, an individual who defied the norms by maintaining his sanity despite being exposed to Sooyoung's voice. With a hint of gratitude, Sooyoung reveals that he had to bend the rules to communicate with Dokja, acknowledging the extraordinary effort required for someone to do so. His words are laced with a mix of admiration and melancholy as he ponders Dokja's impatience and lack of a supporting constellation, a trait that resonates deeply with his own experiences as a leader. The conversation takes an unexpected turn when Dokja confesses his fondness for Sooyoung, requesting to become his supporting constellation, eager to explore the world alongside him. As Sooyoung stands firm in his decision, refusing to participate in a meeting at Station 4, an elderly general approaches him, sensing unease in the air. The general's words are laced with condescension, emphasizing his own formidable abilities and implying that his stigma makes him the most powerful being in the world. But Sooyoung remains unimpressed, questioning whether this boastful claim truly holds water. As their conversation unfolds, tensions escalate, with the general becoming increasingly agitated and Sooyoung hinting at the lingering effects of his blessing over the general. As tensions rise, Sooyoung's dual nature begins to unravel. His suggestion that Dokja reconsider a decision sparks a chain reaction of events as he becomes increasingly enraged when confronted by Dokja's words. The woman nearby serves as a pawn in Sanga's twisted game, as he threatens to test his new body with her life. But just as it seems like chaos is about to ensue, Dokja's reasoning attempts to calm the storm, urging Sanga to resist the unknown force driving him. Sooyoung's momentary lapse of control is short-lived, however, as he regains possession of his body and taunts Dokja with a cryptic reference to an old bat. The stage is set for a critical decision. Kim offers Sooyoung a Faustian bargain in exchange for pledging allegiance to him as the next supporting constellation, but Sooyoung refuses to be swayed, choosing instead to forge his own path. Sooyoung's frustration boils over as he confronts Dokja about his indecisiveness, criticizing him for not making up his mind despite having all the options laid out before him. With a hint of sarcasm, Sooyoung implies that if he were in Dokja's shoes, he would have already made his choice, betraying his own confidence and impatience. But Dokja is quick to retort with a witty comeback, referencing the constellations, leaving Sooyoung momentarily off guard. As the tension escalates, Dokja continues to assert himself, refusing to be swayed by Sooyoung's opinions or validation, while Sooyoung appears lost in thought, reflecting on past events that have shaped his emotions and motivations. The standoff ends with an unresolved sense of unease between the two characters, their contrasting personalities clashing in a display of raw emotional intensity. As the conversation begins, Sooyoung's concern for Dokja's well-being is palpable as he asks if he's okay. But Dokja's response is cryptic, deflecting the question with a query of his own, "Are you?" This subtle exchange sets the tone for a heart-to-heart between two individuals who share a deep bond. Sooyoung reveals his worry for Dokja's safety, admitting that he couldn't just leave him alone. Dokja, in turn, praises Sooyoung's impressive improvisation skills, prompting him to untie the restraints holding him captive. This tender moment showcases Sooyoung's caring and protective nature as a leader, while also highlighting the trust and understanding between him and Dokja. As Sooyoung approaches the mysterious individual who wields the 4-yin demon decapitator, doubts begin to creep into his mind. He questions whether they truly share the same goal, or if there's a hidden agenda at play. The weight of trust in friendships settles heavily on his shoulders as he reflects on his relationships with Dokja and Minseob. Suddenly, Minseob appears, probing Sooyoung about taking action, hinting at a shared objective. But Sooyoung remains hesitant, leaving the reader wondering what lies beneath their interactions. As Sooyoung leads the discussion on entering the dungeon alongside Dokja and Gil-young, it becomes clear that his leadership skills are put to the test. He points out the purple flags, recognizing the tyrant king and first disciple as potential threats. His approval of the first disciple's usefulness hints at a deeper understanding of their strengths. With a calculated decision-making process, Sooyoung determines that only 3 individuals, himself, Gil-young, and himself as Sanga, will venture into the dungeon, leaving Dokja and others behind. When questioned by Dokja about this choice, Sooyoung reiterates his conviction that only 3 people are necessary for his plan to succeed. As the scene comes to a close, a hint of a hidden scenario or relic lingers, tagged as the Relic of Trials, leaving viewers wondering what secrets lie ahead. Sooyoung presented his group with a range of dungeon options. His eyes landed on the 3-man dungeon, specifically mentioning the Room of the Copper Acupuncture Men. With a sense of determination, he led his team into the depths of this challenging level. Before they ventured further, Sooyoung's hands strummed the strings of an aconch horn, filling the air with a soothing melody. Suddenly, a book titled Dongbubagam caught his attention, its pages filled with ancient knowledge of Oriental medicine. As they delved deeper into the dungeon, they stumbled upon a new room teeming with clones at level 7. Their identical faces a testament to the 3-man dungeon's notorious reputation. As Sooyoung stands alongside Dokja, he poses a question that hangs in the air: what's to be done about these enigmatic statues? His companions' eyes narrow as they take in the intricate details of the figures' bodies, where acupuncture points gleam with distinct hues. With calculated precision, Sooyoung guides Dokja towards the points, revealing their extraordinary effects. Some can induce paralysis, silence, or even extinguish life itself. As the two examine these statues more closely, the weight of their discovery settles in. A window into the mysteries of this world has been opened, and with it, the promise of future challenges to be overcome. As the echoes of battle fade away, Sooyoung reveals a cryptic message scrawled on the dungeon floor: "Now that you know how IT works." With chalk in hand, he crafts an intricate design, weaving words and symbols into a mysterious tapestry. Meanwhile, Dokja remains detached from the celebration, his gaze drifting across the room as Sooyoung approaches him with a concerned expression. The air is filled with anticipation as the scene shifts once more, presenting a message on screen: there are 99 copper acupuncture needles remaining. But amidst the uncertainty, the group's triumph is revealed. Each member has claimed 4 ancient coins as reward for clearing the treacherous 3-man dungeon. Sooyoung presents his comrades with their hard-earned spoils, and the celebration begins in earnest. As Sooyoung reveals the crucial skill they've been searching for, Dokja's concerns about venturing into the mysterious hidden dungeon begin to surface. But Sooyoung remains resolute, assuring his companion that their true objective isn't to claim the coveted item itself, but rather to hunt down the ruthless kings who seek to claim it. With a calculated plan in place, Sooyoung outlines their strategy: capture the king's flags and then eliminate them once and for all. Dokja's trepidation grows as he questions Sooyoung's past lack of bloodshed, but Sooyoung confidently vows to take care of the kings for his friend. Meanwhile, Gil-young enters the conversation, cautioning Sooyoung against underestimating the gravity of their situation and emphasizing the need for caution. As Sooyoung acknowledges Gil-young's words, he reassures Dokja that everything will be fine, but hints at a dark truth: once they cross a certain threshold, Dokja will realize that his world as he knew it is about to shatter. As Sooyoung stands before an enigmatic figure, a proposal unfolds that will seal their fate within the labyrinthine hidden dungeon. The stranger presents a condition: 10 ancient coins must be gathered to gain entry, and they offer 4 coins of their own, leaving Sooyoung to contribute 3 each. With calculated precision, he agrees to the arrangement, and together they devise a plan to breach the dungeon's secrets. As they prepare to face the unknown, the stranger reveals that the coveted Foryan demon decapitator lies within, awaiting those who have proven themselves worthy of claiming it. As the soothing sounds of nature enveloped them, Sooyoung and Dokja sat down together in quiet contemplation. With genuine concern, Sooyoung expressed his worries for Dokja's well-being, acknowledging the toll their extraordinary circumstances were taking on his friend's emotional state. Dokja opened up about feeling trapped, helpless, and like a mere pawn in the grand game of fate, revealing the weight he bore in the face of uncertainty. Sooyoung shared his own struggles with powerlessness, and as they commiserated, their shared frustrations found common ground. In this intimate moment, Dokja thanked Sooyoung for being a trusted ear and friend, while Sooyoung reassured him that his support would remain unwavering despite the challenges ahead. This poignant conversation showcases the profound bond between these two friends, highlighting their ability to connect on an emotional level amidst the chaos that surrounds them. As Dokja stands face to face with an enigmatic figure, his world begins to unravel. The stranger's probing questions pierce through the veil of reality, casting doubt upon Dokja's very existence. "Are you the king?" the figure asks, its tone dripping with skepticism as it gazes at the woman accompanying him. Dokja's confusion deepens as he searches for answers, but the figure's response only fuels his uncertainty. The lines between truth and fiction blur, and Dokja starts to question whether this woman is indeed connected to the tyrant king or if she's merely a creation of his own imagination. As Dokja delved deeper into the mysterious novel, he stumbled upon a cryptic clue that would change everything: the enigmatic author. Saint Germain's sudden appearance beside him only added to the intrigue, as he hinted at having a connection to this elusive figure. But the more questions Dokja posed, the more Saint Germain seemed reluctant to reveal, leaving our protagonist to grapple with the unsettling possibility that their reality might be nothing more than a carefully crafted tale. As the conversation unfolded between Dokja and Sooyoung, the air was thick with tension. The recent events had taken a toll on both their minds, and it showed in their words and actions. Sooyoung's decision to take on a new role sent Dokja into a state of concern, his brow furrowed with worry as he tried to make sense of the sudden change. Sooyoung, visibly upset and frustrated, struggled to contain his emotions as Dokja attempted to calm him down, his words laced with empathy and understanding. The two characters delved deeper into the possibilities of similar situations arising in the future, their conversation a poignant reminder of the importance of relationships within the story. As the Tyrant King addresses another, he reveals a peculiar approach, not one of battle-hardened ferocity, but rather an acknowledgement of his opponent's exceptional skills. He reminisces about the defeated Cheongjiando group, praising their competence despite being without a monarch. The conversation takes a new turn as the Tyrant King inquires about the last king who traversed this land, hinting that he might be connected to the current chaos. His interlocutor, privy to secrets of his past, alludes to his fearsome reputation in northern Seoul. The Tyrant King's final question whether the other has heard of him serves as a subtle nod to his own identity and raises intriguing questions about his motivations and actions. As the conversation unfolded, Maitreya King revealed his keen intuition, foreseeing the inevitability of a new ruler ascending to power. His cryptic remark about someone entering one of the doors hinted at a deeper connection to the story's mysteries. Saint Germain's arrival prompted Maitreya to broach the topic of forming an alliance against the Tyrant King, whose ambitions threatened to engulf Seoul. With unwavering resolve, Maitreya emphasized the importance of halting the Tyrant King's ascension at all costs. Saint Germain concurred, having already consulted with other kings to join forces against their common enemy. This pivotal scene exposed Maitreya's lust for power and his determination to thwart the Tyrant King's dominance, illuminating his character's motivations and ultimate objectives. As Dokja stands before the enigmatic figure, the Tyrant King, he's met with an unsettling sense of uncertainty. With no clear direction or purpose, he's left to ponder his role in this strange new world. The Tyrant King's cryptic response only adds to the mystery, hinting at a connection to Saint Germain that raises more questions than answers. As Dokja struggles to make sense of it all, the Tyrant King begins to shave his head, suggesting a ritual or preparation for some unknown purpose. As the mysterious Sangjeong-cha emerges, his enigmatic past slowly unravels, revealing a complex individual with a multitude of skills at his disposal. His impressive arsenal includes proficiency in weaponry and mental barrier capabilities, while his stigma is marked by promised land, mind reading, and accusatory tendencies towards others. With an overall stat profile boasting high stamina, strength, agility, and mana, it becomes clear that Sooyoung Cha is a force to be reckoned with. In a surprising move, he approaches Huey Winyar, offering to unravel the secrets of her fortune through his extraordinary face-reading abilities. Initially hesitant, she eventually agrees, setting the stage for a potential partnership or confrontation between these two intriguing characters. As Saint-Germain reveals his true nature, Dokja is suddenly faced with a tidal wave of uncertainty. With an unsettling calmness, Saint-Germain showcases his uncanny ability to predict the future actions of those who would betray him, leaving no doubt about his supernatural prowess. As he explains that he's a devil not to be trifled with, Dokja's understanding of their relationship is turned on its head. But as Saint-Germain corrects this misconception and reveals his true identity as a powerful being, the air is thick with tension. The enigmatic character seems slightly disappointed that he wasn't previously labeled as such, hinting at a complex past. As the conversation unfolds, Dokja is left to navigate the treacherous waters of their relationship, grappling with both relief and concern for what lies ahead. As Sooyoung Han introduces himself as Mr. Sooyoung Cha's trusted assistant, a sense of familiarity settles in. But then a curious revelation throws everything off kilter. The unknown character before him lacks a registered profile, making it impossible to access their background information. Sooyoung Han's demeanor changes, his tone shifting from professionalism to unease as he awkwardly attempts to make light of the situation, joking about seeing a devil in the moment. His laughter is tinged with tension, hinting at a deeper sense of discomfort. As the scene fades to black, the mystery surrounding Mr. Sooyoung Cha and his connection to Gundai hangs heavy in the air, leaving us wondering what secrets lie beneath the surface of this world's intricate web of identity and reality. As the Tyrant King arrives, the air is thick with anticipation as the Coward King, Brawl King, and Earth Dragon King converge around him, their intentions shrouded in mystery. Dokja, an enigmatic figure, watches from the periphery, his presence unclear but undeniable. The whispers of One Eye's escape hint at internal strife within the group, the kings deliberate on forming a united front against a common enemy, with the Earth Dragon King revealed as one of the 7 kings of Seoul. Amidst this gathering of powerhouses, Dokja remains an observer, still grappling to comprehend his role in this world. As Dokja shares his theory about the mysterious man's constellation, a revelation begins to unfold. He recalls reading about an earth dragon giving birth to a beach king, and Saint-Germain chimes in, explaining that others called this enigmatic figure Jeonwin out of mockery. But as the truth slowly surfaces, Dokja discovers that Jong-gu is indeed the Earth Dragon King, one of the 7 kings of Seoul. This stunning revelation sparks a chain reaction of questions and connections as Dokja begins to notice other historical figures with royal constellations, including Queen Jinseon in Nobunaga Oda in Japan. As the scene concludes, the threads of history and reality begin to weave together, hinting at potential conflicts that will soon come to pass. As Dokja reflects on the past, he's haunted by the memories of the innocent kings slaughtered by the ruthless Tyrant King. The weight of their fate is palpable, serving as a stark reminder of the danger that lies ahead. The lobby is a gruesome testament to the extent of the Tyrant King's brutality, with bodies strewn about like trash. But Dokja sees an opportunity amidst the chaos. If he can overcome the third door, he'll be one step closer to claiming all 7 star jewels and the reward item within the Room of the North Star. Meanwhile, the 3 kings Coward King, Earth Dragon King, and Maitreya King prepare for a desperate battle against their formidable foe. With determination in his voice, Dokja urges them to recall their warrior spirits, to write a new chapter in their lives and emerge victorious. This stage is set for an epic confrontation, as the fate of these brave warriors hangs precariously in the balance. As Dokja reflects on the true nature of their world, he begins to see parallels with the constructed narratives of wuxia novels. The illusion of democracy shatters, replaced by a sense of excitement and wonder at the possibility of being characters in a grand adventure. Saint-Germain presents him with a cryptic treasure map, leading to a powerful sword, a trope familiar from countless wuxia stories. But Dokja's experiences have prepared him for the click, and he senses that there may be more to this plot device than meets the eye. Saint-Germain's enigmatic smile hints at a twist, leaving Dokja to ponder whether their reality is indeed as constructed as a wuxia novel. As Dokja engages in a candid conversation with Turret Baxia/Tialom I, the discussion takes a dramatic turn when the latter expresses disappointment at the use of click-s in their story. Dokja defends these tried and true plot devices, but Turret Baxia/Tialom I counters that authors who rely on them should be ashamed. The conversation becomes even more intriguing as Turret Baxia/Tialom I reveals a shocking possibility that there may be an author writing everything that's happening in real time. As Dokja engages in a thought-provoking conversation with Saint-Germain, the intricacies of storytelling come under scrutiny. The topic of plagiarism arises, with Dokja passionately arguing that it's a serious offense, while Saint-Germain presents an unconventional perspective, suggesting that all stories are ultimately similar, with only minor variations. As the debate unfolds, Dokja presses for clarification on what Saint-Germain means by doing things differently if he were an author, leaving the conversation hanging in a state of unease and tension between the two characters. As Dokja delves deeper into the mystery, he becomes increasingly obsessed with unraveling the truth behind his own existence. He pores over every detail, searching for connections between his life and the novel that has captivated him. It's then that Saint-Germain appears, offering a cryptic suggestion: perhaps they are not living in reality at all, but rather within the confines of a meticulously crafted novel. Dokja's concern is palpable as he shares his thoughts with Saint-Germain, wondering if their entire existence is nothing more than a clever construct designed by an author. Saint-Germain's enigmatic response only adds fuel to the fire. This is interesting. As Dokja delves deeper into the mystery, he becomes increasingly meticulous in his research, driven by a burning desire to understand the connection between the story and real life. His inquiry leads him to question Saint-Germain about his past, specifically seeking insight into who could have possibly written their lives as a novel. The enigmatic Saint-Germain reveals a connection to an author or writer, sending shockwaves through Dokja's understanding of reality. As they engage in a thought-provoking discussion, the possibility that they are living in a novel created by an author begins to take shape, raising fundamental questions about their identities and roles within this constructed world. As Sooyoung Han appears before Dokja, the air is thick with anticipation. Dokja's eyes narrow as he asks if Sooyoung Han is indeed her real name, a hint at his growing suspicions about her true identity. The answer comes swiftly, and with it, the mask of innocence shatters. Sooyoung confirms she is indeed Sooyoung Han, revealing the truth to Dokja. But this revelation only sparks a firestorm of accusations as Dokja charges her with plagiarism, claiming she stole his work and spread the prophecy. Sooyoung fires back, labeling Dokja a damn plagiarist in a scathing retort that underscores the depth of their complicated relationship. As Sooyoung Han, the so-called fake king, unleashes a wave of fury upon discovering that her novel has been plagiarized by none other than Dokja, the true mastermind behind the theft is left unapologetic and unmoved. The confrontation escalates as Sooyoung's rage boils over, with threats of violence hanging in the air as she demands a life-or-death reckoning from the alleged copycat. As Sooyoung Han approaches the palace, her confidence and authority radiate like a beacon, signaling her readiness to take center stage in the throne competition. With a single command, raise the palanquin, she asserts her dominance over those around her, as Sangba and Gilyon respond with swift obedience. The scene then shifts to reveal Sooyoung's regal procession into the palace, flanked by guards and attendants who trail behind her like loyal shadows. And finally, we find her standing tall before the throne, a vision of power and determination, poised to claim her rightful place as ruler of Seoul. As Sooyoung Han pored over the intricate details of Yang Hujiang's character profile, her mind began to whir with intrigue. Unusual abilities and mysterious connections to the prophets caught her attention, sparking a flurry of strategic thinking. She pondered the implications of Yonghu's multi-package approach, noting the hidden items that hinted at his formidable presence in the throne competition. With a keen eye for detail, Sooyoung recalled her own experiences as a writer, reflecting on how they had shaped her into the calculated individual she is today. Amidst this introspection, a determination took hold. Yonghu's strength was undeniable, but Sooyoung vowed to eliminate any competition that stood in her way, ever vigilant and always prepared for the unpredictable twists of fate. As Sooyoung Han, the fake king, takes center stage, she boldly declares her intention to write a new chapter in the land's history, hinting at a daring plan that will shape the future. With a confidence that borders on arrogance, she introduces herself as Yongsingun and Youngyi, emphasizing her willingness to confront the past without fear or hesitation. A haunting flashback reveals an image of a person meeting a gruesome fate by decapitation, which seems to hold deep significance for Sooyoung. As the scene cuts back to the present, Sooyoung addresses someone with a warning that they must still be hiding something up their sleeve, implying she has anticipated every possible outcome and is prepared for any eventuality. With an ominous tone lingering in the air, Sooyoung's words suggest a sense of foreboding, hinting at a major move or power play that will have far-reaching consequences. As Sooyoung Han, the enigmatic fake king, reveals her master plan to Dokja, her taunts and boasts leave no doubt about her determination to outmaneuver the competition. With a confident smirk, she claims that her clique will ultimately prevail, as the other kings are too embroiled in their own battles to notice her subtle machinations. Even the ancient constellations align in her favor, according to Sooyoung, further solidifying her conviction. As Dokja asks how he can secure his promotion, Sooyoung's eyes gleam with a calculated intensity as she reveals the shocking truth: only 5 kings will have the privilege of challenging their claim to the throne, leaving 14 formidable opponents still in the running. The scene ends with Dokja's stunned reaction, a testament to Sooyoung's cunning and strategic prowess, as well as her unwavering ambition to seize the crown. As Sooyoung Han, the fake king, weaves her web of deceit within the hidden dungeon, she expertly manipulates the other kings into infighting and chaos. With a hint that there are 12 kings present, she sparks suspicion among them, and her maniacal laughter amplifies the tension as she asks which one is conniving. The kings fall prey to their own distrust, clashing with each other in a frenzy of rage and fear. Meanwhile, Sooyoung distances herself from the chaos, using the commotion to her advantage and positioning herself for future attacks or strategic moves. With a clever label, she brands one king as a tyrant, further fueling the infighting among the group. As the kings continue to battle each other, Sooyoung emerges victorious, her cunning and charisma leaving her well-positioned to strike at any moment. As Sooyoung Han, the enigmatic fake king of Seoul, entered the meeting room, she seemed concerned about an imminent threat from Dokja's group. But this was just a ruse, as she began to subtly hint at forming an alliance with another king, sowing seeds of distrust among them. Meanwhile, a flashback revealed her past as a writer who grew disillusioned with her craft, but Sooyoung's true focus remained on the present, where she expertly manipulated the conversation, gaining trust while secretly plotting to eliminate her competition. As Sooyoung Han takes center stage, her words cut like a knife, striking at the very heart of her opponents, reducing them to mere lowly insects. With an air of superiority, she reveals the secrets of one of her 7-star jewels, boasting that it can uncover hidden truths, but only if wielded with precision. Dokja's confusion is palpable as he asks for clarification, but Sooyoung remains unfazed, using her cunning to manipulate the situation and outmaneuver potential threats. Her magical resistance proves formidable, withstanding an unseen attack, while her strategic thinking allows her to plan several moves ahead. As the scene concludes, Sooyoung exudes confidence, convinced that she holds the upper hand in this throne competition, but at what cost? As the shocking truth about Sooyoung Han, the fake king, begins to unravel, the atmosphere becomes electric with tension. Bas is caught off guard when learning that she has acquired all 7-star jewels, a feat thought impossible. Dokja's surprise at discovering her true gender adds fuel to the fire of intrigue. But it's what follows that sends shivers down their spines. Cyan summons her formidable sword, the Fourian Demon Decapitator, revealing her mastery over dark and ancient powers. Goss and Dokja exchange worried glances as they struggle to comprehend the depth of her deception. As Cyan's maniacal laughter echoes through the air, she revels in her triumph at acquiring the powerful Fourian Demon Decapitator's sword. With its might at her disposal, she vows to annihilate every last one of their enemies, her cold-blooded determination palpable. Dokja cautiously approaches her, seeking reassurance, and Cyan's response is laced with calculated calmness as she assures him they'll be fine. But Dokja's probing questions hint at his growing unease, sensing something amiss in Cyan's confidence. And indeed, the truth begins to unravel as Sooyoung reveals that the sword's power is incomplete, its potential unrealized. The tension is palpable as Dokja and Sooyoung lock eyes, their differing perspectives on the sword's purpose setting the stage for a potentially explosive confrontation. Cyan's frustration boils over as she's suddenly interrupted by an unknown individual, their presence piercing the air like a sharp dagger. The words "I wish I could" tell her hang in limbo, abandoned mid-thought as this newcomer demands attention. Cyan's annoyance grows with each passing moment, her patience worn thin like silk threads. With a swift motion, she raises the Fourian Demon Decapitator, its dark energy crackling to life. The stranger's words cut deep, criticizing Cyan's writing skills and leaving her seething with rage. Her dominance asserted, she orders the intruder to silence their dissenting voice, but the stranger presses on, questioning why they are needed in the first place. As Cyan awaited Dokja's arrival, her patience wore thin, frustration seeping into her tone as she lamented his tardiness. Her words hinted at a deeper understanding of their location, one that only added to her growing impatience. Just when it seemed like eternity had passed, Dokja finally appeared, revealing the shocking news. He'd won yet another king in the competition. Cyan's amusement turned to disdain as she quipped who cared about winning kings, a veiled attempt to downplay her own emotions and accomplishments. The scene culminated with Cyan unleashing a maniacal laugh, foreshadowing future conflicts between this unlikely duo in the throne competition. As Cyan pored over a mysterious book, her curiosity got the better of her, and she opened its cover to reveal a flood of cryptic messages and images that would shatter her understanding of the throne competition and her own identity. The dark truth revealed was like a punch to the gut, leaving her reeling in shock and horror. Her eyes widened in desperation as she exclaimed, what the hell is going on?" her mind struggling to comprehend the gravity of this revelation. As Cyan, the fake king, pored over the declaration, her expression transformed from curiosity to utter shock. The revelation that Junghyuk, the tyrant king, was not what she had expected left her reeling in disbelief. Her initial assessment of his strength was correct, but she refused to accept that he was the strongest among the 7 kings of Seoul. Instead, Cyan became resolute in her determination to take down Junghyuk, her mind racing with strategies and alliances that could lead her to victory. This pivotal moment revealed a complex character willing to adapt and evolve, driven by an insatiable desire for power. As Cyan sat across from a masterful plan unfolded before her eyes. With calculated precision, she revealed her discovery of Adi's true intentions, weaving a web of deceit and deception around the powerful figure. By offering an alliance, Cyan cleverly disguised her true motives, instead using Andropos as leverage to gain an upper hand in the throne competition. Meanwhile, her master of deception ability expertly masked her genuine interest in forming a partnership, hiding behind a veil of charm and manipulation that would make even the most discerning adversary doubt her sincerity. As Dokja reflects on the 7 kings he's encountered, a faint glimmer of curiosity ignites within him. He recalls the hermit king of shadows, Dinhun, whose cryptic nature left an indelible mark on his mind. Then there was Jiwon-min, the king of beauty, whose ethereal presence still resonates with Dokja's own experiences. Yanwu-jiang, the tyrant king, loomed large, a stark reminder of the darkness that lurks within the recesses of this world. But amidst these vivid recollections, Dokja's thoughts wander to the enigmatic figure yet to be revealed, a king whose existence has been shrouded in mystery since the beginning. As the ominous title AWE, the Supreme King, spreads across the screen, Dokja's world is turned upside down by a chilling message from his arch-nemesis, Yoonhyuk-yu. With a sinister grin, Yoonhyuk-yu declares Dokja to be nothing more than dead meat, sending shivers down Dokja's spine. The stakes are raised as Dokja's current position in the game is revealed, with challenges ahead that threaten to upend everything he thought was certain. As the scene fades to black, a sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air, signaling an intense confrontation between Dokja and his ruthless foe. As Dokja arrived at the location sent by Ji and Huiwen, he found himself farther north than expected. Yet his determination remained unwavering. But before he could even process his surroundings, a mysterious figure emerged, holding a black flag that seemed to darken the atmosphere. The air was thick with tension as the figure posed a haunting question. Did Dokja truly want to die there? With an unyielding calmness, Dokja responded, his emotions expertly concealed beneath the surface. The encounter left a lingering sense of unease, as if fate itself hung precariously in the balance, awaiting its next move. As Dokja sat amidst a sea of notes and papers, his mind racing with the complexities of the game's mechanics, an unexpected email caught his attention. The mysterious message spoke of the first king's qualification, a threshold he must cross to progress further in the game. With anxiety coursing through his veins, Dokja frantically scoured his resources, only to find himself overwhelmed by his limited knowledge and average stats. Yet, as frustration threatened to consume him, Dokja took a deep breath, refocusing on his goals, rescuing Huiwen and emerging victorious with minimal coins. With determination etched on his face, he vowed to overcome the challenges ahead, his strategic mind already plotting a path forward in the treacherous landscape of TWSA. As Dokja approaches Yoonhyuk, his demand for answers is met with mocking indifference from the kidnapper. Despite the icy response, Dokja refuses to back down, threatening to end Yoonhyuk's life if he doesn't reveal his sister's whereabouts. But just as tensions reach a boiling point, Yoonhyuk suggests laying down arms, a move that leaves Dokja questioning his true intentions. As the standoff continues, Yoonhyuk ups the ante by hinting at holding Dokja's family hostage, sending our protagonist spiraling into rage and regret over his earlier hesitation to eliminate the threat. As Dokja materialized into the last stage of the game, a sudden surprise awaited him in the form of Yoonhyuk-yu's attempted attack. With lightning-quick reflexes, Dokja dodged the blow and calmly instructed Yu to calm down, dispelling the tension that had built up. Apologetic, Yu resumed their journey alongside Dokja, who couldn't help but reflect on the close call he had just narrowly escaped. As Dokja's thoughts were consumed by the vast expanse of the virtual world, a cryptic message pierced through the digital haze, temporarily disconnecting him from the game's pulse. The enigmatic warning claimed he had been too enamored with the big picture, overlooking a crucial detail that would prove disastrous in the long run. Confusion and worry etched themselves across Dokja's face as he struggled to comprehend the sudden setback. His concern deepened when another message arrived, informing him of his failure to occupy Changsan Station, his carefully crafted target in the game. As Dokja's thoughts are consumed by the final phase of the game, a sudden realization shakes him to his core. He's forgotten about his sister Huiwen, kidnapped by none other than Yoonhyuk-yu. The weight of responsibility crashes down upon him as he's forced to reevaluate his priorities. With the clock ticking away, Dokja is torn between pursuing the final phase and risking everything to rescue Huiwen or abandoning his quest altogether. His frustration boils over as he's reminded that every second counts, and his sister's well-being hangs precariously in the balance. As his hunger pangs and concern for her safety grow, a visit from an unexpected guest, his own sister, serves as a stark reminder of the human toll his actions have taken. As Dokja's plans to rescue his sister Huiwen begin to unravel, a shocking revelation throws everything off balance. He discovers that Yoonhyuk has a sister, sparking a mix of emotions: shock, disgust, and above all, a deep sense of unease. The The weight of this new information forces Dokja to reevaluate his strategy, recalling the note he sent with Jihai and pondering whether he should adjust his plan to save Huiyuan. With his determination remaining unwavering, Dokja decides to press on, heading towards Changsan Station with a sense of resolve that belies the uncertainty surrounding him. But little does he know, Yeonhyuk is waiting in the shadows, demanding the return of a mysterious object, a development that will test Dokja's adaptability and push his plans to the brink. As Dokja engages in a strategic discussion with his opponent, Miyu, at Changsan Station, he finds himself caught off guard by her unorthodox tactics. With her skill #3 giving her an upper hand, Mia proposes planting the flagpole and making their move, leaving Dokja perplexed and hesitant to act. Despite his reservations, Mia's encouragement prompts him to take a step forward as she reveals the reward awaiting them for capturing the coveted prize. As the final King's qualification continues, Dokja stands out amidst the chaos, his mind racing with strategy and determination to rescue Huiyuan. With the stakes announced, he assesses the situation from a distance, weighing options for his next move. After careful consideration, Dokja begins to formulate a plan, using his wits to gain an advantage over other players vying for survival. The scene shifts focus to showcase the various contestants' abilities and strengths before cutting back to Dokja as he makes his move, likely spending coins strategically to secure his position in the game. As the scene unfolds, Dokja's eyes lock onto the flash of the three kings Ji-won-min, Sang-jeong Maitreya King, and Young-hyuk-yu. He quickly assesses the situation, his mind racing with calculations as he tries to outmaneuver his formidable foes. Noting the middle-aged man's presence, Dokja deduces that this must be the neutral three king, a crucial piece in his mental chessboard. With an air of caution, he acknowledges the overwhelming odds against him and contemplates how this battle should have ended in under a minute due to the strength of his opponents. Yet, Dokja refuses to yield, instead opting for a more calculated approach as he analyzes the situation and crafts a plan to take down his adversaries. As Dokja stood before Ji-won-min, a sudden change of heart washed over him. He hesitated, reluctant to engage in battle with an opponent who had defied all odds by surviving this long without any skills or stigmas. Dokja acknowledged that it was not bad for Ji-won-min to have made it this far, but his resolve remained unwavering. Despite his initial hesitation, he decided to press on, attacking Ji-won-min with a calculated strategy. But just as the battle seemed set to unfold, Ji-won-min issued an unexpected warning, urging Dokja not to use certain tactics. Confused by Ji-won-min's uncanny ability to survive, Dokja struggled to understand the secrets behind his opponent's success. Meanwhile, Yeonhyuk stumbled upon a crucial revelation in the game's final phase. Everything seemed restricted except for one thing. And with that discovery, Dokja's eyes widened as he grasped the true nature of their situation. There was only one thing left unrestricted. As Dokja gazes upon the value of a coins, he's reminded that the fate of his in-game assets hangs precariously in the balance. The narrator cautions him that increased stats will reset once the scenario comes to a close, leaving no room for error. With this warning looming large, Dokja is faced with a crucial decision. Should he prioritize short-term gains or long-term strategy? As he contemplates his next move, the stakes are raised and the importance of careful coin management becomes crystal clear. As Dokja surveys the situation before him, he can't help but notice the calculated pace of his opponent's movements. It's as if they are deliberately choosing their moments, waiting to gauge Dokja's stats and determine the best approach. This cautious behavior suggests a mental game is unfolding, with both parties weighing their options carefully. In a flash of insight, Dokja grasps the underlying strategy. His opponent aims to emerge victorious using the minimum amount of coin possible. The thought bubbles in his mind reveal a deeper complexity as he begins to piece together his opponent's true goals, perhaps even tied to rescuing their sister from the ruler's grasp. As Dokja stands alone on a mysterious platform, the air is thick with anticipation as an unknown figure approaches. He remarks that they've been here before, hinting at a past connection or knowledge of this location. With a sense of foreboding, Dokja declares his intention to go easy on his opponent, refusing to let them meet their demise at his hands. The tension builds as the opponent reveals themselves, driven by a determination to reap the rewards of their strategic gameplay. This climactic confrontation marks a turning point in Dokja's journey as he sets his sights on rescuing Huiwen and potentially altering his gameplay strategy forever. As Dokja weighed his options, the weight of his sister Huiwen's fate hung precariously in the balance. With coins at stake, he hesitated, his mind racing with the potential consequences of each decision. Finally, he made a choice, investing in a hint from the game that promised to reveal crucial information about her whereabouts. The cryptic message that followed only added to the puzzle, leaving Dokja to decipher its meaning and navigate the treacherous landscape ahead. As Yoonhyuk stands before an enigmatic pillar, he is on the cusp of a transformation that will redefine his capabilities. With a burst of energy, his physical prowess surges, enabling him to effortlessly lift and manipulate massive objects as if they were mere toys. A mysterious message echoes through the air, acknowledging his strength's unprecedented rise above human limits. Emboldened by this newfound power, Yoonhyuk embarks on an impromptu test of his abilities, effortlessly moving stones and shattering obstacles with ease. Yet, as he delves deeper into the extent of his new strength, he begins to feel overwhelmed by its sheer might, struggling to maintain control over his rapidly evolving abilities. As the 10th floor of the tower unfolded before them, Yoonhyuk and 25th Bomb clashed in an intense hand-to-hand combat, their martial arts skills and agility on full display. The air was electric with tension as they exchanged blows, each landing precise strikes that left neither opponent yielding. Yoonhyuk's cunning mind-reader ability gave him an upper hand, allowing him to anticipate Bomb's moves and counterattack with ruthless efficiency. But Bomb refused to back down, summoning a burst of energy to force Yoonhyuk onto the defensive. As the fight wore on, both combatants began to tire, their breathing heavy and labored, yet neither would relent. In a final, decisive moment, Yoonhyuk landed a crushing blow that sent Bomb crashing to the ground, securing his victory and solidifying his resolve to reach the top of the tower. As the 7th station of the tower looms in the background, two warriors clash in a fierce battle, Yoonhyuk and 25th Bomb. The air is electric with tension as they size each other up, their minds racing with thoughts of victory and defeat. Yoonhyuk unleashes his mind-reader ability, analyzing Bomb's thoughts to anticipate his next moves. But Bomb lands a surprise attack, catching Yoonhyuk off guard. Swiftly recovering, Yoonhyuk retaliates with a flurry of kicks that send Bomb stumbling back. As the battle rages on, Yoonhyuk begins to question whether he has gone too far in his pursuit of victory, wondering if he has indeed killed Bomb or not. In this moment of hesitation, Yoonhyuk's determination and strategic thinking are put to the test as he struggles with the moral complexity of war. As Yoonhyuk lies battered on the ground, his determination still courses through his veins, refusing to surrender even in the face of overwhelming adversity. Despite being struck with incredible strength, he manages to stay conscious, sparking curiosity about the secrets behind his resilience. As his eyelids begin to flutter closed, a spark of awareness remains, hinting that perhaps he is not as defenseless as he seems. Suddenly, his eyes snap open once more, and he begins a candid conversation with the enigmatic Constellation, demon-like judge. The air is thick with tension as Yoonhyuk's frustration boils over, railing against the judge's constant threats of annihilation. Yet, to his surprise, the judge is taken aback by his tenacity, impressed by the unyielding spirit that burns within him. As Yoonhyuk takes the stage, he acknowledges the fairness of the fight and addresses all incarnations of soul with a bold announcement. He queries the mysterious figure about their identity, inquiring which area they hail from. The other person warns Yoonhyuk against being too hasty, cautioning him that he hasn't even claimed his rightful throne yet. Undeterred, Yoonhyuk suggests wielding the mysterious artifact to bend humans to his will. The enigmatic figure explains that as long as Yoonhyuk sits on the throne, he will be the absolute ruler with unfettered power. As Jung-hyuk engaged in a tense conversation with the enigmatic ruler of the tower, his skepticism about her claims to absolute power grew palpable. He challenged her words, suggesting that they sounded too good to be true, prompting the ruler to defend herself by citing her own sacrifices and risks taken to reach her position. Jung-hyuk pressed on, questioning the validity of the throne itself, arguing that it may override the rule of plausibility. The ruler's counterattack came in the form of a scathing accusation, labeling Jung-hyuk a skilled liar, possibly even a dakibai. The conversation devolved into an argument, with Jung-hyuk becoming increasingly agitated as he threatened to destroy the ruler's throne if she didn't stop her lies. But the ruler refused to back down, and their confrontation ended in a tense standoff, leaving the fate of the tower hanging precariously in the balance. As Jung-hyuk's gaze locked onto 25th Bomb's unflinching face, a mix of shock and confusion etched itself on his features. The revelation that the tower wasn't a testing ground for gods, but rather a prison where humans were trapped to be consumed by higher beings, left him reeling. His face contorted in disgust as he struggled to process this newfound truth, demanding answers from Bomb about why he would keep such information hidden from those trapped alongside him. The weight of this knowledge hung heavy in the air, leaving Jung-hyuk's thoughts and emotions in disarray, uncertain of what path to take next. As the stars aligned in the night sky, the weight of destiny bore down on Jung-hyuk. The constellations, in tandem with Volter's urgings, convinced him that sitting upon the throne would grant him all his heart's desires. But Jung-hyuk remained resolute, refusing to be swayed by their promises, and instead citing his deep-seated distrust of their true intentions. Volter warned him that without the ruler's power, clearing the fifth scenario would prove a daunting task, leaving Jung-hyuk with a choice: surrender to the allure of the throne or risk everything for his independence. Just as it seemed Jung-hyuk was poised to make his decision, Rachel appeared, her frustration boiling over as she implored him to reconsider, warning him of the devastating consequences that would follow should he refuse the offer once more. As Jung-hyuk opens up to someone about his concerns, a sense of unease settles in. He hints at knowing more about the ruler's throne than he initially let on, casting a shadow over their conversation. The past begins to unravel as a flashback reveals Jung-hyuk's epiphany during his fourth regression in the book, where the truth dawned on him like a revelation. In the present, Jung-hyuk confronts someone about their unwillingness to accept their new reality, questioning why they've become so subservient after living in a democratic country. As he grapples with the weight of absolute power and control, Jung-hyuk's concern for his friend's freedom becomes increasingly palpable, marking a turning point in his journey. As Jung-hyuk stands firm in his resolve, he boldly declares his refusal to be bound by the whims of others, rejecting any possibility of ruling alongside or signing with the constellations. His frustration boils over as he rails against the unfair treatment and manipulation that has plagued him thus far. With a fierce determination etched on his face, he issues a stern warning: anyone who dares to sit upon the throne will be met with resistance from him alone. In a tense confrontation, Jung-hyuk demands answers from one individual, possibly a dakibai, about their attempts to push him around and dictate his every move. His voice laced with weariness, he asks if this person truly understands what it means to be controlled by others. As the scene unfolds, Jung-hyuk's unwavering sense of independence and determination shines through, refusing to yield to external pressures or manipulation. As Jung-hyuk's words pierced the air, he confronted the constellations of Korea with unyielding conviction. Can someone truly sit upon the ruler's throne? He questioned, his tone laced with skepticism. The constellations' differing powers only served to fuel their power struggles, leaving Korea to suffer in their wake. But Jung-hyuk refused to be swayed by their boasts of making history and becoming legendary figures. He probed deeper, asking what they intended to do once their goals were achieved, and whether their descendants would forever bear the burden of their desires. As the constellations faltered, Jung-hyuk's determination reached a boiling point. "I cannot permit you to continue on this path," he declared, his words a testament to his unwavering sense of justice and morality. As the scene unfolds, Tao stands firm, ready for a confrontation, as if daring someone to come at them head-on. Instead, it's not Jung-hyuk who faces them, but another character who's mistakenly identified as the latter. This misidentification sets the tone for a philosophical discussion that delves into the realm of values and morality. The other character expresses disapproval towards Jung-hyuk's actions, emphasizing the importance of upholding certain principles. Tao responds with conviction, asserting that the world is indeed changing and that this new reality demands different approaches. As their views clash, tension builds, foreshadowing a conflict that may have far-reaching consequences for the characters involved. As the enigmatic king of beauty appears before him, Jung-hyuk is faced with an unexpected plea for help. Despite initial reservations, he agrees to assist her after uncovering her true intentions through his mind-reader ability. The king reveals that she requires Jung-hyuk's expertise in sensing changes in the tower's power, a crucial aspect in their precarious situation. With his analytical mind, Jung-hyuk determines the best course of action and sets out to rescue the king's companions, who are being held captive by unknown forces. This pivotal scene not only showcases Jung-hyuk's impressive skills, but also introduces a mysterious new character with a complex past. As the discussion between Dokja and Jung-hyuk unfolded, it became clear that time was running out. The four yin demons, led by the merciless Decapitator, were closing in on their location with devastating intent. Jung-hyuk's plan, still shrouded in mystery, centered around buying precious moments to devise a counterattack. With the weight of impending doom hanging over them, the group gathered around Jung-hyuk, seeking guidance and direction as they endeavored to outmaneuver the apocalyptic forces bearing down upon them. As Jung-hyuk concentrates his energy, he attempts to summon a constellation for aid in conquering the 10th floor of the tower. However, instead of a celestial ally, he's suddenly bombarded with visions and memories tied to the Big Dipper constellation. He sees a sequence of numbers and symbols flashing before his eyes, eerily reminiscent of his past and his complicated relationship with Rachel. The revelation leaves Jung-hyuk perplexed yet intrigued by the enigmatic connection between the 7 stars in the Big Dipper and his own turbulent history. As he ponders the significance of this mysterious connection, it becomes clear that Jung-hyuk's journey is not only about overcoming challenges, but also about confronting the unresolved emotions and wounds from his past. As the group navigates the treacherous path to the 10th floor, a flashback reveals Jung-hyuk's turbulent past, fueling his unyielding determination to reach the tower's pinnacle. Cut back to the present, and Jung-hyuk shares his plan with Rachel and 25th Bomb, their synergy sparking anticipation for the challenges ahead. Traps and enemies lie in wait, but Jung-hyuk's mind-reader ability gives him an edge in battle, as he expertly manipulates the thoughts of those around him. United in their quest, the trio overcomes each hurdle, culminating in a triumphant arrival at the entrance to the 10th floor, a testament to Jung-hyuk's growth and the strength of his bonds with his friends. As Kim Dokja stood at a crossroads in his journey, he knew that he needed guidance to overcome the challenges ahead. With an air of determination, he reached for an ecto of me stars, using its power to reach out to the constellations and seek their aid. His intentions were clear. He wanted to harness the might of the 7 stars from the Big Dipper constellation, a celestial force that could tip the balance in his favor. And so, with the universe attuned to his plea, Tamling, Jeomun, Nakjan, Mungok, and Yeomjeon began to take shape, their ethereal voices whispering secrets of ancient wisdom into Kim Dokja's willing ears. As Kim Dokja stands surrounded by the enigmatic constellations, an unsettling aura permeates the air. Judge of Fire joins their ranks, his presence a palpable reminder of the weight of their collective power. The constellations pose their questions, probing the depths of Kim Dokja's motivations for summoning them. His response is laced with caution, as he warns that unleashing all their might would shatter his very mind. Yet the constellations press on, scrutinizing every move, seeking answers to the mystery surrounding Kim Dokja's decision-making process. One of them asks why he chose this perilous path instead of an easier route out, leaving the fate of his journey hanging precariously in balance. As Kim Dokja contemplates the next move in his quest, He realizes that one crucial component is missing, a specific constellation to unlock the Ganpyeong's true potential. He confides in Yoo Jung-hyuk and the others about his plan to utilize the S-grade item Ganpyeongli, explaining its significance in their journey. To recharge the usage count on this vital artifact, Kim Dokja proposes sacrificing an S-grade item, the three-wheeled ring, to harness its energy. This bold decision sets him on a path to summon the seventh star of the Big Dipper constellation, a crucial step in his plan to progress further. As the curtains draw open, the unnamed ruler stands tall, eyes piercing as they pose the ultimate question to Kim Dokja. What does he desire from them? With an unyielding determination, Kim Dokja responds that he wishes to sever the tie between the throne and its owner, a bold declaration hinting at his intention to break free from the ruler's grasp. The unnamed ruler senses the gravity of this decision and cautions Kim Dokja, emphasizing the immense weight of their choice. And with that, the scene reaches a thrilling climax, leaving us hanging on the edge of our seats as we ponder what Kim Dokja will decide to do next, his fate and that of the story hanging precariously in the balance. As the unnamed ruler sits upon the throne, they reveal the true extent of its power, to borrow the abilities of a dark dimension ruler. With this power, they boast of being able to control Young-hyuk and neutralize their enemies. But at what cost? The destruction of their own world is the stark reality that hangs in the balance. The constellations, unimpressed by the humans' audacity, refuse to intervene. Undeterred, the unnamed ruler clarifies their intentions. They seek not to defy the constellations, but to sever Young-hyuk's connection to the throne. And with that decision made, the unnamed ruler declares their resolve to be set in motion. As the scene unfolds, an upgrade notification arrives for the Fourian Demon Decapitator, elevating its status to a constellation artifact. Sooyoung explains that this sword is used in rituals capable of severing ties between an artifact and its owner. Yoo Jung-hyuk acknowledges the weapon's true power, hinting at future potential uses. Meanwhile, Lee Hyun-sung questions Kim Dokja's motives as he approaches the ruler's throne. Sooyoung intervenes, ordering Yoo Jung-hyuk to restrain Kim Dokja from taking further action. As the cryptic equations dance across the page, Kim Dokja's inner turmoil begins to unravel. A whirlwind of emotions swirls around him, each character a reflection of his thoughts and feelings. Yoo Jung-hyuk, Young Hee-won, Lee Hyun-sung, and the others. But amidst this chaos, Kim Dokja finds his resolve. With a newfound determination, he declares that he'll tell his own story, no matter what others may think. And with that declaration, the page is cleared, ready for the tale to begin anew. As the curtain closes on the sub-scenario, a sudden and ominous figure appears before Kim Dokja, addressing him with an unsettling label, "Insignificant Worm." The enigmatic ruler's gaze pierces through the air as they reveal their keen awareness of something anomalous in this world, cryptically mentioning Di Den Chansin, this world. With an air of foreboding, the ruler prepares Kim Dokja for a daunting task ahead, hinting at an insurmountable challenge that will test his resolve. But Kim Dokja remains unflappable, asserting his confidence in having done everything possible to make things seem plausible, despite the uncertainty looming before him. As the darkness closes in, Kim Dokja's emotions reach a boiling point, his words spilling out like a stormy sea. "You didn't think you'd get out of this unscathed." The weight of danger bears down on him, threatening to consume all rational thought. His body begins to tremble, the intensity building until he's convinced it will shatter into 1,000 pieces. "It feels as if my body's going to shred apart." Just as chaos seems to be closing in, a Milo appears, an island of calm amidst the turmoil. But Kim Dokja's thoughts have already begun to wander, his mind racing with the story. He longs to share the story that I wanted to tell is, only for the moment to be snatched away, leaving us wondering what secrets lie hidden within the depths of his tale. As the weight of his new responsibilities settles upon him, Kim Dokja stands amidst the aftermath of a devastating event. The Rald Army General, a powerful constellation, approaches him, sharing the burden of plausibility that now rests on Kim's shoulders. Matrav's piercing gaze lingers on Kim, as if searching for any sign of doubt or hesitation. The collective weight of the constellations bears down upon him, emphasizing his connection to their world. And Sooyoung, the Avatar master, raises an eyebrow, asking if this is indeed the story that Kim had always intended to tell. As the world without a king stretches out before him, Kim Dokja watches over it all, now the demon king of salvation, his fate forever changed by the burden he has inherited. As the fourth scenario suddenly came to an end, Kim Dokja's plans were left in disarray. With no clear explanation for the abrupt halt, he was left to wonder what it meant for his future endeavors. Just as he was trying to make sense of the situation, a message arrived announcing that the reward calculation would be delayed, only adding to his frustration. Fueled by disappointment and anger, Kim Dokja declared that if there was no next regression, he would take matters into his own hands and bring an end to this world story himself. As the crisis unfolds, Kim Dokja arrives at the meeting point, only to find Yoo Jung-hyuk already present with Yoon Hee-won and Lee Hyun-sang. The sudden disappearance of the ruler has sent shockwaves through the world of salvation, and Yoo Jung-hyuk reveals that a power vacuum has been created. Meanwhile, Kim Dokja learns that Lee Gil-young and Shin Yu-sung are secretly plotting against him, seeking to capitalize on the chaos to gain an upper hand. Just as tensions rise, Han Sooyoung appears, offering her expertise in finding the missing ruler. But just as it seems like order is being restored, the constellations, including Judge of Fire, arrive on the scene, throwing more fuel onto the fire. As the situation spirals out of control, a flashback reveals the unnamed ruler's cryptic words, hinting at a deeper conspiracy behind the power struggle. With alliances forming and crumbling around him, Kim Dokja must navigate this treacherous landscape to uncover the truth and restore balance to salvation. As Dokja stands before a formidable figure, their anger palpable in the air, he's scolded for making a grave mistake. The stranger threatens to exact a personal vendetta against him, warning that they'll stop at nothing to assure Dokja pays the price for his actions. But Dokja refuses to back down, boasting defiantly that he's won this round and achieved his goal of creating a fable during the fourth scenario as planned. The tension escalates when Dokja is questioned about destroying the throne, revealing unintended consequences that threaten the very fabric of the scenario. Just as it seems like chaos will ensue, a group of wanderers, including Seong-ho, appear on the scene, demanding another ruler be given in the scenario and clamoring to take part once more. But just as Dokja thinks he's found a way out, the reality sets in. No one can change the fact that the scenario has come to an end. As the ominous warning happens to you all from now on, echoes through the air, Dokja stands firm against a mysterious figure, refusing to back down from the unknown forces that threaten to upend everything. The enigmatic stranger reveals the shocking truth that everything has changed because of him, sparking Dokja's fury and outrage as they lash out with a blistering curse. Undeterred by the figure's calm retort, the world without a king, Dokja dares them to take action, boldly declaring, "Fine, I'd love to see you try." But before tensions can escalate further, the stranger vanishes into thin air, leaving Dokja stunned and disoriented as they realize that their carefully laid plans have gone awry. As the ominous words, "if this world comes to an end," flash before his eyes, Dokja is suddenly confronted with the harsh reality of life's impermanence. The fleeting nature of existence sparks a chain reaction of introspection within him as he grapples with the limitations of time and the significance of his own mortality. His gaze turns inward, scrutinizing his motivations and goals in this precarious new world. Dokja's desire for revenge against those who have wronged him is revealed to be a flawed pursuit, replaced by a growing sense of purpose driven by his passion to create and innovate as a game developer. As the fog of self-doubt clears, Dokja emerges with a newfound determination, committed to using his skills to uplift others rather than solely serving his own interests. As Dokja reads the cryptic message, his amusement quickly turns to concern, his eyes scanning the words with a growing sense of unease. The warning to keep an eye out sends a shiver down his spine, and he can't shake the feeling that something is lurking just beneath the surface. His gaze darts around the room, searching for any sign of danger or deception. Just as he's starting to relax, Seong-ho appears unexpectedly behind him, asking what's going on with an unsettling tone that makes Dokja's heart race. The sudden startle reveals a glimpse into their complicated relationship, hinting at secrets and motives that are yet to be uncovered. As Dokja's thoughts meander through memories of his past, he's suddenly startled by an unknown presence, his instincts kicking into high gear. The brief exchange with this entity reveals a glimpse into his emotional landscape, as he confesses to harboring nostalgic yearnings for TWSA and admits to indulging in pathetic daydreams in the past. His mind then wanders to Minusong, wondering what path he's taken and whether he still breathes. The introspection deepens, Dokja lost in contemplation of his own life, pondering the possibility of reconnecting with old acquaintances in a world that seems increasingly uncertain. As Dokja finds himself in an unfamiliar school setting, he struggles to comprehend how he arrived there, his confusion mirrored by the eerie silence that surrounds him. The air is heavy with an unsettling atmosphere, as if the very walls seem to whisper secrets only known to a select few. With each step, Dokja's sense of disorientation deepens, and he begins to question whether anyone else is aware of his presence, or if he is truly alone in this strange new world. As Dokja stands alone, his mind begins to whirl with the possibilities of their situation. He ponders the fact that each individual has been teleported to a place with personal ties, sparking a mixture of curiosity and unease within him. As he takes in his surroundings, Dokja's thoughts turn to the mid-level Dokibus who must have crafted solo scenarios for each person, revealing the extent of their power. With this realization, Dokja's analytical mind kicks into gear as he reflects on his own role in this new reality, feeling a sense of responsibility and determination to survive. As Dokja wanders through the real world, he's met with a sense of frustration and disappointment. It seems he's come full circle, ending up right back at Minsuft, the company that once consumed him. His mind flashes back to the struggles and conflicts he faced during his time there, particularly with Mr. Kim and Sooyoung Han, who seemed more intent on hindering than helping. The thought of Mr. Yun, a former colleague, lingers in his thoughts, leaving Dokja wondering if this person from his past is still alive. As he walks, lost in thought, it's clear Dokja is struggling to reconcile his current reality with the life he once knew. As Dokja ventures into a new area, he takes a moment to stock up on coins, assessing the situation before making his next move. But when someone informs him that there is no king in Xiaoqiu, a crucial piece of information sparks a realization these must be the Wanderers, and this territory once belonged to them. Dokja's curiosity piqued. He decides to do some research, but his plans are quickly foiled by his phone's dying battery. Recognizing the need for a portable power bank, he sets out on a new mission to acquire one, driven by his determination to uncover the truth about these mysterious wanderers and their world. As Dokja wanders through the familiar surroundings, a mix of emotions swirls within him. He recalls the days when he hated this place, working tirelessly on his game. But now nostalgia washes over him, and he longs for the comfort it once brought. Suddenly a voice calls out his name, Dokja, piercing the silence, leaving him bewildered and unsure of what to do next. The past and present collide as Dokja struggles to find his footing in this new reality, his thoughts muddled by the echoes of memories and the uncertainty of his future. As Dokja receives a cryptic message congratulating him on surviving, he's forced to confront the weight of his past actions. He reveals that he was coerced into the first scenario and took Mr. Kim's life, still racked with regret over the pain he caused. The unknown character presses him for details about his whereabouts and current situation, and Dokja hesitantly shares his recent experiences, including an enigmatic event in the Gwanghwamun area. As Dokja goes about his daily routine, an enigmatic figure appears before him, offering a peculiar proposition. According to this stranger, Dokja's luck is indeed unfortunate, and he doesn't need to take on the burden of clearing scenarios himself. Instead, he can rely on others to do it for him. The risks involved in scenario clearing are emphasized, warning that it's not worth putting one's life at risk. As Dokja absorbs this information, a group of wanderers gather around, sparking questions about their intentions and goals. Sooyoung suddenly appears, inquiring about the mysterious figure accompanying Dokja, revealing his presence as a work colleague. With uncertainty etched on his face, Dokja is left to ponder the implications of this new development. As Dokja ventures into the coin farm, he's met with hostility from its manager, who's reluctant to accept him due to his affiliation with another group. The manager, seemingly confident in his authority, claims Dokja doesn't know something crucial, sparking frustration in our protagonist. Preparing for a confrontation, Dokja faces off against the manager, but just as things escalate, an unexpected figure intervenes, urging the manager to focus on resolving conflicts peacefully rather than resorting to violence. The manager's defensiveness and subsequent challenge to Dokja only fuel his determination, leading him to sarcastically question the manager's attitude. This tense standoff highlights Dokja's unwavering resolve, while also revealing potential power imbalances within this community and raising questions about the motivations of the newcomer who dared to intervene. As Dokja surveys the surroundings, a familiar feeling washes over him. The atmosphere is eerily reminiscent of the video game industry he once knew so well. The memory of players reigning supreme while Mr. Kim, the CEO, held court at Microsoft, comes flooding back. But in this new world, who holds the reins? Dokja's curiosity gets the better of him as he wonders if those paid by Priorit Asia are using their coins for personal gain or if they are simply pawns in a much larger game. His observations are interrupted by Sooyoung's timely arrival, but not before Dokja has time to ponder the purpose behind this coin farm, an early stage of development that hints at something much grander in scope. As Dokja follows an enigmatic lead, he finds himself at a mysterious location where an unsettling atmosphere hangs in the air. With trepidation, he hesitates before entering, but his curiosity ultimately prevails, drawing him into a world of revelations. Inside, he's surrounded by individuals linked to Microsoft, the company behind the game, who plead for mercy and beg to spare their lives. Dokja reflects on his experiences with games, acknowledging that the industry has grown increasingly desperate. His contemplation is short-lived, as he's confronted by a cryptic entity, its gaze fixed intently on him. Just as Dokja struggles to comprehend this new development, a seasoned player appears, offering cryptic advice that only adds to the mystery. As Dokja navigates this treacherous landscape, he must confront the dark underbelly of the game and its connection to Microsoft, threatening to upend everything he thought he knew. As Dokja's gaze fell upon his former department head, deputy manager, and director, a torrent of memories came flooding back, memories of being wronged by them. His skepticism and frustration mounted as he realized they still didn't understand the gravity of his situation. Dokja's anger simmered just below the surface, waiting to be unleashed as he confronted his former colleagues about their betrayal, the plagiarism that had stolen his ideas, the exploitation that had drained his passion. It all boiled over in a fiery outburst as he accused them of having no right to question his actions. As Dokja watches, a group of enigmatic figures, known as Constellations, meticulously prepare to gift their precious coins and weave intricate plots. His curiosity piqued, Dokja can't help but be drawn in by the mysterious proceedings. But before he can fully grasp what's unfolding, a sudden interruption shakes things up. A group of individuals appears, with one of them fixating on Dokja with an unsettling gaze, deeming him fresh meat. The tables are quickly turned as Dokja is whisked away, only to be confronted with an unexpected arrival, Sooyoung Han, the infamous plagiarist. Dokja's reaction reveals a glimmer of excitement and anticipation, hinting at his determination to uncover more about this sudden turn of events. As Dokja settles into his small apartment, surrounded by the musty scent of old books and papers, his determined gaze fixes on the article in front of him. His eyes scan the text with a keen intensity, fueled by a curiosity that borders on obsession. He's not just reading, he's searching for something, driven by an insatiable hunger for truth. And then it hits him, strange inconsistencies and anomalies in the game's data begin to take shape, like threads unraveling from a tapestry. Dokja becomes increasingly enthralled, poring over every detail, using his analytical mind to uncover hidden patterns and messages. The hours tick by, but he doesn't notice, lost in a world of code and text. And then it happens. A hidden message emerges, whispering secrets of the truth and the world. Dokja's eyes widen as the realization dawns on him, his heart racing with excitement and purpose. The game is afoot, and he's ready to take the first step into this new adventure. As Kim Dokja stands at the crossroads, his mind is consumed by the weighty decision before him to spare or slay Han Sooyoung, the plagiarist, who has been under his protection thus far. Frustration seeps into his demeanor as he contemplates her fate, acknowledging that she hasn't yet caused him harm, but foresees a potential threat if allowed to live. With the stakes high and the outcome uncertain, Kim Dokja proposes an unconventional solution, a game of rock, paper, scissors, which will ultimately decide the plagiarist's destiny. The tension builds as he hesitates, torn between his moral compass and the precarious circumstances that surround him. Will chance dictate Han Sooyoung's fate, or will Kim Dokja's conflicted emotions prevail? As Han Sooyoung and Yoo Jung-hyuk confer, they are faced with a daunting reality. The scenario has undergone significant changes, rendering some information obsolete. This revelation prompts Han Sooyoung to question her own decision-making process, wondering if it's morally justifiable to determine who lives or dies based on their usefulness. Dokja seizes this opportunity to interject, offering his assistance in retrieving someone like Lee Gillian in exchange for a promise. Han Sooyoung reciprocates by proposing an introduction to her group as they prepare to expand their forces, while Yoo Jung-hyuk notices Dokja's impressive equipment and offers his own introduction to a different group. As the air thickens with tension, Han Sooyoung confronts Kim Dokja about his involvement in stopping something, her eyes burning with an unsettling intensity. Kim Dokja's expression remains calm, but his surprise is evident as he asks what she means. Han Sooyoung's response hints at a deeper connection between them, implying that only Kim Dokja could understand the true nature of this situation. As they delve into their past, it becomes clear that Han Sooyoung has been reading Kim Dokja's web novel, and her knowledge of its contents is unsettlingly intimate. The conversation escalates, with Han Sooyoung's questions growing more insistent as she presses Kim Dokja for answers. As Han Sooyoung ponders their past relationship with Kim Dokja, memories flood back of his dark clothing and solitary existence, limited only to his colleagues at the QA department. They recall how others, like Sanga, would try to reach out to him, but ultimately misunderstood his reclusive nature. Now, Han Sooyoung wonders if Kim Dokja secretly savors their current circumstances, perhaps seeking a deeper bond or simply provoking a reaction. The group's fortunes have dramatically shifted, earning 5,000 coins daily without having to clear any scenarios, a far cry from their humble beginnings as good-for-nothing game testers. With this reflective moment, Han Sooyoung leaves Kim Dokja with a poignant question. Can they truly imagine the incredible journey they've undertaken together? As the company's announcement about new game monetization models sparks widespread concern, Kim Dokja's frustration boils over into a confrontation with Han Sooyoung. With an air of disappointment hanging heavy on his shoulders, he approaches the calm and collected Avatar Master, who is engaged in a discussion with Lee Hyun-seo. Dokja's discontent with the decision is palpable as he laments its ruinous impact on the game's future. Han Sooyoung attempts to reason with him, suggesting alternative monetization strategies, but it seems to fall on deaf ears. The confrontation ends with Kim Dokja walking away, resigned to a fate that may not be of his own choosing. As Han Sooyoung ponders how to inject more excitement into their story, she turns to the insightful Kim Dokja for guidance. She proposes tapping into the creative energies of the Constellations, who are known to crave thrilling experiences. Kim Dokja's response is swift and decisive as he activates the Blade of Faith with a resolute "really, love." The air seems to vibrate with anticipation as the scene shifts to a montage of possibilities, showcasing various ways to elevate the story to new heights. As Yoo Jung-hyuk stood outside the shattered remains of the cage, a palpable aura of fury radiated from his very presence. Han Sooyoung arrived on the scene, concern etched on her face as she inquired about the cause of his distress, but the usually articulate individual was too consumed by rage to respond. The calm exterior of Lee Hyun-sung belied the chaos he had unleashed, and when he finally appeared, Yoo Jung-hyuk's ire reached a fever pitch as he confronted him about the reckless decision that shattered the cage. The tension escalated further as Lee Hyun-sung downplayed his actions, sparking Yoo Jung-hyuk's anger to a boiling point before culminating in a forceful outburst. "What the hell are you doing?" As Kim Dokja's mind raced with doubts and uncertainties, a haunting flashback of his conversation with Han Sooyoung replayed like a sinister melody. The weight of her concerns about his actions crushed him, leaving him pacing the room in anxious desperation. What could she be thinking? What was behind her seemingly cryptic words? Just as he struggled to find answers, an anonymous message pierced the silence. What do you think?" The unsettling query sent shivers down Kim Dokja's spine, disrupting his troubled thoughts. Before he could process this new development, a knock at the door shattered the tension. Han Sooyoung stood before him, her enigmatic smile only adding to the mystery. With an air of nonchalance, she asked the question that had been plaguing Kim Dokja, "Do you know what I'm doing?" His response was laced with uncertainty, a testament to his growing unease as he navigated the treacherous landscape of relationships and motivations. As Kim Dokja's gaze drifts from his worn-out farm, a burning sensation ignites within him. The demon-like judge of fire appears, its fiery aura radiating approval at Kim Dokja's decision to abandon the land. A subtle prompt whispers in his ear, questioning the purpose of tilling the soil when coins can be earned through other means. The scene shifts to reveal Han Sooyoung, Yoo Jung-hyuk, and Young Hee-won, their activities a testament to alternative paths to prosperity, hunting, crafting, and more. Meanwhile, Lee Hyun-sung's troubled expression hints at potential consequences for Kim Dokja's choice. A flash of memory reveals the struggles Kim Dokja faced in his past, before finally settling on a determined look that suggests a new path is unfolding. As Kim Dokja's true intentions came to light, Yoo Jung-hyuk found himself questioning the Demon King's motivations. With his back against the wall, Kim Dokja revealed that he had been feigning unconsciousness to strike at his enemies when they let their guard down. But instead of capitalizing on this weakness, Yoo Jung-hyuk decided to distance himself from the erratic individual. As Kim Dokja's health and mana dwindled, he made a desperate plea for help, warning that accepting it would mean losing the Constellation's favor. Yoo Jung-hyuk, ever the skeptic, cracked a wry joke about rescuing a damsel in distress, only to be corrected by Kim Dokja, who pointed out two fundamental mistakes in his reasoning. As Kim Dokja sits in contemplation, his mind wanders back to the recent chain of events that has led him to this moment of introspection. He's interrupted by Han Sooyoung's gentle reminder to gather more allies, but his thoughts remain fixated on the concept of karma points and their significance to his abilities as the king of no-killing. Reflecting on his actions, he comes to a profound realization: saving Han Sooyoung would have earned him a valuable karma point, a tangible manifestation of the consequences of his choices. Amidst this introspection, he is suddenly confronted with tender moments shared with Han Sooyoung, exposing his vulnerable side as he struggles to articulate his emotions in an awkward yet genuine display. As the scene comes full circle, Kim Dokja acknowledges that he is still evolving, imperfect, and learning about himself through the trials of his journey. As Han Sooyoung approaches Kim Dokja with a daring message, "Fight with me," the stage is set for their highly anticipated confrontation. She confidently claims to have set the stage for their battle, her words dripping with anticipation and competitiveness. But what lies behind this bold declaration? A glimpse into her past reveals a former acquaintance by her side, hinting at a new chapter in her life. Meanwhile, Han Sooyoung warns Kim Dokja that it's too late for him to try and salvage his reputation, the pressure mounting as their duel approaches. With the ominous phrase, "It's too late for you to try and look cool," hanging in the air, the tension is palpable as these two powerful forces prepare to clash. As the dust settles on the devastation caused by Yoo Jung-hyuk's treachery, Kim Dokja stands amidst the ruins, surrounded by his remaining allies Han Sooyoung, Young Hee-won, and Lee Hyun-sung. The weight of betrayal hangs heavy in the air as he grapples to understand Yoo Jung-hyuk's motivations, his mind racing with questions. A flashback reveals their conversation, where Yoo Jung-hyuk revealed his true intentions, leaving Kim Dokja stunned. With the truth laid bare, Kim Dokja is now forced to weigh his options, contemplating his next move in this precarious situation. As Jun Hyun-yu sits at his computer, a chilling message materializes on his screen, warning him that he's being watched. His eyes narrow, focusing intently on the cryptic words as he attempts to decipher their meaning and identify the potential sender. The typing of keys echoes through the silence as he delves deeper into the mystery, analyzing every symbol, equation, and code for hidden patterns or clues. As his mind whirls with possibilities, the message lingers ominously on his screen, a constant reminder of the danger that looms over him. As Jun Hyun-yu digs deeper into Sooyoung's words, he can't help but sense that something isn't quite right. His skepticism grows as he pries open the truth behind her claims, only to be confronted with a shocking revelation. She's been manipulating him all along for personal gain. The revelation sends shockwaves through Jun Hyun-yu's mind, leaving him reeling and reevaluating everything he thought he knew about their relationship and the world around him. As Jun Hyun-yu ponders the whispers surrounding a minor actor, he can't shake off the feeling that there's more to the seemingly trivial figure than meets the eye. He approaches the actor, who is surprisingly verbose for someone with such a limited role, and his curiosity gets the better of him. The actor's unusual behavior only adds fuel to Jun Hyun-yu's suspicions, leading him to accuse the man of being upset or sad. But the actor corrects him, revealing that he's simply searching for upsets, a clever wordplay that reflects back at Jun Hyun-yu, making him question his own emotions and motivations. As the conversation unfolded between Jun Hyun-yu and Jae-zila, a rift emerged over the fundamental principles of storytelling. Jae-zila lamented Jun Hyun-yu's meticulous approach, insisting that readers crave swift action rather than deliberate consideration. But Jun Hyun-yu countered with a compelling argument, asserting that frustration is an essential element in storytelling for catharsis. As the debate intensified, Jae-zila attempted to assert his authority as an author, but Jun Hyun-yu skillfully deflected this claim, emphasizing his role as a reader and expertly questioning Jae-zila's credentials as a storyteller. The old gentleman then tried to appeal to Jun Hyun-yu's competitive nature, suggesting that allowing opponents to speak before killing them could lead to greater coin earnings in a story, but Jun Hyun-yu remained unfazed, reiterating his conviction that readers prefer straightforward action over nuanced storytelling. As the dramatic declaration echoed through the air, Jun Hyun-yu revealed his intention to abandon his companions, Sooyoung and others, leaving them stunned and confused. With a rational tone, he explained that prioritizing his own tasks and goals was essential, citing the availability of remaining items for them to claim. He offered vague directions towards Chunmuro, but his detached approach left little room for emotional connection. As Jun Hyun-yu navigates through the bustling street, lost in thought, his gaze suddenly fixes on a familiar figure, Sooyoung. His train of thought momentarily derailed. He approaches her with an air of curiosity. But as she turns around, revealing her true appearance, Jun Hyun's composure crumbles. His eyes widen in shock, his face contorting in anger as he reacts to her presence with intense emotion. The sudden blow or hit from Sooyoung only amplifies the turmoil brewing within him, sending him spiraling into a flashback of introspection. He questions whether this is what the enigmatic Dakibai had intended for him to see. As the scene fades, an unsettling image lingers, a world without a king, leaving us with more questions than answers about its significance. As the world teeters on the brink of collapse, chaos reigns supreme in this desolate landscape. A catastrophic atmosphere is set where humanity's principles and laws have been left in tatters. Jun Hyun-yu stands at the forefront of this turmoil, confronted by an unknown voice that demands to know if they are courting their own demise. The air is thick with desperation as chaotic scenes unfold. Animals and humans alike are thrown into disarray, leaving no room for hope or reprieve. In the midst of this madness, a haunting plea rings out: use your wits, work together, and survive at all costs. But will it be enough to safeguard against the dangers that lurk around every corner? The warning is clear. Unity is the only shield against the unknown perils that await those who dare to venture forth. As Jun Hyun-yu readies himself for the challenges ahead, he can't help but feel a sense of skepticism wash over him. The promise of having enough items to guarantee success seems too good to be true, and he can't shake the feeling that there's more to it than meets the eye. It's clear that Jun-hyun-yu is a man who values knowledge and understanding, always seeking to uncover the truth behind any given situation. As he weighs his options, he receives some cryptic advice: find trustworthy allies if you want to get ahead. It's a message that resonates deeply with him, and he can't help but reflect on the importance of cooperation and strategic thinking in achieving his goals. The value of trust and alliances is one that Jun-hyun-yu has come to understand all too well, and it's clear that he's willing to adapt and learn from others in order to achieve his objectives. As the unknown individual accuses Jun-hyun-yu of following them, claiming they are plagiarizing his work, Jun-hyun-yu's calm demeanor begins to unravel. He denies any wrongdoing, citing quotes from his novel TWSA, but the accuser reveals a surprising twist. They've been helped by Jun-hyun-yu in the past and now demand repayment. The conversation escalates as the accuser refuses to admit plagiarism, and Jun-hyun-yu's frustration grows. But just as it seems like the truth is about to surface, the accuser throws another curveball, demanding a power bank from Jun-hyun-yu, claiming he'll lend it back once used. As Jun-hyun-yu wandered the streets of Gwanghwamun, his frustration mounted with each passing moment. Not only was his phone battery dwindling, but he'd also lost crucial files in the process. His focus shifted to the mysterious novel held by an unknown individual, and he made a bold offer: take a look at it. However, his enthusiasm was quickly dampened as he was met with a stern demand for payment. Undeterred, Jun-hyun-yu protested, citing server issues that hindered his ability to access the file, only to be met with a warning from the unknown person the file could only be read by her alone. As tensions rose, Jun-hyun-yu grew agitated, demanding the file back and hinting at a connection between this mysterious novel and his own lost files. But just as it seemed he was out of options, a glimmer of hope emerged. Through some unknown means, dubbed an SSSS grade infinite regressor, he could still read the file, leaving him more determined than ever to uncover its secrets. As Jun-hyun-yu gazed at his status window, a radiant smile spread across his face as he discovered the eye of the enlightened skill had finally been bestowed upon him. His excitement was palpable as he delved into its capabilities, uncovering secrets and revelations about the mysterious forces that governed his world. The whispers of TWSA supporting Constellations, which he referred to as sponsors, echoed in his mind, sparking a train of thought about their subtle yet profound influence over him. With each passing moment, Jun-hyun-yu's analytical nature shone brighter, illuminating the complex web of power dynamics that surrounded him. As Jun-hyun-yu engages in a conversation with an unknown individual, his analytical mind is sparked by a single typo in the name of the main character. The individual's inquiry about what Jun-hyun is looking for sets him off on a revealing tangent, as he discloses having read most episodes of the original novel and is searching for something specific. Their discussion takes an intriguing turn when it touches on meteorites, with the mysterious person hinting at their appearance in the novel TWSA, which Jun-hyun firmly denies. As the conversation unfolds, Jun-hyun's suspicions grow, leading him to accuse the individual of being a plagiarist, showcasing his distrust towards others' claims and highlighting his independent personality. As Jun-hyun-yu delves into the mysteries surrounding the meteorite, he shares his findings with Sooyoung, revealing a possible link to the sealing stones that have captivated their attention. With his analytical mind in full gear, he ponders the connection between the auctioned fire dragon carcasses and the Dakibi's involvement in the situation. However, instead of pursuing the truth, Jun-hyun-yu decides to shift his focus towards selling coin items, displaying his ability to adapt quickly to changing circumstances. Meanwhile, Sooyoung is left to ponder the possibilities, as Jun-hyun-yu invites her to join him at a meeting where crucial information awaits. As Jun-hyun-yu announces the successful sale of his auctioned items, his surprise turns to frustration when he reveals their unexpectedly high prices. The fire dragon bone, in particular, raises eyebrows, given its bulk and lack of storage space. He begins to speculate about who could be behind such lavish spending, considering potential alliances with powerful incarnations like Anna Croft, Ranveer Khan, or Feihu. As he ponders the motives behind their offers, Jun Hyun-yu's strategic mind weighs the pros and cons of accepting an alliance, carefully considering the risks involved, including the potential threat to Sooyoung's safety. As Jun Hyun-yu ponders Sooyoung's troubled past, he can't help but label her a horrible person, a notion that raises questions about the morality of their alliance. Yet, he acknowledges her utility in combat and expertise on the novel TWSA. Sooyoung takes umbrage at this assessment, wondering if Jun Hyun-yu is second-guessing his trust in her, pointing to a previous conversation where survival depended on finding reliable allies. Jun Hyun-yu clarifies that he's merely examining their relationship's dynamics and potential risks associated with partnering with someone of questionable character. He extends an olive branch by proposing a non-binding agreement or contract, leaving the decision to Sooyoung. As Jun Hyun-yu questions the orders given to him, his frustration and skepticism boil over, revealing a reluctance to follow anyone else's lead. But his doubts are soon alleviated as an unknown figure agrees to share valuable intel on one condition, that they receive information in return. Jun Hyun-yu seizes the opportunity, demanding answers and warning that he will not tolerate deception. He reveals his possession of the lie detection skill, a powerful asset that can detect even the slightest hint of dishonesty. As tensions rise, the unknown figure poses a cryptic question referencing Jun Hyun-yu's unique attribute, but what lies ahead? Will their intel prove crucial to Jun Hyun-yu's goals, or will it lead him down a treacherous path? As Jun Hyun-yu waited in the dimly lit room, surrounded by dusty tomes and scattered papers, he couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. The air was thick with anticipation as he sensed the arrival of Yapos, a mysterious figure rumored to possess knowledge about the enigmatic novel TWSA. As the door creaked open, Yapos strode in, their very presence seeming to stir up a whirlwind of intrigue. Jun Hyun-yu's lie detection skill kicked into gear, alerting him to any potential deception, but Yapos's words were laced with an air of authenticity that left him intrigued. With each cryptic clue and hint shared, Jun Hyun-yu's curiosity grew, his analytical mind racing to piece together the puzzle. As he probed deeper, the truth behind TWSA began to unravel, drawing him further into the mystery. As the negotiations between Kim Dokja and Young Hee-won begin, a delicate dance of information exchange takes place. Young Hee-won presents a condition for sharing intel, requiring Kim Dokja to bare his soul first by revealing his thoughts and intentions. With calculated risk, Kim Dokja agrees, only to be met with a warning from Young Hee-won. Any deception will be swiftly detected using their lie detection skill. The air is thick with tension as the two parties await each other's next move, leaving viewers on the edge of their seats, eagerly anticipating what secrets will soon be revealed. As the truth is questioned by Sooyoung Han, Yoo Jung-hyuk stands firm, his words confirmed by ESR's verification. When pressed about the fate of the throne, he reveals that it is unbroken, utilizing one of his three precious questions to sidestep the inquiry. But Sooyoung Han persists, probing Yoo Jung-hyuk about his lack of awareness regarding his own attribute, only for him to deflect this question with a clever maneuver. Instead, he turns the tables, accusing Sooyoung Han of sabotaging his plans and revealing her pivotal role in preventing global catastrophe alongside other key players. Sooyoung Han attempts to defend herself, but Yoo Jung-hyuk's relentless pressure forces her to confront the weight of her own actions. As chaos erupts around him, Yoo Jung-hyuk remains unfazed, declaring that everything is working just fine, hinting at the dire consequences he would have faced had he not intervened. Suddenly, Sooyoung Han appears, verifying his account and sparking curiosity about her connection to Yoo Jung-hyuk. When questioned about his knowledge, he reveals a surprising truth: he's no renouncer, but rather someone who has gained insight through their life experiences. As the scene unfolds, Yoo Jung-hyuk's understanding of the situation deepens, and his ability to navigate complex conversations with new characters is put on full display. As Kim Dokja's thoughts unfold, a question echoes through his mind: has much of TWSA been read? The answer seems to hold the key to understanding the nature of reality and identity within this world. With all three questions exhausted, Kim Dokja stands at a critical juncture in his comprehension. But just as he thinks he's grasping the truth, a sense of unease settles in. Could anyone be mad enough to defy the rules? The ominous tone is palpable as a mysterious figure approaches, shrouded in an air of foreboding and mystery. As the veil lifts, this enigmatic being reveals itself, raising fundamental questions about identity and reality. And then the shocking truth hits. Some characters are not registered in the system, appending everything Kim Dokja thought he knew about the world. The implications are staggering, leaving him stunned and reeling in the face of this mind-blowing revelation. As the veil lifts on the wanderer's new reality, a tapestry of adaptation unfolds before us. We find ourselves amidst a diverse array of humanoid demons, each with their own unique approach to survival. While some cling to their humanity, choosing to eke out a meager existence through coin farms, others surrender to the allure of the meteorite's transformative power, embracing a new species. Here's the narration, as Kim Dokja reveals his extraordinary ability to see the stats and attributes of other renouncers. A web of suspicion begins to unravel. He recalls Minseob's enigmatic comment about the first disciple's visit, hinting at her unique skill to identify other renouncers. But what sparks Kim Dokja's concern is Yoo Jung-hyuk's inexplicable immunity to his power. As he recounts the numerous deaths of those who refused to join him, his gaze settles on Yoo Jung-hyuk with growing unease, questioning the true purpose behind this enigmatic figure's actions. As Jung Hee-won ponders the name Yoo Jung-hyuk, a familiar spark ignites within their mind, recalling past encounters with this enigmatic figure. Noticing a subtle yet distinct difference in Yoo Jung-hyuk's demeanor, unlike other renouncers they've encountered, Jung Hee-won's analytical instincts kick into high gear. Employing their unique skill set on the subject yields an unexpected outcome, leaving them both surprised and intrigued by the results. As Min-sung traverses through the mysterious surroundings, its keen senses are on high alert as it searches for something or someone. The air is thick with anticipation as it pauses, eyes scanning the environment with an uncanny intensity. Suddenly, a declaration rings out, "I found you." The words echo through the space, leaving the audience wondering who this enigmatic figure has finally discovered and what the consequences of their reunion will be. As Han Sooyoung greets Kim Dokja with a casual "Huy Dokja," it seems like just another ordinary day in this world. But little do we know, tensions are brewing beneath the surface. Han Sooyoung asks if Kim Dokja has been reading something and is about to excuse himself to get some snacks when Yoo Jung-hyuk interrupts, accusing Kim Dokja of destroying his coin farm. The air is suddenly filled with tension as Han Sooyoung's demeanor changes, commanding her party member to kill him now. The visual representation of Sooyoung Han's emotions adds a striking contrast to the sudden escalation of events. As this confrontation unfolds, it becomes clear that there are underlying conflicts and misunderstandings between these characters, setting the stage for an intense conflict to come. As Yoo Jung-hyuk went about his day, a sudden and unexpected visitor appeared before him, Kim Dokja, the enigmatic figure known as the Demon King of Salvation. With an air of curiosity, Kim Dokja inquired about Yoo Jung-hyuk's familiarity with the novel ways of survival, seemingly intrigued by the young man's potential ignorance. Yoo Jung-hyuk, taken aback by the question, lashed out in defense, questioning the appeal of a book that didn't seem to align with his interests. The conversation that ensued revealed stark differences in their understanding and appreciation for the novel as they engaged in a heated discussion about its merits. As Min-sung reappears in Kim Dokja's life, the tone is one of nostalgic warmth as they greet each other with a sense of familiarity. The revelation that they had lost contact or assumed the worst only adds to the emotional depth of their reunion. With a hint of mischief, Min-sung reveals his personal skill, Tursamol Wall, and teases about having another trick up his sleeve. Kim Dokja's reaction is telling, as he reminisces about their past friendship and shared experiences, making it clear that this reunion is not just a coincidence. As the scene comes to a close, The possibility of future collaborations or alliances between these old friends hangs in the balance, leaving viewers eagerly anticipating what's to come. As Kim Dokja's frustration with his fourth wall grows, he reflects on a previous attempt to enter Jung Hee-won's body, where the skill failed to materialize as expected. Seeking answers, he begins to grasp the concept of the fourth wall and its connection to virtual reality, and decides to delve deeper into understanding its capabilities. Despite still harboring uncertainties, Kim Dokja remains confident in knowing that his skill has immense potential, leaving him poised for further exploration and development. As Kim Dokja's thoughts unfold, he finds himself contemplating the profound impact of his fourth wall skill on his perception of reality. With this newfound ability to view the world as fictitious, he notes a sense of detachment from the events that unfold around him. His gaze shifts to the omen of the Great Hall, which now appears as an ordinary rain cloud, a stark contrast to its ominous implications earlier. Kim Dokja senses subtle distortions in his perception of time and reality, hinting at the skill's profound influence on his consciousness. He reflects on how he can now make swift decisions with a detached perspective, further emphasizing the fourth wall skill's transformative power. As the scene concludes, Kim Dokja exudes an air of empowerment and possibility, as if the boundaries between reality and fiction have been forever blurred in his mind. As the darkness begins to clear, Kim Dokja's limp body comes into view, motionless on the ground. Lee Hyun-sung and Han Sooyoung rush to his side, desperately trying to revive him, but their efforts are met with failure. The atmosphere is tense as Han Sooyoung suggests calling for medical help, only to be shot down by Lee Hyun-sung's insistence that Kim Dokja will recover on his own. Just as it seems like all hope is lost, Kim Dokja suddenly regains consciousness, his anger and frustration boiling over as he lashes out at Lee Hyun-sung and Han Sooyoung for their deception about the fates of his friends. The truth begins to unravel, and with it, the very fabric of their relationships hangs precariously in the balance. As Kim Dokja stands frozen, an enigmatic voice pierces through his silence, accusing him of deception. The entity's frustration mounts as it probes for a response from the Demon King of Salvation, who remains eerily still. Suddenly, a new definition materializes before him, explaining the concept of the fourth wall, a metaphysical barrier separating the audience from the actors on stage. As Kim Dokja ponders this notion, his thoughts drift to his own reality as a novel, and he begins to wonder if the fourth wall is indeed shattering due to his growing awareness that Minwoo Song is more than just a fictional character. The lines between reality and fiction blur, setting the stage for an intricate exploration of storytelling's true nature. As the weight of his past bears down on him, Kim Dokja's eyes flutter open, revealing a depth of emotion that belies his tough exterior. The sudden loss of consciousness prompts M to offer a wry commentary, joking that maybe they need more adversity in their lives to make things interesting. But Kim Dokja's somber expression reveals the truth. He's still grappling with a traumatic event from his youth, one that involves Yoo Jung-hyuk and continues to haunt him to this day. The revelation of this long-buried secret sends shockwaves through Kim Dokja's psyche, leaving him reeling in the aftermath. As the memories flood back, Kim Dokja's eyes widen in shock as he contemplates the sudden transformations around him. He finds himself lost in TWSA, where everything is foreign yet eerily familiar. The absence of Hyun-seong leaves a stark reminder that circumstances have changed, but one constant remains, the haunting presence of Minwoo Song, now revealed to be a monstrous entity, not a human. Kim Dokja's thoughts spiral back to his darkest days as a bullied teenager, and his transformation into the Demon King of Salvation. The constellation above glows with an ominous light, its nickname Rose Bikos. Two-problem Ishi's three-school bully etched in his mind like a scar. With each flashback, Kim Dokja's agitation grows, his body trembling as he confronts the demons of his past, refusing to let them define him anymore. As the scene unfolds, we find Kim Dokja struggling with the weight of his past, his emotions raw and turbulent like a stormy sea. The sudden arrival of Yoo Jung-hyuk only adds to the turmoil, his intentions unclear as he tries to guide Kim Dokja through the treacherous waters of his own trauma. But just as it seems like all hope is lost, Han Sooyoung appears, her calm and collected demeanor a beacon of peace in the chaos. With her words of wisdom, Kim Dokja begins to let go of the past, wiping away the blood from his nose and standing tall once more. The flashback that follows reveals the traumatic event that has haunted him, but Yoo Jung-hyuk's return brings new hope as he offers words of encouragement, urging Kim Dokja to focus on moving forward. And with a newfound sense of strength and determination, Kim Dokja emerges transformed, his bulging muscles a symbol of his triumph over adversity. As Kim Dokja reaches the pinnacle of his power, he declares with conviction that he'll be more than prepared for the impending battle. But amidst this confidence, a glimmer of concern flickers across his face as he takes notice of Yoo Jung-hyuk's sudden and unsettling speed. The air is charged with an aura of unpredictability, and it seems that not everything is as it appears. Meanwhile, Aiwi lingers in the background, casting a subtle shadow over the proceedings. The camera zooms in on Kim Dokja's determined expression, his focus unwavering as he readies himself for the battle ahead. As Kim Dokja sat on the rock, his gaze fell upon a fluttering piece of paper bearing his sats, a window into his progress in the world of gods. With 7,000 cons at his disposal, he seized the opportunity to boost his agility sat, and suddenly his entire body was beset by a whirlwind of swift movements. His training had taken a dramatic turn, as evidenced by the breathtaking acrobatic feats that followed. With each passing moment, Kim Dokja's physical abilities seemed to sharpen, his speed and precision honed to near perfection. As the moon casts its silvery glow, Lee Hyun-sung's transformation into a werewolf is a testament to his raw power and strength. Han Sooyoung, the Avatar Master, arrives on the scene, her eyes scanning his wounds with a mix of concern and curiosity. As she examines him, Lee Hyun-sung reveals the extraordinary capabilities of his regeneration skill, demonstrating its incredible ability to heal even the most grievous injuries at an unprecedented rate. But just as he begins to recover, Yoo Jung-hyuk's voice cuts through the tension, injecting a dose of skepticism into the air, hinting that this remarkable gift may also come with unforeseen consequences. As Kim Dokja ponders his turbulent past, a revelation strikes him with the force of an epiphany. The true purpose of this bounty scenario is not to snuff out his existence, but to help him confront and overcome the demons that haunt him. With this newfound understanding, he expresses his gratitude for the 8,000 coins spent on strengthening himself, which has unwittingly drawn the attention of the formidable titans. Just as Kim Dokja begins to process this new information, Minyu appears before him, apologizing for her earlier tardiness. As their conversation comes to a close, an air of anticipation settles over the scene, hinting at the events that are yet to unfold as Kim Dokja readies himself for what's to come. As Yoo Jung-hyuk confronts Han Sooyoung, the tension between them is palpable. Standing before her, he accuses her of manipulating and betraying him, citing specific instances from their complicated past. Han Sooyoung's smirk falters as she's forced to confront the truth, but she refuses to show remorse, instead choosing to taunt Yoo Jung-hyuk about his lack of conscience for not noticing her earlier machinations. The revelation sparks an emotional confrontation between the two, with Yoo Jung-hyuk's anger and hurt evident on his face as he struggles to maintain a calm tone. Han Sooyoung's unrepentant attitude only adds fuel to the fire, leading to a heated exchange that exposes the depth of their troubled history. As Kim Dokja's thoughts drift back to his troubled past, the weight of his traumas begins to crush him. The memories of his father's death and Lee Hyun-sung's manipulation come flooding back, threatening to consume him once more. But just as he feels trapped in a cycle of pain, Han Sooyoung appears, offering words of wisdom and guidance. With her support, Kim Dokja finally allows himself to confront the demons that have haunted him for so long, acknowledging the profound impact his past has had on his present. As he begins to open up about his feelings, it becomes clear that he has emerged stronger from the trials he's faced, a testament to his resilience and determination. As Kim Dokja's fists tremble with frustration, a torrent of self-recrimination pours forth. He lashes out at himself, branding himself a loser who has squandered years reading fantasy novels instead of growing up or finding purpose. The weight of his perceived helplessness and weakness crushes him, forcing him to confront the demons of his past. Memories of 17 years ago come flooding back as he recalls being stuck in a moment that refuses to move forward. Desperation etches its way across his face as he begs for deliverance from this prison of self-doubt, pleading with an unknown force to put an end to his agony. As Yoo Jung-hyuk bursts into Lee Hyun-sung's conversation, his pent-up anger and frustration boil over, fueling a heated confrontation. With biting intensity, he accuses Lee of callous disregard for the harm caused by his past betrayal. The demand for an apology hangs in the air like a challenge, as if Yoo Jung-hyuk hopes to finally exact some measure of justice from Lee's lips. But Lee remains unmoved, his response a nonchalant reminder that the wounds run deeper than mere apologies can heal. As the tension simmers, Yoo Jung-hyuk reveals his true intention, not to assuage his own hurt, but to compel Lee to acknowledge the harm he inflicted on others, particularly Han Sooyoung. The silence that follows is heavy with unspoken emotions, as Lee's confusion gives way to a mix of unease and introspection. In this charged moment, the ghosts of their troubled past converge, threatening to upend the fragile balance between them. As Kim Dokja sits in contemplation, he's forced to confront the mistakes of his youth and the turmoil that lies within him. Recognizing the folly of his immature decisions, he attempts to make sense of himself as an adult, acknowledging the growth that has taken place over time. However, this introspection is disrupted by the weight of his conflicting emotions, leaving him torn between continuing down a path of violence or finding a way to break free from its grasp. Seeking guidance from the wisdom of Yoo Jung-hyuk's example, Kim Dokja finds himself lost in thought, imagining how his mentor would navigate such a situation. The complexity of his emotions ultimately boils over, leading him to issue a heart-wrenching order that reveals the depth of his inner turmoil. As Kim Dokja's eyes wander back in time, the words of Yoo Jung-hyuk echo through his mind. Yes, that's what Jung-hyuk would have done. With this poignant reminder, Dokja is forced to confront his past mistakes and acknowledge the growth he still needs to achieve. His thoughts drift to East Skill, the fourth wall, which is beginning to crumble, a constant reminder of the fragile balance between reality and fiction. As he reflects on his journey, Dokja's regret and frustration simmer beneath the surface, tempered only by his recognition of the progress he has made so far. Yet, even as he acknowledges his improvements, Dokja knows that there is still much work to be done, and the path ahead remains uncertain. As we delve into the daily life of Kim Dokja, academician king of salvation, we find him ensconced in front of his computer, completely absorbed in the fantasy novel that has consumed him. His surroundings fade away, phone, snacks, all forgotten as he becomes one with the story. The words on the page come alive, transporting him to a world of magic and wonder. I still read, he whispers to himself, lost in the narrative's thrall, his imagination running wild as he imagines himself a character within the tale, proclaiming fantasy novels. With an air of authority, a sudden twist, an unknown entity presents Kim Dokja with a daunting challenge: overcome his inner demons within a 1-hour time limit, or risk being scorned by the one who overcame the trials a little too late. The stakes are clear. Failure will bring ridicule and shame, while success promises a reward of 72. With this ultimatum, Kim Dokja is thrust into a high-pressure situation that threatens to unravel his psyche. Can he rise to the challenge, or will his past traumas consume him? As Kim Dokja reflects on his past trauma, the weight of his scars begins to lift, revealing the newfound sense of resilience. The shocking feat of defeating a werewolf with bare hands by Yoo Jung-hyuk serves as a catalyst for Kim Dokja's inner conflict, as he's bombarded with questions about how he achieved this seemingly impossible task. Confronted with the harsh reality of his own self-doubt, Kim Dokja acknowledges the lingering effects of his trauma, but also recognizes the progress he's made in tolerating its pain. Just as he begins to grasp the true extent of his growth, Thea Nuho appears, offering Yu the Stigma, a symbol of hope and guidance for Kim Dokja's continued journey towards healing and self-discovery. As Yoo Jung-hyuk stands at a crossroads, an unexpected offer from an enigmatic figure sends shockwaves through his moral compass. The mysterious entity presents its stigma to him, sparking both curiosity and trepidation. With skepticism etched on his face, Jung-hyuk demands justification for this proposition, only to be met with silence. Frustration mounts as he becomes increasingly disillusioned with this situation, prompting Han Sooyoung, the Avatar Master, to intervene with a bold proposal: kill the entity instead of doing nothing. Yet Jung-hyuk hesitates, torn between his own rules and the gravity of the decision, weighing the potential consequences of each path before him. As the weight of his emotions swirled, Kim Dokja's thoughts turned to a fateful decision: to take the life of Yoo Jung-hyuk. But the Demon King's anger was short-lived, giving way to doubts and second thoughts. It seemed that more than just malice drove him. The prospect of claiming Yoo Jung-hyuk's vast wealth played a significant role in his hesitation. Meanwhile, an unseen observer, the Constellation's secretive plotter, watched with interest from afar, hinting at future machinations. Ultimately, Kim Dokja chose to spare Yoo Jung-hyuk's life, warning him instead that he would come to regret it. As Kim Dokja sat amidst the dimly lit room, surrounded by cryptic symbols and mysterious objects, the weight of his newfound powers as the Demon King of Salvation began to crush him. The relentless stream of notifications on his screen seemed to grow more overwhelming by the minute, each one representing a new task or responsibility he was expected to shoulder. His thoughts were a jumble of frustration, confusion, and desperation as he struggled to make sense of it all. The complex notification system, with its labyrinthine tabs and sub-tabs, only added to his sense of chaos and disarray. As the moments ticked by, Kim Dokja's resolve began to fray, threatened by the crushing burden of his new role. As Yoo Jung-hyuk approaches Lee Hyun-sung, the air is electric with tension. His anger and frustration boil over as he confronts his counterpart, unleashing a torrent of emotions that leave no room for misunderstandings. The defiant posture of Lee Hyun-sung only seems to fuel Yoo Jung-hyuk's ire, but the latter remains calm and collected, refusing to back down from the verbal sparring match that ensues. As the two clash, their words cut deep, revealing past mistakes and regrets that continue to simmer beneath the surface. As Kim Dokja sits in contemplation, surrounded by tokens of his past, memories of loved ones left behind flood his mind. His thoughts wander to Yoo Jung-hyuk's photo, a stark reminder of the choices he made as the Demon King of Salvation. The weight of his decisions hangs heavy, leaving him to wonder if there's still a chance for redemption. As the mysterious encounter unfolds, Dokja Kim finds himself face to face with the enigmatic Demon King, Andros. With a torrent of insults and threats, Andros sets the tone for their tumultuous meeting, revealing his rank among the 72 Demon Kings and his affinity for wolves. Dokja's past begins to unravel as he shares his harrowing experience with someone who fell victim to a Demon King like Andros, but did not meet a swift demise. Amidst this intense exchange, Andros surprisingly attempts to offer comfort, inquiring if he is indeed trying to soothe Dokja at that very moment. As Dokja Kim converses with Myung-go Han, a subtle yet intriguing dynamic unfolds. It begins when he learns of her dark past, cursed by the Demon King, god of wrath and lust. Unfazed, Dokja views this as an opportunity for donations and favors from absolute good alignment. However, Myung-go's true desire is to become a subject of the Demon King, sparking Dokja's skepticism. Their conversation takes a curious turn when Dokja discovers that Myung-go lacks a supporting constellation, hinting at her possible pursuit of one through her actions. As their goals and motivations come into focus, it becomes clear that this seemingly casual conversation may actually be laying the groundwork for a future conflict between these two complex characters. As Dokja shares his wisdom with Sooyoung, he cautions her against rushing into a decision about her supporting constellation, urging her to hold off for as long as possible. With an air of confidence, he reveals that he himself has yet to choose a constellation, preferring instead to wait for the perfect opportunity to arise. The conversation takes an intriguing turn when Dokja mentions that certain individuals have taken notice of him, sparking Sooyoung's interest. As they discuss the intricacies of constellations, Dokja suddenly addresses someone as the great sage, Heaven's equal, hinting at a mysterious figure of considerable influence. The topic of the abyssal black flame constellation piques Sooyoung's curiosity, leaving the two characters on the cusp of a deeper understanding. As Dr. Kim, also known as Young-hyuk, strolled through the werewolf headquarters, he was suddenly confronted by Sooyoung-han's reaction to his suggestion that he would make a great supporting constellation. The unexpected response sent shockwaves through Dokja, and their conversation quickly escalated into an accusatory exchange. Sooyoung expressed disappointment in Dokja's choice, implying that it made him appear weak, which sparked a defensive tone from Dokja. As the tension mounted, Sooyoung revealed that Ming had confirmed Dokja was lying, leaving Dokja seething with anger. The confrontation culminated in a physical threat from Dokja before he suddenly realized they were not alone at the werewolf headquarters, and the scene ended with an air of unease and foreboding. As Dr. Kim witnesses the horrific sight of humanoid demons, his disgust and anger boil over in a torrent of emotions. He reveals that there are only a few ways for humans to transform into these monstrous creatures, including the most heinous act of cannibalism. His thoughts are consumed by the fact that these beings no longer hesitate to slaughter innocent humans after their transformation. The disciple beside him shares his outrage, and Dokja's sentiments resonate with his own emotions. But when asked who told him he wants to take over the world, Dokja's response shatters the misconception his true goal is not conquest, but stopping the impending catastrophe that threatens humanity. As Dr. Kim surveyed the chaotic landscape, he was suddenly confronted with an unimaginable sight, werewolves emerging from the shadows. His frustration boiled over as he realized the military had been unable to contain the situation, and even worse, seemed to have vanished into thin air. "How can they not handle this?" he exclaimed, his mind racing for a solution. He quickly deduced that guns were useless against these ferocious creatures and advocated for the use of elemental bullets instead. Just as it seemed like all hope was lost, an unknown figure, Y, appeared, commenting on the effectiveness of those very bullets in incinerating the werewolf corpses. As Dokja's memories flood back, he is struck by a chilling recollection of someone eerily similar to himself being imprisoned at Seodaemun Penitentiary. The image of those cold walls sparks a conversation with PM Soo, and Dokja's mind begins racing as he tries to piece together the connection between this stranger and the enigmatic leader of the Wanderers, a group that has suddenly burst onto the scene with unprecedented power. With no relevant information in their profiles, Dokja is left with more questions than answers, wondering what secrets lie hidden beneath the surface of these mysterious events. The fate of his quest to stop the impending catastrophe hangs precariously in the balance as this enigmatic thread begins to unravel. As the truth begins to unravel, the significance of the yellow meteorite comes into stark relief. The seemingly innocuous object is revealed to have been hiding in plain sight all along, its true purpose only now beginning to come to light. Dr. Kim, or so he claims, steps forward to explain that this very meteorite holds the key to preventing the impending catastrophe. But as his words hang in the air, a figure emerges to challenge his identity, questioning whether he is truly the man he says he is. And with that, Dokja's enigmatic smile betrays a hint of mystery, leaving us wondering just how much we can trust this supposed hero and what secrets lie hidden beneath the surface. As Dr. Kim introduces himself as Young-hyuk, a subtle shift in tone hints at a complex web of emotions beneath his surface. He unleashes a torrent of hatred towards an unknown individual, revealing a deep-seated animosity that's been simmering just below the surface. But before we can fully grasp the nature of this toxic sentiment, the enigmatic figure drops a bombshell. They are already privy to Dokja's true identity. The tension escalates as Dokja orders the person to shut up and follow his instructions, showcasing both cunning and hot-headedness. As the truth unfolds, Dokja reveals that the king has entrusted him with the meteorite, sending shockwaves through the narrative. With this revelation, we're left wondering what secrets Dokja may be hiding and how this newfound power will shape the trajectory of the story to come. As Dr. Kim is suddenly approached by a group claiming to know him, he's met with an air of mystery as they demand he hand over the meteorite. But Dokja remains skeptical, asking if they are subjects of the King of the Wanderers, implying he doesn't recognize them as his followers. The group reveals that their leader has sent a message instructing Dokja to focus on dealing with the remaining 4 catastrophes while the king handles the one in the north. Confused and seeking clarity, Dokja asks for further explanation, only to be met with responses from the figure that seem oblivious to the full context of this situation. As Dokja Kim delved into the mysteries surrounding Joseon's top spiritualist, he was met with a revelation that left him stunned. With his trademark skepticism, he expressed doubt about the claim that this individual possessed a supporting constant Z, but the truth lay elsewhere. The spiritualist revealed to possess not 1, but 2 remarkable attributes: the Zunaway model prisoner, known as Norma, and the enforcer class. This stunning revelation left Dokja reeling, his mind racing with the implications of such extraordinary abilities. He pondered aloud, wondering what it would mean if someone of this caliber was serving under the king himself. As Dokja Kim accesses the computer system, he's driven by an insatiable curiosity, searching for information on a mysterious unknown entity. His search yields a character profile that seems incomplete or missing, accompanied by a warning message cautioning against further exploration. Undeterred, Dokja employs his skills as a spiritualist to breach the restricted data, uncovering cryptic details about this enigmatic entity identified only by its ID number. The revelation sparks both fascination and trepidation within him as he becomes increasingly aware that some information remains hidden or concealed, suggesting an intentional attempt to conceal the truth. As Dokja stood in the dimly lit room, surrounded by the leaders of the Wanderers, he began to reveal his plan to stop the catastrophe ravaging the north. With unwavering conviction, he proposed harnessing the metamorphosis meteorite's power to transform into a formidable being capable of confronting the source of the disaster head-on. However, his fellow leaders were skeptical, citing the perilous risks involved in such a transformation. As tensions mounted, Dokja's frustration grew, and he became increasingly hot-headed, insisting that his plan was the only viable solution to restore balance to the world. With his determination unbroken, Dokja stormed out of the room, leaving the other leaders looking uncertain about their next move, as the fate of the world hung precariously in the balance. In a desolate landscape where cryptic symbols etched into the ground seemed to hold secrets of their own, Immunter sat in contemplation, his mind already set on the impending catastrophe that was to come. Suddenly, a mysterious entity materialized before him, inquiring about his well-being with an air of curiosity. Immunter's response belied any hint of concern as he engaged in a conversation with the enigmatic being about the calamity that loomed on the horizon. The entity shared its knowledge, but Immunter remained skeptical, pressing for more details to grasp the true nature of the impending disaster. As their conversation came to a close, Immunter's expression turned troubled, his eyes clouding over with concern and foreboding, hinting at the weight of responsibility he was about to bear in preventing this catastrophic event. As Immunter's eyes widen in shock, the weight of a traumatic past comes crashing back down on him with the mere mention of Minwoo Song's name. This one person has left an indelible mark on his psyche, a wound so deep that it rivals only one other individual who has managed to transcend the boundaries of reality itself, crossing the fourth wall and blurring the lines between what is real and what is fiction. The revelation that this person was in soul sends Immunter's thoughts reeling as he becomes lost in a maze of memories and emotions, his introspection and contemplation hanging precariously in the balance like a delicate thread about to snap at any moment. As Immunter's thoughts drift back to his past, memories of helping others escape from the werewolves flood his mind. But his reverie is soon interrupted by a gentle reminder that he has no flag, a trivial matter that seems to hold little significance for him at this moment. The past and present collide as Immunter momentarily forgets his current circumstances, reliving the cherished memory. In this flash of introspection, an epiphany strikes. True leadership doesn't require physical symbols or thrones, it comes from within. With this newfound understanding, the scene shifts to a conversation about the moonstone and its connection to the meteorite, hinting at a deeper narrative thread that may unravel Immunter's past and current struggles. As Immunter reaches out to touch the mysterious yellow meteorite, a sudden surge of mana courses through his veins, transporting him back to memories of his past. The novel he once read flashes before his eyes, its words whispering secrets about this very meteorite's power to counter a catastrophic event. With the weight of history on his shoulders, Immunter is faced with a choice: to evolve into a werewolf and wield this ancient power, or to resist its influence. Just as he grapples with this decision, another character approaches him, seeking guidance on their own quest for truth. But it becomes clear that this person's true intentions are shrouded in deception, working with angels while being hunted by demons. Amidst the chaos, Immunter senses an opportunity to utilize his avatar's skill to tip the balance. And then a cryptic figure emerges from the shadows, hinting at knowledge from a forgotten era. As Immunter ponders the connections between two renouncers, he's struck by a nagging sense of uncertainty. How do these individuals relate to him? The more he thinks about it, the more he feels like a puzzle piece missing from his own story. His curiosity gets the better of him as he encounters the leader of the Wanderers, who seems to possess an uncanny understanding of the novel's events. Immunter grows frustrated and defensive, questioning how she could possibly know what happens without having read it himself. But beneath his frustration lies a vulnerability, revealed through his admission that he shared a boring story with someone, a ruse to fill an awkward silence during an interaction with another character. As Immunter engages in a discussion with an enigmatic figure, concerns begin to surface. "How do you know me?" they ask, probing for answers about this mysterious individual's involvement with the fateful meteorite. The unknown party deftly sidesteps the question, instead emphasizing the importance of focusing on their current situation. Undeterred, Immunter presses forward, determined to awaken the celestial body, a task they estimate will take roughly 10 hours to complete. But their interlocutor is not convinced, pointing out a discrepancy in the calculations, hinting at a disparity in their monolevels. As the conversation unfolds, it becomes clear that Immunter's determination is matched only by their curiosity about this unknown individual's true intentions and abilities. As Immunter and her companion engage in a heart-to-heart conversation, a subtle undertone of concern creeps into their dialogue. Immunter's eyes widen as she takes stock of the numerous avatars her companion has spent coins on, prompting her to wonder if they've misplaced their priorities. Should they be focusing on mana recovery or stamina and strength? The two companions embark on a discussion about their plans for the main scenario, with Immunter proposing an 8-hour commitment from herself and 2 hours from her counterpart. However, this proposal is met with resistance as her companion expresses concerns about running low on mana, citing their recent purchases of a medium mana recovery potion. The conversation takes a defensive turn as Immunter becomes increasingly adamant about the validity of her plans, despite her companion's reservations. As the awkward tone settles in, it becomes clear that this conversation has left both parties with more questions than answers. As Immunter's concerned face fills the screen, a mysterious voice cuts through the silence, accusing him of plagiarizing and forgetting crucial details about the catastrophic events that follow the scenario's beginning. The voice poses a question, recalling what emerges from the meteorite after everything falls apart, leaving Immunter looking puzzled and uncertain, struggling to respond. 10 hours pass, and the scene jumps forward in time, revealing Immunter has had ample opportunity to reflect on his actions and recall the forgotten information. Yet he still appears lost and uncertain, grappling with his own limitations and uncertainties. As Immunter gazed up at the sky, he noticed a peculiar phenomenon unfolding before his eyes. A shimmering portal or rift seemed to be materializing out of thin air. His curiosity piqued. He approached the anomaly, and as he drew closer, a figure began to take shape. The being that emerged was unlike anything Immunter had ever laid eyes on, its features and attire unfamiliar in every way. Initially wary and defensive, the stranger seemed poised to strike at any moment. However, Immunter's quick thinking and acting skill allowed him to calm the being down, establishing a tentative connection between them. Through their conversation, Immunter learned that this mysterious visitor was lost in the multiverse, having traversed dimensions beyond Chronos. As the stranger shared its knowledge of other worlds, Immunter's mind was filled with wonder and awe, his understanding of reality forever expanded by this encounter. As Immunter's introspection unfolds, he finds himself at the crossroads of past, present, and future. The sudden surge in affinity toward otherworld species hints at a deepening connection with those like him, while the reward of 2,000 coins serves as a tangible validation of his efforts. But it's not until the activation of Otherworld Interpreter LV-1 that Immunter begins to grasp the true extent of his abilities, now empowered to communicate with beings from other worlds. As he ponders the passage of time and the weight of his responsibilities, an ancient text serves as a reminder of his heritage as one of the 5 ruling species, including his own kind, the first wolves. With this newfound understanding, Immunter proudly declares himself a part of Chronos' world, hinting at a deeper awareness of his role as a scenario guide. As we delve into this poignant introduction, we find ourselves in the company of Immunter, a former hero from the ravaged world of Chronos, now a scenario guide in the other world. His gaze is tinged with remorse as he surveys the new realm, his thoughts consumed by the memories of a world that once was. It's revealed that Immunter was one of the 5 ruling species of Chronos, and in his desperation he hurled himself into the star stream after his world met its demise. Now he finds himself tasked with guiding others to prevent impending catastrophes in this unfamiliar world. The scene unfolds as Immunter introduces the concept of 5 calamities and 5 scenario guides who will aid players in averting these disasters. As he addresses the player directly, a sense of uncertainty lingers, hinting at his own struggles with identity and purpose. Despite this ambiguity, Immunter extends a warm welcome to the player, congratulating them on completing the tutorial scenario and inviting them to join him on this new journey. As Immunter, a scenario guide, embarks on his new journey, he's come to accept that every scenario holds equal importance. With a hint of contrition, he apologizes for his inability to prevent the catastrophe and introduces himself as a guide who will aid others in stopping the world from succumbing to chaos. But this conversation takes an unexpected turn when Immunter reveals his curiosity about other guides who have awakened, leaving him bewildered by the prospect of not being alone in his newfound existence. The mystery deepens as another guide, possibly Lycaon, discloses that they should have hatched at the same location, suggesting a misstep in their awakening process. As Immunter's confusion mounts, he alludes to the ruler's throne, hinting at a larger issue lurking beneath the surface. As Immunter's eyes widened in shock, a wave of uncertainty washed over him like a stormy sea. He asked if someone had indeed met their demise, his tone heavy with concern for the fate of the powerful ruler. But when reassured that no one had claimed the throne, Immunter's skepticism grew, his mind grappling to make sense of this unprecedented turn of events. The revelation that the 4th scenario had been completed without the ruler's throne added fuel to the fire, his frustration and confusion reaching a boiling point. And as he was told of the possibility of destroying the throne, Immunter's questions swirled like a maelstrom, leaving him reeling in the midst of chaos. As Immunter stands amidst a swirl of celestial bodies, his gaze drifts back in time, revisiting the defining moments that shaped his existence. He poses a question to himself, wondering if others grasp the significance of these constellations, which seem to hold the secrets of his tumultuous past. A flashback ensues, revealing fragmented scenes from Immunter's life, heroic feats, guiding roles, and desperate survival. The fragmented memories swirl together like the stars around him, offering a glimpse into the mysteries that led to his downfall. As the truth begins to unravel, Golem stands before an enigmatic figure known as Chronos, whose words strike a chord of shock and outrage within them. With a mixture of incredulity and anger, Golem responds to Chronos' revelation that no one in this world is protected by the great god. Chronos, seemingly reveling in their own malevolent power, taunts Golem with a scathing remark, likening the inhabitants of this realm to mere kobolds. But Golem refuses to back down, confronting Chronos about the harm that has been wrought and emphasizing their sense of responsibility to shield others from the unknown dangers lurking within this world. As the conversation begins, Golem addresses the other worlders with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion, questioning their true intentions. But before he can get an answer, Lycaon Isparang Prince of the Immunter, bursts onto the scene, his demeanor stern and commanding. The two engage in a heated exchange, with Golem pushing Lycaon to reveal his motivations, citing their shared traumatic past as a means to bridge the gap between them. Lycaon retaliates by exposing the distinction between their worlds, emphasizing the Immunter's dominance over Chronos, not Earth. As the conversation reaches its climax, Golem shares a chilling revelation that the southern part of Chronos was destroyed by the dragon, a shared memory that seems to stir a deep sense of unease in Lycaon. The scene concludes with an unspoken tension hanging in the air, leaving the audience wondering what secrets lie beneath the surface of this complex and troubled past. In a world consumed by flames and hellish shadows, Golem emerged, their presence shrouded in an aura of mystery and intimidation. With a smirk, they ridiculed the protagonists' concern about the creature's return, implying that they had already taken care of it with ease. But as the protagonist expressed worry about Ignir's absence, Golem revealed that they had indeed killed the beast, leaving no room for doubt. As the conversation unfolded, hints of their connection to Anguk Station began to surface, and a promise was made there would be no fires of hell in this world under their watch. With an enigmatic smile, Golem vanished, leaving behind an air of confidence and superiority that seemed almost otherworldly. As Golem continues his investigation into the mysterious connection between the Immunter family and the devastating catastrophes plaguing Sol, he finds himself drawn to a group of individuals gathered around an enigmatic artifact. Approaching them with curiosity, he inquires about their intentions and the significance behind this powerful relic. The group reveals they are seeking answers about their troubled pasts and the Immunter family's involvement in their lives. Golem shares his own ties to the family, confessing to having once been a part of it before leaving under unknown circumstances. However, his sincerity is met with skepticism from the group, who question his true motives and why he's really there. Defensiveness takes over as Golem lashes out at their lack of understanding before ultimately departing the gathering, more determined than ever to uncover the truth about the Immunter family. As Golem confronts the reality of a catastrophic event unfolding before him, his confusion and frustration mount as he questions the author's intentions behind the plot twists. The unexpected demise of one of the 5 catastrophes, despite being a minor catastrophe, sparks his skepticism, leading him to wonder if this is simply a convenience in the story. His curiosity gets the better of him as he uncovers new information, including the revelation that meteorite-hatched creatures are classified as catastrophes, further muddling the scenario. The introduction of Ignir's offspring and Yoonhyuk's enigmatic response only add to Golem's frustration, leading him to accuse Yoonhyuk of being the author or having connections with them due to the protection symbol displayed. As Golem shares the tale of his past, a mysterious figure approaches him with an air of curiosity, seeking knowledge about the enigmatic protection symbol of Immunter. With a knowing glint in his eye, Golem reveals that he acquired this powerful artifact after a fateful encounter with the fire dragon at Anguk Station. He recounts the harrowing experience, where defeat seemed imminent until a sudden twist turned the tide in his favor. The unexpected turn of events left an indelible mark on Golem, and he shares this tale with a sense of reverence. Just as it seems that the story has concluded, Lycaon of Immunter appears, demanding respect be paid to the revered symbol. As an unknown figure approaches, Golem remains unflappable, introducing themselves with a sense of casual confidence. The great dragon hunter is taken aback by the catastrophes ravaging Sol, but Golem downplays their significance, implying they are mere obstacles to be overcome. Despite the hunter's horror at the scale of destruction, Golem suggests that even if these disasters can't be killed, they can still be managed with aplomb. This revealing conversation showcases Golem's assertive personality, abstract thinking, and unwavering confidence in their abilities. As Golem receives a cryptic message warning of impending doom, reenacts, he's met with a mix of skepticism and uncertainty. The mysterious figure asks for guidance, but Golem hesitates to take action, unsure of what lies ahead. Suddenly, a Scar EF is hurled towards him, which he deftly blocks with his hand. Meanwhile, the guides reveal their inability to fight against the catastrophes as they don't belong in this world. The unknown individual then labels Golem a coward for not taking action, stinging his ego. As tensions rise, Golem confesses his desire to be known by a different name, but is rebuffed by his mentor, citing their connection to those bearing the symbol of their master. As Jung-hyuk's eyes widened in curiosity, a mysterious figure emerged from the shadows, introducing himself as Golem. With an air of authority, Golem claimed they would impart upon Jung-hyuk a family heirloom, the ancient skill known as the Way of the Wind. As instruction began, Golem revealed that 5 catastrophes had ravaged Seoul, but one had already succumbed to its fate. The enigmatic figure then announced that the first catastrophe in the 5th scenario would be none other than the ominous catastrophe of the wind, setting the stage for a tumultuous journey ahead. As Golem delved into the mysteries of their past, they revealed a profound reason behind their quest to master the Way of the Wind. It was a skill passed down through generations of the Immuter family, and one that held the key to halting the impending catastrophe threatening the East. By hatching Lycaon, Golem had gained access to this ancient technique, which they believed would unlock a path where opposing forces converged. But there was a catch: finding the right moment, or storm, was crucial to harnessing its power. Failure to do so would have devastating consequences, leaving Golem's fate hanging precariously in the balance. As Golem addressed the unknown figure with a formal tone, using the title master, an air of tension settled over the conversation. The person's apologetic words cut deep, revealing a harsh truth they didn't believe. Golem possessed the talent to learn a crucial skill, one that would be essential in halting the impending 5th catastrophe. As Golem's arguments fell on deaf ears, their frustration and anger grew, but beneath the surface, insecurities and self-doubt seethed, threatening to erupt at any moment. As Golem wrestles with self-doubt and frustration, their attempts to master the elusive Way of the Wind are met with crushing disappointment. Jung-hyuk's effortless mastery of the skill only serves to exacerbate Golem's feelings of inadequacy, and they can't help but lash out at their peers' perceived superiority. But beneath the surface, a deeper insecurity begins to emerge as Golem questions Jung-hyuk's authority, pointing out that he is not even the main character, a veiled accusation that may hint at his own uncertain identity. Despite this, Golem remains resolute in their pursuit of understanding, poring over texts and seeking guidance from mysterious sources. And it is here, in the midst of turmoil and self-doubt, that they receive a cryptic message that promises to unlock the secrets of the Way of the Wind, but at what cost? As Golem grapples with the enigmatic mentor's cryptic instructions, a sense of bewilderment settles over them. The mentor's words are like a puzzle, and no matter how hard Golem tries to decipher their meaning, the pieces refuse to fall into place. Frustration mounts as they query the mentor's explanation, only to be met with an unsatisfying metaphor that leaves them feeling more lost than ever. In desperation, Golem attempts to simplify the instructions by drawing an analogy, but the mentor is unmoved, instead opting to share another obtuse example, this time referencing the harmony between opposing forces of Tiguk and Yin-yang. As Golem's frustration reaches a boiling point, they snap at the mentor, demanding a more tangible demonstration of what needs to be done rather than further abstract explanations. As Seoul teeters on the brink of chaos, Golem stands at a crossroads, their emotions raw and exposed like the abstract trigram that sets the stage for this pivotal confrontation. Trapped and helpless, they pour out their frustrations in metaphors and abstract language, their words swirling around them like a maelstrom. Suddenly, Ikeon materializes, their presence a jolt of reality amidst Golem's turmoil. The question hangs in the air: what is Golem doing? But instead of offering an explanation, they unleash a torrent of emotion, pulling out 4 cards from the depths of their heart like hidden truths revealed. Ikeon is taken aback by this display of vulnerability, caught off guard by Golem's unguarded moment. As the winds of change continue to howl around them, Golem and Ikeon stand at a turning point, their paths forever altered by this burst of emotion. As Golem stormed into the ravaged throne room, their eyes blazed with a fire of fury and betrayal. The destruction before them was a stark reminder of the chaos that had been unleashed, and the one responsible for this mayhem stood before them, seemingly unrepentant. With words dripping with venomous sarcasm, Golem lashed out at Jung-hyuk, their anger and frustration boiling over in a torrent of metaphorical arrows and biting criticism. The air was thick with tension as Go-Lane's ire raged on, leaving no doubt about the depth of their disappointment and outrage. As Dr. Kim approaches Young-hyuk, he asks if his friend is okay, his voice laced with concern. But before Young-hyuk can respond, his words are cut off by an ellipsis, leaving Dokja's query unanswered. Undeterred, Dokja continues to reassure Young-hyuk that he won't be left behind, citing their growing bond as a reason for his unwavering commitment. Meanwhile, Dokja's channel leveling up brings him closer to promotion to mid-level Dakibai by next month, a development that fills him with excitement. But despite the positive turn of events, Dokja can't shake off the feeling that Young-hyuk is troubled, and he asks if his friend doesn't seem happy, his tone tinged with concern for his well-being. As the scene unfolds, it becomes clear that the bond between Dokja and Young-hyuk is stronger than ever, a testament to their interconnectedness in the story. As Young-hyuk's companions grew increasingly frustrated at their inability to master the elusive way of the wind skill, the young gamer's eyes widened with determination. He pointed out that only those bearing the mystical protection symbol could unlock this powerful technique, and pleaded for its transfer into his own hands. But alas, his companion revealed that ownership of the symbol was a sacred trust, one that couldn't be passed on to another. Young-hyuk's disappointment turned to despair as he grappled with the harsh reality he was supposed to have mastered this skill in the novel, but instead it had been claimed by someone else. The tension mounted as his companions began discussing their next move, deciding to leave him behind and forge ahead without him, convinced that Young-hyuk would only hold them back if they remained together. As Young-hyuk lies helpless on the ground, paralyzed by the poisonous effects of his recent ordeal, he's forced to confront the harsh reality of his situation. His stubborn refusal to listen to others has brought him to this point, and it seems unlikely that his pride will allow him to seek help from those who might be able to aid him. The revelation that someone must die in order for Young-hyuk to unbind the protection symbol from his possession only adds to the complexity of his dilemma, and the threat of being targeted by others if they discover his weakened state hangs ominously over his head. As he struggles to come to terms with his injuries, a faint sense of unease is palpable, punctuated only by the mysterious and foreboding presence of the constellations, whose motives remain unclear but seem to be pushing for something more to unfold. As Young-hyuk lay helpless, the effects of the thousand spirit poison ravaging his body, Dr. Kim rushed to his side with a desperate determination. With an item called Midday Rendezvous in hand, Dr. Kim managed to establish a connection with Young-hyuk despite the poison's crippling grip on his tongue. As they struggled to communicate, it became clear that Young-hyuk was determined to convey crucial information, but the poison's hold made every attempt a Herculean task. Yet, even in the face of such adversity, Young-hyuk's determination remained unwavering, his gaze burning with an unrelenting intensity as he continued to push forward, driven by a singular focus on achieving his goals. As Dr. Kim and his team gathered around, their conversation centered on the precarious situation of Young-hyuk, who lay motionless on the ground, paralyzed by the poison's effects. They pondered the timing of their encounter with him, wondering if it was mere coincidence that brought them together. With Young-hyuk's crucial role as the main character in mind, they vowed to save him, yet simultaneously expressed reservations about the potential risks of his regression. The team proposed various methods to restrain or confine him, but Dr. Kim hesitated, questioning the effectiveness of such measures against Young-hyuk's extraordinary abilities. As the discussion unfolded, the uncertainty and tension mounted, hinting at future conflicts that would arise from their decision. As the question echoes through the air, "But who could have done this to him?" we find ourselves face to face with the battered form of Young-hyuk. A single devastating blow has left him reeling, his body lying motionless on the ground. The gravity of the situation is palpable as Dr. Kim appears, concern etched on his face as he approaches his comatose friend. "What's wrong with you?" he asks, his voice laced with a mix of worry and guilt. As Young-hyuk's frustration boils over, he lashes out at the main character, blaming them for past conflicts. But as the conversation unfolds, his anger gives way to nostalgia, recalling the fairness of their previous fight and insisting it was never personal. His resentment shifts towards the main character's actions, with Young-hyuk-yu wondering why they had to be the chosen one instead of Hae-song or Hyo-in. It's then that a cryptic message begins to take shape. "I'll kill you, Dokja Kim." The words hang in the air like a puzzle piece waiting to be solved. But before Young-hyuk-yu can grasp its significance, he's suddenly jolted by the sound of his name being called, sparking an eerie sense of unease and contemplation. As he pauses, looking back on the events that have unfolded, he seems to question what it all means, a moment of introspection that could hold the key to unlocking secrets yet to come. As we dive into this pivotal moment in the story, we find Young-hyuk-yu on the brink of recovery from a life-threatening poison, with Dokja Kim desperately trying to make contact with him. The scene opens with a stark representation of his dire state, showcasing his paralyzed tongue and the crippling effects of the thousand spirit poison. Enter Dokja Kim, who employs the midday rendezvous item to bridge the gap between them. Despite Young-hyuk-yu's valiant attempts to respond, his tongue remains frozen in place, a poignant reminder of his current predicament. As Dokja Kim pieces together the events surrounding Young-hyuk-yu's poisoning, she is led to conclude that it must have occurred during his early rounds. In a twist, Dokja Kim then poses an intriguing question: is the person speaking with me indeed Dokja Kim? The scene concludes by highlighting the fragile connection between these two characters, setting the stage for future interactions that will undoubtedly shape the story's trajectory. As Dokja Kim stands before Young-hyuk-yu's fragile form, his gaze pierces through the veil of uncertainty, demanding answers. Why had he come to him in such a state, with no apparent ulterior motive? Young-hyuk-yu's denials only fueled Dokja Kim's skepticism, and he presses on, probing for truth. The conversation turns treacherous as Dokja Kim questions the true nature of their encounter, his words laced with subtle suspicion. As they delve into the possibility of curing Young-hyuk-yu's poisoning, the weight of uncertainty hangs heavy, threatening to shatter the fragile bond between them. Will the truth be revealed, or will secrets remain buried beneath the surface? As Young-hyuk-yu reflects on his circumstances, he reveals a peculiar aspect of his personality, his aversion to being saved. This introspection is suddenly interrupted by an unexpected surprise. Dokja Kim's kindness yields 500 coins, an unprecedented reward for mere sustenance. The enigmatic Dokja Kim, however, remains stoic, rebuffing Young-hyuk's inquiry into her motivations, stating she will compromise on intimacy even if he desires it. Meanwhile, the celestial bodies respond to this act of kindness, bestowing 500 coins and shifting the constellation demonic judge of fire. As Young-hyuk ponders the unexpected reward, his gratitude is palpable, leaving him questioning Dokja Kim's true intentions behind her benevolent actions. As Dokja Kim holds up the mysterious midday rendezvous item, he reveals its true purpose: to bridge the gap between him and Young-hyuk-yu, whose tongue has been silenced by the venomous poison coursing through his veins. With calculated intent, Dokja Kim explains that he's using this item to prevent Sooyoung from snatching crucial intel, but not before expressing his desire to master the elusive telepathy skill if only he had more coins to spare. And just as it seems like a breakthrough is within reach, Young-hyuk-yu enters the conversation, his paralyzed tongue no longer an obstacle thanks to Dokja Kim's quick thinking and resourcefulness. As Young-hyuk-yu slowly regains consciousness, he finds himself in a precarious situation, poisoned, paralyzed, and struggling to accept help from Dokja Kim. Despite his weakened state, Young-hyuk-yu takes charge, issuing orders for Dokja to head east with an urgency that belies his fragile condition. The friction between these two individuals is palpable as Young-hyuk-yu grapples with the reality of being saved by someone else, a dynamic that exposes his gruff personality and insecurities. As he warns of an impending catastrophe, it becomes clear that this turning point will have far-reaching consequences for both characters and perhaps even the world at large. As Young-hyuk-yu lay helpless in a desolate landscape, his body racked by the thousand spirit poison, all hope seemed lost. But just as the darkness closed in, Dr. Kim appeared, clutching an item that would change everything. With a gentle touch, Dr. used midday rendezvous to pierce through Yoon-hyuk's paralyzed tongue, breaking the silence that had consumed him. As the effects of the poison began to subside, Dr. helped Yoon-hyuk sit up, his concern for his friend's well-being palpable in every gentle touch and reassuring word. And as Yoon-hyuk's eyes met Dokja's, relief and gratitude washed over him, while Dokja's determination to help his comrade only grew stronger, illuminating the true depths of their bond. As darkness envelops them, Yoon-hyuk turns to Dokja with a contemplative gaze, his voice low and measured as he asks if it's truly okay to leave behind the shadows of their past. His words hint at a growing unease, a sense that wolf, whoever or whatever it may be, is closing in on them, sensing the symbol owner's location like a predator stalking its prey. Dokja proposes an alternative, suggesting Yoon-hyuk use his avatar to carry someone else instead of himself, but Yoon-hyuk remains resolute, insisting he'll not require anyone's aid. As the conversation grows tense, Dokja's teasing sparks a warning from Yoon-hyuk that in just 2 days he'll be free to move on without any burdens, or so it seems. As tensions simmer between Yoon-hyuk and Dokja Kim, the air is thick with anticipation. Frustrated by Dokja's refusal to help without a commitment, Yoon-hyuk's emotions boil over, leading to a rift in their already fragile bond. But Dokja remains steadfast, proposing an oath of existence that would ensure Yoon-hyuk's safety and his own until the end of the 5th scenario. After initial hesitation, Yoon-hyuk reluctantly agrees, swearing not to harm Dokja until the appointed time. The weight of this commitment settles heavily upon him as Dokja warns of dire consequences should he break his vow, the all-consuming blue flame that engulfs one's heart, a fate worse than death itself. Left to grapple with the uncertainty and unease of his decision, Yoon-hyuk is faced with the harsh reality of his own vulnerability, forever changed by this pivotal moment in their tumultuous relationship. As Yoon-hyuk confronts Seo-Lee, the weight of his past trauma comes flooding back, threatening to consume him once more. His words are laced with a desire for revenge, but beneath the surface lies a deep-seated struggle to reconcile his emotions. The sudden interruption by Tidif Renolvol's sparks Yoon-hyuk's defensiveness, revealing the raw emotion that has been building up inside him. In a moment of vulnerability, he begs Seo-Lee for mercy, pleading for just one punch, an admission of his own weakness and desperation. As Tidif Renolvol's vanishes into thin air, the scene ends on a cliffhanger, leaving us wondering what will happen next in this complex web of emotions and motivations. As Yoon-hyuk's words of caution echo through the air, he cautions Dokja Kim not to make any sudden moves, his defensive stance a clear indicator that he'll do everything in his power to keep them safe. But just as they are trying to stay out of harm's way, the devastating effects of Chronos terraforming unfold before their eyes, showcasing the catastrophic consequences of the catastrophe. Humans fight for survival against an interworld invasion. Seoul is transformed into a foreign domain, China is ravaged by the Third Wuxia, and Japan is overrun by the White Demon World's dark forces. Yoon-hyuk's frustration grows as he realizes that every location they visit is now infested, his warnings serving as a grim reminder of their precarious situation. As Yoon-hyuk walks into the room, Dokja Kim can't help but raise an eyebrow, sensing something is amiss with his demeanor. "What's gotten into you?" she asks, her tone laced with concern. But Yoon-hyuk isn't there to make small talk. He pours out his heart, revealing the toll years of hardship have taken on him. He once was a hopeful soul, driven by dreams and aspirations, but the cruel hand of fate has worn away that optimism, leaving behind only scars. Dokja's eyes widen in surprise as Yoon-hyuk's words paint a stark contrast to the stoic exterior she's grown accustomed to seeing. As their conversation unfolds, we're granted a glimpse into the depths of Yoon-hyuk's psyche, the weight of his past experiences bearing down on him like an anchor. As Dr. Kim visits Yoon-hyuk, the latter reveals a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unfazed by their past conflicts. However, as their conversation unfolds, it becomes clear that Yoon-hyuk destroyed the throne in an attempt to block off the otherworld god's influence. But at what cost? The scattering of guides and setbacks in collecting meteorites are just a few of the devastating consequences that Dokja Kim highlights. Meanwhile, Yoon-hyuk reveals that the terraforming process has accelerated in Gwangjin-gu and Gangdong-gu due to the power of the meteorite, which is now being wielded by the Wanderers. But Dokja Kim's concerns go beyond mere speed. He points out that one of the 10 evils has attained a meteorite, sending shockwaves through the story's trajectory. As Dokja Kim listens intently, Yoon-hyuk reveals the shocking truth. He was infected with the thousand spirit poison by none other than Seo-Lee herself. The weight of this revelation is palpable as Yoon-hyuk's regret and frustration pour out in a torrent of emotions. He confesses to underestimating the situation, choosing to confront Seo-Hwa head-on instead of trying to reason with her. As the veil of memories lifts, Yoon-hyuk finds himself confronted by the echoes of his past, specifically the tumultuous relationship he shared with Seo-Lee. The poison beauty's striking presence is etched in his mind, a constant reminder of the heartache that lies ahead. His confession to Dokja Kim reveals a vulnerability, an admission of pathetic longing for a love that has been irrevocably tainted by betrayal. Yet, even amidst this pain, Yoon-hyuk yearns to recapture a fleeting glimpse of Seo-Hwa's former self, a momentary lapse into the memories that once brought them together. Dokja's words of understanding offer solace, acknowledging the anguish that comes with confronting one's emotions as Yoon-hyuk struggles to reconcile his past and present selves. As Yoon-hyuk confronts Dokja Kim's claims about his alleged regression experiences, skepticism reigns supreme. Dokja attempts to ease his doubts with an analogy, but Yoon-hyuk's own emotional scars, forged from past betrayals and kidnappings, still linger. His guard remains up, fueled by the memory of his sister's disappearance, while Dokja insists on revealing the truth about her fate, backed by his lie detection skills. Here's my attempt at transforming the scene analysis report into an engaging narration for a manhwa recap video. Yoon-hyuk and Dokja Kim finally arrive at the territory of Poison Beauty, but Yoon-hyuk is already beset by frustration, doubting that they've arrived too late to prevent the impending catastrophe. As he surveys their surroundings, his keen eyes spot a symbol on the ground, a clear indication that they are in enemy territory. With caution, Yoon-hyuk assesses the defenses of their environment, warning Dokja that this won't be an easy fight. Meanwhile, Dokja questions Yoon-hyuk's decision to suppress the catastrophe, pointing out his own injuries and seeming exhaustion. In response, Yoon-hyuk reveals a glimpse of his conflicted personality, suggesting someone else should take on the responsibility of suppressing the impending disaster. As Yoon-hyuk confronts Dokja about his intentions, the air is thick with tension. The truth behind their complex relationship begins to unravel as Yoon-hyuk accuses Dokja of stealing his chance to learn the path of the wind, fueling a deep-seated frustration and anger within him. Dokja's calm demeanor only serves to further enrage Yoon-hyuk, who unleashes his emotions in a torrent of disappointment and disillusionment. The scene concludes with an ominous hint that there may be more individuals involved in this web of intrigue, leaving the audience wondering what lies ahead for these troubled characters. As Yoon-hyuk receives an unexpected message to run towards Chunharijio, he rushes out of the location with others by his side. As they move towards their destination, his wound begins to change color, signaling a transformation in his abilities. But before he can grasp this new development, he's struck by poison arrows, suggesting that someone is targeting him. The scene ends with Yoon-hyuk's wound still evolving, hinting at the possibility of further developments and raising questions about his role in the larger narrative. As Yoon-hyuk arrived at the meeting spot, a palpable tension hung in the air. Dokja Kim was already there, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to Yoon-hyuk's anxious energy. The two began to argue, their words laced with emotions from a complicated past. Yoon-hyuk's hurt and betrayal boiled over as he confronted Dokja about their history, but Dokja's attempts at apology were met with resistance. As the conversation turned to Seo-Lee, Yoon-hyuk revealed his lingering feelings for her despite being burned in the past. Dokja warned him of the dangers of rekindling an old flame, citing his own painful experiences with Seolhwa. As the confrontation came to a close, Yoon-hyuk was left lost in thought, grappling with his emotions and motivations. As darkness surrounds him, Yoon-hyuk's gaze falls upon a cherished photograph of his beloved sister. His mind begins to wander back in time, reliving the tumultuous memories of his relationship with Seolhwa Lee and her treachery. The weight of his past mistakes bears down on him as he grapples with the conflicting desires for revenge against those who have wronged him and the need to shield his sister from harm's way. Just as Yoon-hyuk's thoughts are about to become overwhelmed, Dr. Kim arrives, disrupting the silence, and a brief conversation ensues, revealing the depth of their shared goals and motivations. The tension between them is palpable, as Dokja's skepticism towards Yoon-hyuk's plan for vengeance hangs in the air. As the scene fades into the background noise of Beop's XCZ5, Yoon-hyuk remains lost in thought, his introspective nature reflecting a character torn between his own moral compass and the demands of his troubled past. As Sanga stands before a large mirror, her intricate green outfit adorned with magic thread patterns comes into focus. She adjusts her attire with precision, revealing a connection to the very fabric of her being. The tension is palpable as Dokja's face appears on a nearby screen, their complicated history hanging in the balance like a precarious thread. The mention of Pildu only serves to heighten the sense of unresolved conflict, a lingering presence that threatens to unravel the delicate threads of Sanga's past and present. As she prepares for an impending catastrophe, her determination and contemplation mingle on her face like a stormy sky, hinting at a depth of emotion waiting to be unleashed. As Sanga gazes down from her lofty perch, she's met with a startling discovery that leaves her bewildered. What? She wonders aloud, her confusion evident as she takes in the unusual sight before her. She descends to investigate further, and upon closer inspection stumbles upon a mysterious profile shrouded in secrecy. The question that lingers on her lips is whether this enigmatic account belongs to herself or someone else, perhaps even that person who has been lurking in the shadows. As she ponders this puzzle, Sanga's expression turns from curiosity to concern, leaving her looking troubled and perplexed. As Sanga traverses a desolate landscape, her mind wanders back in time, revisiting the complex web of emotions that binds her to Dokja. Memories of their tumultuous past begin to resurface, including the fateful events surrounding his demise at her hands. The weight of guilt and regret settles upon her as she confronts the reality of her actions. But why has she chosen this moment to reflect on their troubled history? As Sanga's thoughts unfold, it becomes clear that her true intention lies not in dwelling on the past, but in preventing a catastrophic event from unfolding, an event that would have far-reaching consequences for all involved. As the city skyline stretches out behind her, Sanga stands firm, her determination palpable as she approaches Dokja on the rooftop. She pleads with him to join forces against the impending catastrophe, but Dokja remains skeptical, his expression unreadable. The air is tense as Sanga reveals secrets about Dokja's past, her words striking a chord within him. As their conversation unfolds, Sanga pulls out a knife and weaves magic threads, showcasing her remarkable abilities. But Dokja's agitation grows, and he tries to leave, only for Sanga to grasp his arm, refusing to let go. The standoff intensifies as Sanga's emotions surge, her conflicted motivations hanging precariously in the balance, leaving the audience wondering what drives her to prevent this catastrophe. As Sanga continues to hone her skills under the watchful eye of Yoon-hyuk, a subtle yet significant development is taking place within her. Dokja Kim's arrival serves as a stark reminder of their complicated past, and his words of praise for her growth only seem to fan the flames of tension between them. It becomes clear that Sanga has worked tirelessly to improve herself, her determination and perseverance yielding tangible results. Dokja's frustration and jealousy towards her newfound abilities are palpable, casting a shadow over their already fragile dynamic. As Sanga and Yoon-hyuk emerge from the unknown location they've just escaped, their conversation takes a turn towards strategy. With urgency in his tone, Jung-hyuk instructs Sangha to make her way to the high-rise building across the distance, emphasizing its importance for securing a bird's-eye view of their surroundings. Sangha's response is a cautious watch out, sparked by Jung-hyuk's warning about another woman lurking nearby. The conversation ends on a foreboding note, as Sangha's keen senses pick up on the danger that seems to be closing in around them. This tense exchange sets the stage for future conflicts and character development, particularly highlighting Sangha's growing awareness of her surroundings and her complicated relationships with those around her. As Sangha and the unknown character reunited after a brief separation, the air was thick with tension as they exchanged hesitant words. The conversation began innocently enough, with the other character asking if Sangha was all right, but she deflected the question, turning the tables instead. As they danced around each other's emotions, the awkwardness grew, revealing underlying cracks in their relationship. A comment about Sangha being pretty well-equipped hinted at a deeper understanding of her capabilities and skills, while her own response left little doubt that she had been through hell and back, bearing scars both physical and emotional. The characters' mutual wariness suggested a long-standing conflict, one that would likely come to a head in the days ahead. As Sangha's eyes flutter open, she finds herself in Gangdong-gu with none other than Pildu by her side. LK confirms that they had helped each other out a great deal, sparking a mix of emotions within Sangha as she reminisces about their complicated past. Her thoughts are interrupted by the realization that Pildu has grown close to someone Dokja. The memory of their separation during the fateful battle against TLP at Arapurimowo flashes before her eyes. She recalls how Pildu sacrificed himself, luring enemies towards the Han River at the last minute, leaving Sangha stunned and grieving for his apparent demise. But just as she's about to succumb to her emotions, LK drops a bombshell. Pildu is alive, having never truly perished. The revelation sends shockwaves through Sangha's mind, leaving her grappling with the implications of this new information and the complex web of relationships that has been woven around her. As Sangha stands firm under the scrutiny of Pildu's gaze, a subtle tension fills the air. The inquiry begins with a seemingly innocuous question about her attire and weapon, but Sangha's evasive answer only raises more suspicions. She reveals that she stumbled upon the rare green meteorite after parting ways with an unknown individual, likely Rigo, sparking Pildu's skepticism about the true value of these items. Sangha counters by insisting that mere luck couldn't explain her remarkable abilities, leading to a probing question about her supporting constellation. With her secrets still tightly guarded, the conversation takes a turn toward her combat skills, with Pildu seeking to unravel the mystery behind her rapid leveling up in agility and knife-fighting prowess. As Sangha's turbulent past comes flooding back, a dramatic revelation unfolds. Memories of her idyllic romance with Dokja resurface, only to give way to a heart-wrenching confrontation that exposes the dark truth. Sangha was responsible for Dokja's demise. The present-day Sangha, now attired in a striking green ensemble adorned with intricate designs echoing her connection to the magic thread, is met with an unexpected appearance by Pildu, whose cryptic history with Sangha hints at a deeper connection. As she reveals her determination to prevent the impending catastrophe and unravel the mysteries of her past, it becomes clear that Sangha's path will be fraught with complexity and turmoil. As Dokja confronts Sangha about their past, the truth begins to unravel like a thread pulled from a tapestry. Dokja's familiarity with Sangha is revealed, hinting at a history that is far from innocent. Sangha's cold words about killing everyone in the Chunmu group send a shiver down Dokja's spine, as he recalls her position as second in command, a role that must have demanded unwavering loyalty and ruthless determination. But it's what comes next that raises eyebrows. Sangha's admission of vulnerability in the past, leaving Dokja to wonder if she's telling the truth or hiding behind a mask of ice. As they delve deeper into Sangha's troubled past, one thing becomes clear: her connection to Dokja is fraught with tension and secrets waiting to be unearthed. As whispers spread that Sangha's rapid improvement is nothing short of miraculous, doubts begin to surface. Can a mere mortal truly transform so drastically? Another voice chimes in, Citing even the legendary Ariadne constellation would be hard-pressed to accelerate Sanga's growth at such an alarming rate. The conversation turns to the magic thread, now a staple of Sanga's arsenal, and its connection to her supporting constellation, Ariadne. This revelation raises more questions than answers about Sanga's true potential. Meanwhile, a movement technique is mentioned, eerily reminiscent of Hermes' stroll, but given Ariadne's role as Sanga's guiding star, the possibility of harnessing that power seems out of reach. As Sanga's anxiety begins to simmer just beneath the surface, she exclaims that something is indeed very bad, her words laced with growing unease and desperation. Her emotional investment in the situation becomes increasingly apparent as she paints a dire picture of events unfolding, hinting at a catastrophe that may already be on the horizon. The arrival of Doctor only adds fuel to the fire, sparking anger and frustration within Sanga, who curses her fate with a sense of foreboding dread. Damn it, it's just as I feared. As the scene comes to a close, Sanga's emotions remain unresolved, leaving us wondering about the true depths of her motivations and the secrets she may be hiding. As the situation unfolds, Dokja's words flash on screen, a scathing critique of Sanga's group for failing to prioritize protection over prevention. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Sanga attempts to quell the growing animosity between her unnamed companions, who are at odds with each other. The countdown begins, revealing a daunting 2-hour time limit within which they must act. With the catastrophic event looming on the horizon, Sanga urges her group to set aside their internal conflicts and focus on saving the situation. As we delve into the world of Gangdong-gu, a peculiar characteristic stands out: its abundance of churches and cathedrals. It's here that Doctor reveals their plan to infiltrate the heavily guarded area near Chinjong Road 16 Gil, using buildings as cover to evade detection. Sanga takes on a crucial role alongside Sooyoung, her combat skills and resourcefulness making her an integral part of the team. With the Constellation support Ariadne at her disposal, she navigates through the streets with precision, her mysterious nature only adding to her enigmatic presence. As Sanga's tumultuous past comes into focus, it becomes clear that her complicated history with Dokja has left an indelible mark on both characters. Flashbacks reveal a tumultuous partnership between the two, marked by tension and underlying strife. A poignant revelation underscores the gravity of their past conflicts. Sanga had once taken Dokja's life, leaving behind a trail of emotional scars that continue to haunt them. As she confronts her own conflicted emotions and motivations, it becomes evident that Sanga is driven by a desire to rectify past mistakes and prevent a catastrophic event from unfolding. As Seo-Hwol gazes into the mirror, her reflection seems to stare back at her with a mixture of disdain and curiosity, hinting at the turmoil brewing within. Her eyes have undergone a transformation, now capable of sensing the auras of those around her, a constant reminder of the parasite's insidious influence. With growing unease, she begins to experiment with her new abilities, unleashing a poisonous gas from her fingertips as she struggles to comprehend and control her powers. As frustration mounts, her determination to master her newfound strength is palpable, yet beneath lies an undercurrent of unease, foreshadowing the complexities that lie ahead for this enigmatic physician. As tensions simmer between them, Seo-Hwol and Dr. Kim find themselves locked in a heated standoff. The air is thick with animosity as Dr. Kim's words spark a fierce reaction from Seo-Hwol, her poison claws flashing in the dim light. But behind the razor-sharp claws lies a deeper pain, one that Dr. Kim probes with his biting remark about rich hatred. The exchange hangs heavy between them, threatening to escalate into chaos at any moment. As Seo-Hwol stumbles upon an enigmatic image or object, she finds herself drawn to its significance, her mind whirling with memories. But it's not until she encounters a mysterious woman whose striking features seem to hypnotize her that the true depth of her emotions is revealed. The woman's lips are like a poppy blooming on a snowy mountain, and Seo-Hwol can't help but be captivated by their beauty. The woman seems to sense Seo-Hwol's turmoil, reacting with an amused smile that only adds to the complexity of the situation. Just as Seo-Hwol is about to unravel her tangled emotions, Rung Hyuk-soo appears, hinting at a hidden connection between the two characters. As the scene fades to black, Seo-hwa-lee remains shrouded in mystery, labeled as Poison Beauty Seo-hwa-lee, leaving us wondering what secrets lie beneath her captivating exterior. As Seo-hwa-lee paces through a desolate landscape, she reveals a mysterious image etched with cryptic symbols, captioned, "There are 3 ways of hatching the meteorite." With calculated precision, she explains the first method, waiting patiently for the meteorite to crack open as the scenario unfolds. Next, she outlines the second approach, leveraging the celestial body's raw energy by borrowing its power. But it's the third method that holds the most intrigue, deliberately infusing the meteorite with mana, harnessing the collective spiritual energy of those around her. With this plan set in motion, Seo-hwa-lee establishes a makeshift camp near a cluster of churches, positioning herself to tap into the mystical forces within. However, her focus is soon disrupted by an unexpected visitor, who's met with hostility as Seo-hwa-lee demands to know their true identity and intentions. As Seo-hwa-lee ponders the consequences of hatching the meteorite, she's haunted by memories of her previous failed attempt to tap its power. She wonders if Sun-hyuk has discovered her true intentions, and this uncertainty weighs heavily on her mind. Despite her reservations, Seo-hwa-lee begins to lean towards taking a bold step, but just as she's about to make a decision, 2 unexpected visitors appear, Gabble Kim, with his menacing gaze, and Mint Jeong, whose motives are far from clear. With the fate of the meteorite hanging in the balance, Seo-hwa-lee must weigh her options carefully, as the consequences of her choice will be far-reaching and unpredictable. As Seo-hwa-lee cautiously approaches the fallen meteorite, she's suddenly struck by an otherworldly energy emanating from its surface. With curiosity getting the better of her, she reaches out to touch it, only to be flooded with visions and emotions that hint at the meteorite's immense power. As she touches down on the glowing rock, Seo-hwa-lee senses a surge of energy coursing through her veins, imbuing her with an extraordinary force. But as she delves deeper into the effects of the meteorite, her agitation grows, suggesting a profound connection between the object and her own turbulent psyche. As the dark alleyway envelops Seo-hwa-lee, the weight of her troubled past crashes down upon her like a stormy night. A flashback to her former life as a skilled physician flickers before her eyes, a poignant reminder of all that's been lost. Yet in this desolate present she stands tall, her hands bearing the ominous poison nails, a constant reminder of the parasite's insidious influence. Dokja Kim's words of caution and reason pierce the air, urging her to abandon her mission as a guide, but Seo-hwa-lee's determination remains unwavering. Despite the turmoil raging within, she stands firm, her resolve strengthened by the ghosts of her past, a testament to the complexity of this enigmatic character. As a sense of foreboding settles over the city, an enigmatic warning resonates through the air, cautioning against the catastrophic consequences of unleashing the catastrophe. Yet, Seo-hwa-lee's unyielding determination remains unwavering, her resolve forged in the face of impending doom. The revelation that she is infected with a parasite only serves to strengthen her resolve, as if drawing power from its dark influence. Despite this ominous backdrop, Seo-hwa-lee's disappointment echoes through the silence, a poignant reminder of the price she is willing to pay for her unwavering ambition. As the curtain opens, we find ourselves amidst a gathering of 5 powerful entities known as the ruling species of Chronos. Each of these mighty beings selects a hero to carry on their world's legacy, imbuing them with the responsibility to safeguard the fate of their respective realms. These heroes, now bound by a sacred contract known as the Star Stream, are sent hurtling through dimensions to other worlds in need. But this comes at a cost. They must lend their strength and wisdom to help the species of these new worlds, all while battling against the looming specter of catastrophe that threatens to destroy everything in its path. And Seo-hwa-lee, a brave and noble soul, finds herself among these heroes, now tasked with the weighty mantle of a guide, a title that holds the power to shape the destiny of her world and those she will encounter along the way. As Seo-hwa-lee stands before the enigmatic parasite queen, Antanas, the air is thick with tension. Antanas probes her, questioning how she knows certain secrets, but Sooyoung denies any knowledge, suspecting that her memories have been tampered with by Antinous herself. The queen's words cut deep as she chastises Sooyoung for awakening the catastrophe, a mistake that was meant to be prevented by a guide such as herself. But Sooyoung is not one to back down, and she accuses Antinous of manipulating individuals, demanding answers about her twisted experiments. The conversation delves deep into Sooyoung's troubled past, revealing the struggles she faced as she grappled with her newfound powers. As the once thriving landscape lies in ruins, a haunting sight that sets the tone for a desperate confrontation. A mysterious figure emerges, boasting of the monumental effort it took to reshape this desolate world. Sooyoung's curiosity is piqued, but her concern turns to alarm as the figure reveals its intention to destroy this ravaged earth. Undeterred by her warnings, the figure remains resolute in its mission, prompting Sooyoung's frustration and disappointment to boil over. With a growing sense of urgency, she implores the figure to reconsider its actions, warning that time is running out before it's too late. As Sooyoung stands at the crossroads, her thoughts are torn between her duty as a guide and her desperate need to survive against the deadly parasite's influence. Antinous' words echo in her mind, rekindling her mission to save humanity from the brink of destruction. But memories of Sooyoung Butte's tragic fall also linger, serving as a haunting reminder of the devastating consequences of infection. As she weighs her options, Sooyoung is faced with an impossible decision: risk everything to escape the parasite's grasp or succumb to its will and continue fighting for a cause that may no longer be hers to claim. Just as hope seems lost, Yoon-hyuk intervenes, prioritizing the survival of the world above all else. And in this moment of crisis, Dokja Kim's wise words offer a glimmer of guidance, underscoring the gravity of their situation and the weight of every decision they make in this treacherous world. As Dokja Kim's inquiry is abruptly cut off by Yoon-hyuk's dismissive response, Sooyoung reveals her genuine concerns about his carelessness, warning that he will eventually collapse under the emotional burden of losing acquaintances. Her words are laced with a deeper understanding of the consequences of his actions, hinting at the devastating toll death can take on one's mind and memories. The scene shifts to eerie visions of Sooyoung's own demise, Yoon-hyuk's downfall, and the haunting theme of mortality, leaving viewers with an unsettling sense of foreboding. As Yoon-hyuk poses the question about fighting against the thousand spirit poison, Dokja Kim's suggestion to utilize the Dangwibagam incomplete item reveals a glimmer of hope in their quest for a solution. However, just as they think they've found a way forward, Antinous appears, his presence marked by an unsettling revelation. He's been infected with Sooyoung herself. As she struggles to understand her own actions, the weight of her newfound powers begins to bear down on her. Meanwhile, Divine Dr. Guam's arrival serves as a testament to Sooyoung's remarkable abilities, but it's clear that her exhaustion and overwhelm are far from over. In a dimly lit room, surrounded by candles and treasured mementos, Sooyoung sits lost in thought, her gaze drifting back to an old photograph that captures a glimpse of her life before the parasite's devastating grasp. As she reminisces about the person she once was, the quiet contemplation is interrupted by the soft knock at the door, which Yoon-hyuk answers with caution. The news he brings is met with Sooyoung's stoic expression as she receives a message from Dokja Kim, her thoughts weighing the consequences of her next move. As Yoon-hyuk meticulously gathered various items, including the elusive Dangwibagam constellation artifact, her determination was palpable. She revealed that she had managed to collect 8 out of the 25 chapters needed to complete the Dangwibagam, a feat that allowed her to activate its effect and obtain the highly coveted S-grade item, Detox Bead. However, in a shocking turn of events, Yoon-hyuk's excitement was short-lived as she accidentally triggered the Thousand Spirit Poison, a malady with no known cure, or so it seemed. Her frustration grew as she struggled to remove the poison using the very tool she had acquired, only to discover that Dangwibagam held the key to its removal. Created by the same constellation responsible for the poison, this ancient text became Yoon-hyuk's last hope in ridding herself of this debilitating affliction, setting the stage for a pivotal showdown with the forces behind the Thousand Spirit Poison. As Dr. Guam's words hang in the air like a confession, it becomes clear that their connection with Young-hyuk runs deeper than mere coincidence. The truth about her transformation into an insect queen begins to unravel, tied to the mysterious Dongbagem and Seol-Hwalee's thousand spirit poison. Meanwhile, the parasite infection hints at Junhyo's failed attempt to perfect this deadly concoction, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. As Lycaon receives 300 coins, a symbol of her former life as a human, it becomes apparent that she still holds on to hope for redemption. Will she seize the opportunity to return to her role as a guide and forge a new path forward, or will her troubled past continue to define her? As Young-hyuk stands surrounded by those who mock and belittle her, her thoughts drift back to a painful past. We see her as a human, consumed by hatred for humans who ravaged her world. But with time, her desperation for revenge transformed into something more profound, power. Young-hyuk's transformation into an insect queen is revealed, granting her incredible abilities and strength. This flashback offers a glimpse into the complex emotions that drive her actions, as she apologizes for destroying one world while vowing to spare others from her wrath. But just as this poignant moment settles, the air is charged with energy as the special effect of Dongbagem incomplete kicks in, hinting at a larger story unfolding around her. As frustration mounts within her, Young-hyuk reveals the limitations of her medical prowess, lamenting her inability to concoct powerful poisons or revive those on the brink of death. However, she does find solace in a more humble aspect of her abilities, the removal of parasitic insects from the human body. With precision and care, she sets about extracting the unwanted creature, demonstrating an attention to detail that belies her typically destructive nature. Meanwhile, her subject reacts with pain and discomfort, a poignant reminder that even Young-hyuk's considerable powers cannot shield her from harm. This nuanced display of compassion and resourcefulness underscores the complexity of this multifaceted character, making her all the more fascinating to follow. As the darkness was pierced by a single question, "Who are you?" a figure emerged from the shadows, introducing herself as Young-hyuk with an air of mystery. But her words only seemed to fuel more curiosity, as she cryptically hinted that the truth about her identity would be revealed soon enough. Meanwhile, whispers of Seol-Hwalee's expertise in medicine began to circulate, suggesting a crucial role for this individual in Young-hyuk's enigmatic plans. As the conversation unfolded, the veil of secrecy surrounding Young-hyuk only grew thicker, leaving us to wonder what secrets lay hidden beneath her seemingly innocent fa-ade. As Dokja stands, Young-hyuk emerges before her, revealing the shocking truth. She is an insect queen, her true form a testament to her unyielding power. The air is thick with tension as Dokja's concern for those affected by Young-hyuk's powers turns to alarm, and she urges caution, warning that getting too close would only lead to infection. But Dokja's curiosity gets the better of her, and she presses Young-hyuk about Antanas, seeking answers about his true nature. Young-hyuk's cryptic response, revealing a fleeting glimpse of Antanas' appearance, only serves to deepen the mystery, further fueling Dokja's growing unease. As the two women confront each other, the stakes are clear, power and control hang precariously in the balance. As the battle rages on, Lycaon finds herself facing off against an unknown opponent, their blows landing with precision and power. But our heroine is no pushover. She dodges the initial strike with ease, using her agility to stay one step ahead of the attack. With a swift kick, she sends her foe flying back, only for them to quickly counterattack. Lycaon's speed proves to be her greatest asset, allowing her to dodge and weave between punches and kicks with remarkable dexterity. But as the fight intensifies, Lycaon's thoughts turn inward, revealing glimpses of a troubled past as a hero in a world that no longer exists. The blows continue to land, but Lycaon refuses to back down, driven by a newfound determination to prove herself against all odds. As Young-hyuk battles to maintain control over her powers, she finds herself interrupted once again, her frustration growing with each passing moment. Suddenly, a guide appears, scolding her for violating the rules of plausibility in her actions, warning that she will be unable to handle what comes next if she continues down this path. Young-hyuk apologizes, revealing that she is not the one who should be fought by an unknown entity, leaving the reader wondering who or what this new threat is and why it's targeting her. As the mysterious figure's words hung in the air, Young-hyuk materialized seemingly out of nowhere, addressing the enigmatic figure as master with an air of expectation. Her eyes narrowed slightly, hinting that she was summoned for a specific reason and wasn't about to indulge in idle chatter. But just as the master began to respond, Dokja burst onto the scene, shattering the tense atmosphere with her sudden arrival. The air grew thick with tension as Young-hyuk's expression darkened, her voice clashing with Dokja's in a heated exchange that left no room for misunderstandings. But before things escalated further, the master intervened, reprimanding Dokja and instructing her to leave, leaving the true nature of their relationship and the purpose of the summoning shrouded in mystery. As the supposed guides of the earth unfold their plan to lead humanity against an impending catastrophe, Young-hyuk's skepticism is piqued. She confronts them, questioning whether they have forgotten the sacrifices made by the warriors of Kronos and implying that their concern for the earth's well-being is superficial. The guides reveal their true intentions: to weaken the earth to rebuild their own world, Kronos. Young-hyuk accuses them of using the earth as a pawn in their game and objects to their failure to intervene when the earth was chosen as a target for destruction. As Lycaon's words hung in the air, she revealed the true depths of her intentions to an unknown individual, their faces locked in a tense confrontation. With a calculated tone, she disclosed that she, like them, came to Earth seeking vengeance against those who ravaged her world. The threat was clear. Anyone who dared to make those responsible cry tears of blood would meet their demise. But it was the mention of Antinous passing in their homeworld with other parasites that revealed a previously unseen layer of Lycaon's psyche. Her frustration and confusion were palpable as she struggled to convey the intricacies of Kronos' history, where wolves, like her kind, had forever been outmatched by insects. As Lycaon emerges before Dokja, Antinous, and the other warriors of Kronos, her once familiar demeanor has given way to an air of calculated menace. With a wry smile, she taunts them, challenging their improved skills since their last encounter. The atmosphere is tense as she warns that she intends to test their strength personally, leaving no doubt about her intentions. As the scene fades to black, Lycaon's ominous declaration hangs in the balance, hinting at the dark path ahead for those who once stood alongside her. As the dust settles on the battlefield, Young-hyuk emerges, her insect queen form radiating an aura of intensity and power. With a fierce determination burning in her eyes, she unleashes her accelerated movements and wind-based abilities against the warriors of Kronos. Her poisonous stingers inject venom into her opponents, showcasing her ruthless tactics as she fights to destroy them and restore her world. A flashback to Antinous reveals the role he played in her transformation, deepening her connection to him and fueling her rage as she becomes increasingly enraged by the warriors' resistance. Despite being outnumbered, Young-hyuk manages to overpower her enemies, solidifying her position as a formidable force on the battlefield, a testament to her unwavering commitment to her goals. As Young-hyuk grapples with the limitations of her instant acceleration ability, she begins to question her reliance on it, feeling stifled by its constraints. She reveals her true aspirations to master the elusive way of the wind, a skill that has long fascinated and frustrated her. As she reminisces about past struggles to control the wind, her vulnerability is palpable, yet her determination to improve herself remains unwavering. With growing confidence in her powers, Young-hyuk declares herself the insect queen, commanding those around her to acknowledge her newfound might. With a fierce determination burning in her eyes, Young-hyuk unleashes her unbridled fury upon the warriors of Kronos, hell-bent on eradicating them from existence. Her movements become a blur as she accelerates to incredible speeds, closing in on her enemies with an otherworldly energy coursing through her veins. A battle cry echoes across the battlefield as she charges forward, poisonous stingers at the ready, and the warriors find themselves overwhelmed by Young-hyuk's relentless assault. Despite being outnumbered, she refuses to yield, using her way of the wind technique to amplify her combat prowess and mobility. As the fight rages on, Hyuk's emotions become increasingly volatile, fueled by her unrelenting desire for revenge against those who destroyed her world. As the curtains draw back on Hyuk's past, the truth behind her transformation into an insect queen begins to unravel. Memories of a life once lived come flooding back, revealing a desire for vengeance against those who ravaged her world. The pain and longing etched on her face are palpable as she relives the agony of her human existence. Cut to the present, where Lycaon prepares for battle, donning the armor of her insect queen persona and revisiting the struggles that shaped her into the formidable force she is today. With every recollection, her emotional vulnerability and sense of responsibility surface, a poignant reminder of the weight she carries as a ruler of the insect world. The past collides with the present as Lycaon's thoughts are interrupted by the sudden arrival of Ryui's studio, their presence serving as a harbinger for the epic confrontation with Dokja that is to come. As an unknown entity issues a stark warning, the air is thick with foreboding, hinting that even a hero as legendary as Antinous will find himself torn between two daunting tasks, battling Lycaon and confronting the consequences of shattering the rule of plausibility. This ominous portent casts a dark shadow over Il-seng-myeon's journey, foreshadowing the numerous challenges he will soon face with unwavering determination, his resolve strengthened by the weight of anticipation. As Il-seng-myeon arrives on the scene, he loudly summons Dokja's name, his voice echoing through the air. But before Dokja can respond, Hyuk intervenes, ordering Vid to eliminate Dokja immediately. Undeterred, Il-seng-myeon attempts to reason with Vid, who is desperate to infuse the meteorite with her dwindling mana. However, Il-seng-myeon's words fall on deaf ears, and he declares that those responsible for destroying his home will pay for their actions. Summoning the formidable blade of faith, Il-seng-myeon prepares for battle, his determination to protect what is important to him burning brighter than ever before. As Il-seng-myeon stands before his master, Hwa, a sense of frustration boils over within him. His current state is unacceptable, and he's desperate for growth. He turns to the wise old man, seeking guidance on how to shatter the seals holding back his abilities. Master Hwa appears, and Il-seng-myeon begins to press him for answers, his determination palpable. But in response, the master offers only cryptic words. The answer is fixed, and all you need to do is answer. The frustration builds, and Il-seng-myeon's anger boils over as he lashes out in despair, seeking a clearer path forward. As Il-seng-myeon gazes into the depths of his own past, a haunting revelation unfolds before him. Memories of his 127-year-old self being whisked away by mass production maker resurface, conjuring images of former heroes now reduced to mere puppets under the maker's control. The stigma, the answer is fixed, and all you need to do is answer LV7. Currently LV2 takes hold, forcing Il-seng-myeon to confront the truth. He is then treated to a vision of his future self, wielding immense power and influence, yet also vulnerable to mass production maker grasp. As the weight of these revelations settles in, Il-seng-myeon begins to question the true nature of his existence, torn between his current state and the limitless potential that lies ahead. As the air thickens with an unsettling energy, a cryptic message materializes before our eyes. Could this be? But it's not just any ordinary inquiry, it's a harbinger of something far greater. The phrase is soon followed by the ominous title, The Catastrophe of Questions, accompanied by a dramatic illustration that seems to foretell a reckoning. Il-seng-myeon, with his trademark puzzled expression, stares intently at the screen as if trying to decipher the meaning behind this enigmatic message. As the scene fades to black, an unsettling sense of uncertainty lingers, leaving us with more questions than answers about the true nature of this mysterious phenomenon and its connection to Il-seng-myeon's troubled past. As Il-seng-myeon grappled with the weight of his own heroism, doubts crept into his mind like shadows on a dark night. He began to question whether he had truly earned the title, or if it was simply a label slapped on him by circumstance. His allies, once united in their quest for justice, now turned against him with fiery passion and biting words. "You're not contributing anything," they hurled at him, their anger palpable as a physical force. The tension mounted as Il-seng-myeon's fate hung precariously in the balance, his very existence threatened by those he once called friends. As Il-seng-myung approaches human, he inquires about their well-being and whether he can pose a question. Initially met with silence, Il-seng-myung persists, seeking answers about their location and the current year. As frustration grows, he accuses human of being unaware of his own trials and tribulations. The conversation takes an unexpected turn as Il-seng-myung reveals that human has never lived a century in its entirety, likening it to existing in a world plagued by monstrous creatures. He then hints at the existence of other dimensions teeming with nightmarish beings like insects, werewolves, and birdmen. As the scene unfolds, Il-seng-myung's determination to uncover truth from human is juxtaposed against his own emotional vulnerability, showcasing a deeper complexity in his character. As Il-seng-myung is presented with a series of perplexing questions, he finds himself struggling to navigate the unknown entity's clever inquiry about which insects, wolves, or birds are deemed the best at something. Attempting to deflect the question, Il-seng-myung asks for clarification on what best refers to, only to be met with laughter and further probing. The entity's persistence wears him down, prompting another question that sends Il-seng-myung begging for mercy as he is goaded into making a statement about beating up as great incarnations and breaking apart coalitions. Just as he seems poised to act on this impulse, the entity interrupts him with a compliment about his appearance, leaving Il-seng-myung's resolve and judgment severely tested in this tense and unpredictable confrontation. As Il-seng-myung is suddenly restrained by an unseen force, Sanga rushes to his aid, warning him to flee from the mysterious energy. But it's too late. Il-seng-myung has already begun to reveal a piece of his troubled past, confessing that he has lost too much blood and begging to know who is behind this restraint. The unknown entity presses for answers about Il-seng-myung's true identity, and with a hint of desperation, he reveals his connection to the catastrophic events of Kronos and Antinous' destructive desires. As the truth begins to unravel, Il-seng-myung introduces himself as the boy who was summoned to Kronos as a hero, leaving behind a trail of questions about his true purpose and identity in this complex narrative. As Il-seng-myung arrives on the scene, he introduces himself as a returnee from Earth with an air of mystery. He poses a question to Sanga, hinting that her curiosity might unravel secrets about his identity. Sanga hesitates, unsure how to respond, and Il-seng-myung teases her for being feisty when she tries to deflect his questions. His friend intervenes, warning Sanga not to answer, but he continues to probe, determined to uncover the truth. The conversation takes a personal turn as he asks about Sanga's relationships, specifically if the person she's looking at is her partner. Sanga becomes flustered and attempts to change the subject, mentioning that she's been enjoying a peaceful environment. As Il-seng-myung's gaze drifts back in time, the weight of a century-long odyssey settles upon him. The memories of that hellish dimension still linger, etched on his face like the scars of 1,000 battles. He recalls the endless struggle to survive, stuck for 100 years in a limbo of torment and exhaustion. Yet, amidst the desolation, Il-seng-myung finds solace in his red fire cannon, unleashing its fury upon 2 monarch-level insects from Kronos. The blast rages on, leaving destruction and chaos in its wake, yet within him a glimmer of satisfaction flickers to life. As he absorbs the pain and damage, Il-seng-myung's introspection takes hold, revealing that his current agony is but a pale imitation of what he once endured. And so, with a mix of frustration and nostalgia, he reflects on the red fire cannon, an instrument of terror that even the mighty monarch-level insects dare not defy. As Il-seng-myung stands before us, a question echoes through the air: "How are you so strong?" The supporting character's words serve as a stark reminder of the protagonist's extraordinary abilities, which he himself admits have weakened over time. But what lies beneath this vide? A legendary attribute known as the catastrophe of questions holds the key to unlocking Il-seng-myung's true potential. As we delve into his character profile and stats, a sense of awe washes over us, but with it comes a warning: answering questions truthfully risks triggering the Stigma LV7, which is currently sealed due to penalties in this scenario. The supporting character senses an opportunity on the horizon, hinting at new developments to come. As we gaze upon Il-seng-myung, His future and true strength remain shrouded in mystery, leaving us eager for more. As the order to attack with full force is received, Il-seng-yong's expression reveals a hint of unease as he struggles to reconcile the gravity of the task with his own moral compass. He emphasizes the importance of avoiding truthful answers, demonstrating a keen awareness of the potential consequences of revealing too much. In an attempt to bolster his abilities and better face the challenge ahead, Il-seng-yong invests in stat upgrades, focusing on stamina and agility. The result is a tangible sense of growth and preparation, as he observes another character wielding a skill that leaves a lasting impression. On day 28, Il-seng-yong's routine is interrupted by an unexpected turn of events. As he sits at his desk, going about his daily paperwork, a sense of normalcy settles in. But suddenly, the tranquility is shattered as HUH appears on screen, leaving Il-seng-yong stunned and confused. The revelation of naval warfare god sends shockwaves through him, upending his ordinary day. As the scene comes to a close, the reader is left wondering what exactly has disrupted Il-seng-yong's life, leaving them eagerly anticipating what will happen next. In a dimly lit room, surrounded by stacks of books and scattered papers, Il-seng-yong sits in contemplative silence. His mind wanders back to a time when he was a formidable hero, his powers unmatched. But now, the seals that bind him leave him feeling trapped, a shadow of his former self. Frustration and disappointment seep into his thoughts as he ponders the limitations that have become an integral part of his life. Will he ever be able to shatter these constraints and reclaim his former glory? As the curtains of time part, we find ourselves transported to a pivotal moment in Il-seng-yong's journey, where the weight of his past weighs heavily upon him. Memories of his first appearance flood his mind, a stark reminder of the events that have transpired. Suddenly, the scene shifts, revealing glimpses of 3 apocalyptic scenarios, seemingly disconnected from the main story. But the thread that binds them together is the notion of survival, as embodied by those who returned after destroying other dimensions to secure their own. Il-seng-yong's frustration and disappointment boil over as he vents his emotions to an unknown confidant, only to be cut short by a third party, urging him to cease his impassioned outburst. As the scene unfolds, we are left grappling with the complexities of Il-seng-yong's psyche, torn between the past and the present, struggling to come to terms with the reality that has unfolded around him. As Dakibai warmly welcomes Il-seng-yong's return, he greets the SS's great hero with an unsettling flattery, suggesting Il-seng would be delighted to see him. But Il-seng's hostility is palpable as he denies Dakibai's intentions and labels him a nutjob. Undeterred, Dakibai attempts to rattle Il-seng by referencing the Hunters Association, hinting at a troubled past between returned heroes like Il-seng. However, Il-seng remains unfazed, dismissing any notion of conflict and cryptically mentioning that there is no such thing as the 5th question. As Dakibai's maniacal laughter echoes through the air, it becomes clear that his true intentions are far from friendly. As Khan approaches the protagonist group, a sense of foreboding settles over them. Sangha, Mint, Sooyoung, and others gear up for battle, with Mint showcasing her unwavering confidence by unleashing her full-powered Stigmas. But before they can even begin to fight, Il-seng-yong appears, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he declares it's time to play and asks who wants to die first. The protagonist group exchanges worried glances, while Il-seng-yong seems to be reveling in the tension, his words hanging in the air like a challenge. As Sangha's frustration grows, she can't help but voice her concerns to her teammates about Il-seng-yong's increasingly provocative behavior. Her words cut through the tension as she warns them that he'll only take any reaction as an invitation to continue poking at their emotions. With a measured tone, she advises her team to remain calm and avoid feeding into his antics, rather than giving him the satisfaction of a response. As the scene comes to a close, Hermes and Theseus seem to have found a way to resolve their differences, but the impact this has on the larger conflict remains unclear. As Dakibai conversed with Il-seng-yong in a casual setting, a subtle observation caught their attention. The hero's lack of visible stigmas was unusual for someone of his caliber. Sooyoung appeared on the scene, his curiosity and skepticism palpable as he questioned Il-seng-yong about his abilities, sensing an imbalance in the hero's powers. Sangha defended her companion, recounting his impressive battle performances despite lacking traditional stigmas, while Mint added a crucial layer to the mystery by recalling Il-seng-myung's use of multiple stigmas at full power during their previous clash. As tensions escalated, Hyung's aggressive demeanor and accusatory tone pushed the hero to confront the truth behind his special event, leaving the air thick with unresolved questions. As the group reconvened, the weight of their failed attempt to capture Il-seng-myung hung heavy in the air. Dakibai's purse rained down on his teammates, singling out Sangha for blame. But Hyung stepped forward, his words a balm to the wounded spirits. "We may not have caught him this time," he acknowledged, "but we did deal some damage and will get another chance." With that, he turned the focus back to Sangha, praising her efforts in the battle and acknowledging her contributions. As the group gathers, Mint's concern grows palpable as she shares with Hyung the weight of carrying injured teammates on her shoulders. She reveals the toll her full-powered Stigmas took on her body during the previous battle, a burden that weighs heavily on her mind. Meanwhile, Il-seng-myung appears, his confident and manipulative demeanor leaving the group on edge as he asks probing questions. As they speculate about his increasing strength with each answered query, Sangha's concern grows, warning of catastrophic penalties when they return to their worlds. With the stakes escalating, Hyun reassures the group that consistency is key, a beacon of hope in an uncertain future. As Hyun struggled to decipher the secrets of the mysterious seal, he was met with a series of cryptic clues and hints from Dakibai. The enigmatic figure's words only served to deepen the mystery, leaving Hyun feeling frustrated and stumped. Just as it seemed like progress had stalled, Sangha and Mint burst onto the scene, their faces etched with exhaustion but their eyes burning with determination. Together, the trio managed to extract a few crucial details from Il-seng-myung, whose answers slowly began to unravel the seal's secrets. As the final piece fell into place, the group held its collective breath, sensing that the very fabric of reality was about to be torn asunder. As Dakibai's intense gaze fills the frame, a warning message looms ominously, setting the tone for a crucial revelation. With an air of authority, he reveals that Il-seng-myung should not be underestimated, his tone alone betraying a deeper understanding of the situation. Moreover, Dakibai implies that Il-seng has a unique grasp on the group's dynamics, recognizing individuals rather than just a crowd. His words serve as a subtle reminder that power struggles are unfolding beneath the surface, and tensions within the group may soon come to a head. As Dakibai stumbles upon a mid-level Dakibai from a major channel, his expression contorts into a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Il-seng-myung's enthusiastic outburst, "I found IT," hints at the significance of this discovery. Dakibai's thoughts reveal his awareness that unusual occurrences are unfolding in a place typically inhabited by low-level Dakibas. The air is thick with tension as he processes this unexpected turn of events, his curiosity getting the better of him. As Dakibai's words echo through the air, his teammates are left reeling from the sudden shift in tone. Initially, he brands Il-seng-myung a manipulative bastard, warning that no one will come to their aid if they label the mission a catastrophe. But with a calculated smile, Dakibai pivots, proposing an alternative perspective, framing the task as a treasure chest might make it more appealing to take on. He assesses the difficulty level as B tilde, painting a picture of uncertainty and challenge. With clear conditions in place, defeat Il-seng-myung with no deadline, but a significant reward of 5,000 coins and an SS-grade item at stake. Dakibai warns of the catastrophic consequences of failure, the destruction of the Soul Dome. As Dakibai's excitement grows, he exclaims, "Over there, I've found him," and confronts Il-seng-myung, who has returned from another dimension. Dakibai's jealousy is palpable as he accuses Il-seng-myung of having fun while he was away, prompting a sarcastic response. The tension is palpable as Dakibai offers to send Il-seng-myung back to the other dimension if he wants to go, and Il-seng-myung expresses interest. With doubts creeping in, Il-seng-myung hesitates before finally agreeing to consider going back. As Dakibai departs, leaving Il-seng-myung with his decision weighing heavily on his mind. It's clear that the stakes are high and the drama is only just beginning. As Il-seng-myung returns to the group, Dakibai's surprised expression hints at the unexpected nature of his arrival. With confidence and a playful demeanor, he approaches Sanga, Mint, and Hyung, who initially seem wary but eventually warm up to his presence. The group engages in a casual conversation, with Il-seng-myung sharing stories about his adventures in another dimension, showcasing his SS's great hero status through his experiences. As Dakibai attempts to manipulate the situation by suggesting that Il-seng-myung's return might be a threat to their plans, he remains unfazed and playful, giving a thumbs up to the group, indicating his readiness for future battles. As the group gathered to discuss their strategy against Il-seng-myung, Dakibai presented an option. Anyone who wanted to take him down could show their hand. Sanga hesitated, unsure if they were supposed to defeat him in the first place. Hyung countered with his own plan, suggesting that now was a better time to strike since more seals had been broken. Mint remained skeptical, questioning whether Il-seng-myung's team had given up on fighting earlier. But before tensions could escalate further, Il-seng-myung himself appeared, revealing he'd been watching from afar and demanding to know why they were so confident all of a sudden. The unexpected interruption caught everyone off guard, and Dakibai calmly revealed that he was still present, having found Il-seng-myung earlier in the chapter. Il-seng-myung stands tall, his eyes fixed on the members of the Hunters Association before him. With a hint of satisfaction in his voice, he declares, those people from the Hunters Association. His tone implies a sense of anticipation, as if he's long been searching for this moment. Frustration and indignation seep into his words as he laments, "You've ruined my plans for a glorious return," his determination and confidence still radiating through his demeanor, yet tinged with a hint of entitlement and self-importance. As Jung-hyuk Lee walked into the unknown territory, he was suddenly face to face with an old acquaintance who had once been a member of the Hunters Association. The air was thick with tension as this individual, fueled by a deep sense of frustration and resentment, revealed their connection to the organization that had once been so crucial to Jung-hyuk's plans for a glorious return. With each passing moment, it became increasingly clear that Jung-hyuk's interference in these plans had not gone unnoticed, and the antagonist was now hell-bent on exacting revenge. As Jung-hyuk Lee stands before us, his boasts about past conquests and romantic exploits give way to a stark revelation. He has undergone a transformation of unimaginable proportions. Gone is the charming, confident individual we once knew. In his place stands a powerful, intimidating force to be reckoned with. With a sly glint in his eye, Jung-hyuk addresses us directly, daring anyone to challenge him and relishing in their intimidation. As he speaks, a flashback sequence unfolds, showcasing the incredible growth in power and abilities that has driven his metamorphosis into a formidable opponent. And as this transformation reaches its climax, Jung-hyuk's menacing statement serves as a chilling warning. Those who dare oppose him will soon discover the true extent of his unyielding determination. As Jung-hyuk confronts Dr. Kim about his inability to prevent the catastrophic events, a sense of frustration is palpable in the air. "You're just afraid of failure," Jung-hyuk accuses, his words laced with disdain. Doctor tries to defend himself, explaining that he has to be cautious because his own life hangs in the balance. But Jung-hyuk won't let up, ridiculing Doctor's reluctance to take bold action. The tension between them is palpable as they engage in a heated exchange. As tensions escalate between Jung-hyuk Lee and Dr. Kim, the air is thick with unease. Jung-hyuk's concern grows that the situation has spiraled out of control, and he questions whether Dokja's omniscience extends beyond mere reading. Dokja, feeling attacked, accuses Jung-hyuk of being a coward who relies on others to fight his battles. But Jung-hyuk stands firm, highlighting his own unique attribute as a pro-gamer and challenging Dokja to reveal what skills he brings to the table besides book smarts. The confrontation intensifies as Dokja becomes agitated, wondering why Jung-hyuk isn't fleeing from the battle ahead. As Jung-hyuk Lee stood poised on the brink of a crucial confrontation, he couldn't shake off the feeling that something was missing. But with a deep breath, He focused his attention on his strengths and weaknesses, drawing upon his sharp mind to assess his abilities. With a quiet confidence, he recalled his expertise in reading, a skill honed from years of dedication. The scene shifts to reveal Junghyuk's impressive range of talents, showcasing his combat prowess, Blink LV, for agility and intellectual prowess. As the Stigma sword song is activated, Junghyuk declares his unyielding determination to annihilate the enemy forces, his voice echoing with conviction. With a final plea to the heavens for success, Junghyuk stands ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, his mind razor-sharp and his spirit unwavering. As Junghyuk Lee's determination ignites, his enhanced abilities take center stage, showcasing the fruits of his labor in honing his combat skills. Hand-to-hand combat and swordsmanship techniques are on full display, a testament to his relentless pursuit of perfection. With a mastery of complex skills like Blade of Faith and Stigma sword song, Junghyuk's proficiency is evident, demonstrating his ability to grasp even the most intricate techniques. The scene takes an emotional turn as an enigmatic figure offers words of encouragement, praising Junghyuk's progress and instilling a sense of confidence within him. With this motivational boost, Junghyuk is propelled forward, driven by his unwavering dedication to self-improvement. As Junghyuk Lee grapples with the weight of his failures against Il-seng-myung, frustration and helplessness begin to take hold. He laments his reliance on reading ability in combat, acknowledging its limitations in anticipating every move made by his opponent. The prospect of using his Ganpyeomnelli skill to steal someone's talent weighs heavily on him, but he hesitates, unwilling to further entangle himself with debt. Meanwhile, the sound of Sanga Lee's mocking tone pierces through his thoughts, brutally reminding him that his current approach is futile against Il-seng-myung. As Junghyuk Lee sets out on a search for someone, he can't shake the feeling that something is off. His investigation leads him to stumble upon a cryptic phrase, which he decides to bookmark in hopes of deciphering its meaning later. But his quest for answers takes an unexpected turn when he discovers that Sanga and Gil-young are also nowhere to be found, a revelation that challenges everything he thought he knew about their existence. It isn't until this moment of clarity that Junghyuk grasps the truth. These two individuals, once believed to be characters, are actually people who can be added to his bookmark list. His realization is met with a mix of surprise and introspection as he acknowledges the significance of this discovery and the implications it holds for their relationships. As the truth begins to dawn on him, Junghyuk Lee's expression shifts from confusion to excitement. He recalls Sanga Lee's words about characters learning new skills through their reading abilities, and a spark of curiosity ignites within him. With renewed determination, he focuses his attention on the skill he wishes to master and uses his reading ability to grasp its intricacies. As understanding dawns, Junghyuk's excitement turns to triumph as he successfully learns the skill, marking a significant milestone in his growth as a character. As Junghyuk Lee ponders his development as a fighter, he can't help but feel a mix of emotions: pride in his rapid combat progress, yet frustration with his inability to grasp complex skills and phrases early on. He flashes back to the wolf's enigmatic declaration, "I am a reader," and begins to reflect on his own growth as a reader, acknowledging that it's been a long journey filled with trial and error. His self-criticism surfaces as he laments being a moron for not understanding earlier, but this introspection is soon replaced by a sense of accomplishment as he recalls phrases he's since mastered: tempest in the left hand, and storm in the right, and the way of open up where I am straight and the curved meet. As Junghyuk Lee stands stunned, the sudden appearance of Il-seng-myung sets off a chain reaction that will forever alter his perspective. The mysterious figure, seemingly resurrected from the dead, delivers a cryptic message with an air of omniscience about Junghyuk's past mistakes. With a flash of teleportation, Il-seng-myung vanishes as abruptly as he appeared, leaving Junghyuk reeling and desperate for answers. In search of truth, Junghyuk embarks on a quest to uncover the secrets behind his abilities, only to stumble upon a new individual who introduces themselves with an enigmatic smile, marking the beginning of a potentially transformative connection. As this pivotal moment unfolds, Yoon-hyuk's understanding of himself and his world begins to shift, setting him on a path of discovery and growth. As Yoon-hyuk Lee confronts Il-sen-yong, he swiftly realizes that his current approach is futile. The 24th seal on their chari is broken, revealing an uncomfortable truth. His skills alone are insufficient to vanquish this formidable foe. Undeterred, Yoon-hyuk's determination sparks a new strategy, harnessing the way of the wind as a support skill to create a brief window of opportunity for attack. However, he acknowledges that someone else will need to provide cover while he sets the stage for the next move. With this plan in place, Yoon-hyuk's resourcefulness shines through as he adapts to the challenges ahead, driven by an unwavering resolve to overcome his opponents. As Yoon-hyuk Lee gazed up at the sky, his curiosity was piqued by a strange object plummeting towards him with an otherworldly glow. The sudden descent of this mysterious phenomenon left him bewildered and intrigued, prompting him to approach it cautiously. As he drew closer, the object began to radiate an eerie light, hinting at its potential significance or power. With his curiosity now fully piqued, Yoon-hyuk's path was forever altered by this enigmatic encounter. As Yoon-hyuk Lee scrolls through his phone, his eyes widen with anticipation as he reads a mysterious message from Ifukuli B-227. The enigmatic sender reveals the long-awaited clear condition to defeat the S-grade hero, setting off a chain reaction of determination and preparation within Yoon-hyuk. As he absorbs this crucial information, a series of bookmarks on his phone come into view, showcasing the various skills and phrases he's been collecting for an impending battle. With his focus sharpened, Yoon-hyuk stands ready to take on the challenge ahead, his eyes burning with an unyielding resolve. The stakes have never been higher as he prepares to face off against the S-grade hero, armed with new knowledge and a fierce determination to emerge victorious. As Yoo Jung-hyuk's concern for Kim Dokja's delayed recovery grows, he can't help but think back to their earlier conversation, where Kim Dokja assured him it would take only 2 days to heal from his injuries. But as the hours tick by with no sign of improvement, Yoo Jung-hyuk's frustration mounts. Seeking answers, he approaches Young Hee-won, only to find her seemingly uninterested in the matter. Her apathy only adds fuel to Yoo Jung-hyuk's irritation, but before tensions escalate further, Shin Yu-sung appears, teasing him about being the main character of the story and implying that his focus should be on his own journey rather than Kim Dokja's recovery. As the tension between them reached a boiling point, Yoo Jung-hyuk confronted Kim Dokja about his actions, which had led to misunderstandings and tensions between them. With frustration and annoyance etched on his face, Yoo Jung-hyuk accused Kim Dokja of making him look like a villain in front of others, highlighting the depth of their rift. Meanwhile, Kim Dokja, still recovering from an unknown injury or illness, was urged by Yoo Jung-hyuk to hurry up with his recovery, further exacerbating the situation. The air was thick with tension as the conflict between them showed no signs of resolution, leaving only uncertainty about what lay ahead. As Kim Dokja, also known as the Demon King of Salvation, gathered with the other members of the Four Winds, it became clear that their intentions were far more complex than initially meets the eye. The group's transformation into a trigram represented their unity and strength, but this newfound cohesion seemed to be short-lived as tensions rose among them, hinting at underlying conflicts and power struggles. As Kim Dokja's gaze falls upon the mysterious object, a philosophical storm begins to brew within his mind. The meaninglessness of life crashes against the shores of his consciousness, leaving him grappling with the possibility that everything is an illusion. Suddenly, he finds himself transported to a vacuum prison, where an enigmatic entity probes his sense of self and purpose. Therefore, the wind is everywhere and nowhere. The words echo through Kim Dokja's mind like a haunting mantra as he begins to unravel the threads of his own existence. As Kim Dokja's thoughts wander to unlocking the secrets of the wind, he's forced to confront the harsh reality of his powers. The catastrophe of questions unfolds before him, a stark reminder of the devastating consequences that await those who fail to ask. With each unanswered query, Kim Dokja's control begins to slip away, leaving him unable to speak or breathe as his abilities spiral out of control. But there's more to this crisis than meets the eye. It's not just about regaining lost powers, but also about preventing them from being sealed away forever. As the 23rd seal opens, Il-seng-myung reveals his ease in weakening powerful beings, lauding the Dakibai for their sportsmanship and emphasizing the importance of fairness in the game. But his confidence is short-lived as frustration mounts when he struggles to control the regeneration of his seals, leading him to hold on to them until they are fully restored. With Lee Hyun-sung's assistance, Il-seng-myung reduces the size of the vacuum prison surrounding his body to conserve mana, but his growing anger and curses towards those around him betray his desperation. Just as he begins to lose control, Han Sooyoung offers a word of wisdom, advising Il-seng-myung to guide his abilities gently rather than forcing them, allowing the 9th seal on his body to regenerate. As young Hee-won ventures into the desolate wasteland, her thoughts are consumed by memories of her past with Yoo Jung-hyuk, a nostalgic longing etched on her face. Her search for him leads her to a shocking discovery. Il-seng-myung holds him captive, his struggles for air a stark reminder of the danger he faces. Young Hee-won's inner turmoil is laid bare as she wrestles with the moral dilemma: should she save Yoo Jung-hyuk or not? The weight of this decision hangs precariously in the balance as she inches closer to making a choice that will determine their fate. As Yoo Jung-hyuk's gaze fell upon Lee Gil-young's remarkable talent, a mixture of admiration and caution resonated within him. The words "talented" whispered by Lee Gil-young served as a gentle reminder not to let his ego inflate. However, the scene took an unsettling turn when Lee Hyun-sung appeared, her brutal treatment of others sending shockwaves through Yoo Jung-hyuk's conscience. The way she spoke about saving lives, with a callous disregard for human value, further eroded his moral compass. As he hesitantly disagreed with Lee Hyun-sung's statement that some people's lives weren't worth saving, the faintest glimmer of doubt crept into Yoo Jung-hyuk's mind, marking a significant turning point in his character. As Shin Yoo-sung's thoughts unfold, he reveals a newfound awareness of his abilities, and with it, a sense of introspection and growth. He notes that Il-seng-myung is currently at its weakest point, implying that the entity's previous feats must have been fueled by its last remaining strength. With this realization, Yoo-sung feels an increased connection to the wind, sensing an almost primal oneness with the elements. The mysterious latent talent hidden within his left hand is suddenly revealed, leaving him in awe, exclaiming "Oich" in surprise. As he explores this new power, Yoo-sung's expression conveys a sense of wonder and excitement, hinting at the vast potential now at his fingertips. As the world teeters on the brink of chaos, Kim Dokja's mind begins to unravel. A kaleidoscope of distorted visions swirl around him, a stark reflection of his own mental state. Frustration and despair simmer beneath the surface, manifesting as fragmented thoughts and disjointed images. But then, like a sudden storm, Yoo Jung-hyuk appears, snapping Kim Dokja out of his trance-like state. The words "Die, you bastards!" echo through the air, a desperate cry from a soul in turmoil. And as the scene fades to black, one thing is clear: Kim Dokja's world has been turned upside down, and he's left grasping for answers in a desperate bid for salvation. As Kim Dokja convenes with his trusted advisors in a dimly lit room, the weight of a looming threat hangs in the air. The sudden awakening of the tower sends shockwaves through their gathering, as Han Sooyoung's grave announcement sets off a flurry of discussions and debates. Lee Hyun-sung voices concerns over the safety of their hideout, while Yoo Sang shares her findings on the tower's energy signature, hinting at a mysterious connection to the enigmatic Red Force. As the group weighs their options, Lee Gil-young proposes a daring plan to infiltrate the tower's core, but his suggestion is met with skepticism by some advisors, who caution against underestimating the tower's power. Shin Yoo-sung suggests leveraging their network of users to gather intel on the tower's movements, but Il-seng-myung cautions against complacency in the face of this new challenge. As Kim Dokja stands firm before Il-seng-myung, seated upon his throne-like structure, the air is thick with tension. The enigmatic figure reveals his true intentions, searching for the key to unlock the door to the next dimension. Undeterred by this revelation, Kim Dokja confronts him, urging Il-seng-myung to consider the catastrophic consequences of such actions. But Il-seng-myung responds as a mere laugh, leaving Kim Dokja with no choice but to make a bold declaration. He will be the one to bring an end to Il Sooyoung's nefarious plans by ending his life. With this decisive stance, Kim Dokja solidifies his commitment to protecting others from those who would harm them, marking a pivotal moment in his character development. As Kim Dokja grapples with the sudden and unexplained depletion of his mana, he can't help but question what could be behind this enigmatic phenomenon. He wonders aloud if perhaps Yoo Jung-hyuk has somehow transferred a portion of his own vital energy to him, only to be met with an ominous warning from the latter. Anyone who dares to ask questions will face deadly consequences, and silence is paramount. Meanwhile, the mystery surrounding Il Sooyoung begins to unravel through a flashback, revealing the naive high school student's past as the chosen hero destined to save Kronos. As Kim Dokja stands alone in the desolate, fog-shrouded landscape, an eerie silence envelops him, punctuated only by the faint glow of orbs hovering around him. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the fog, its presence shrouded in shadows, and approaches Kim Dokja with an air of unease. Despite his attempts to communicate with this mysterious individual, asking if it's Sooyoung, the Avatar Master, he receives no response. As the figure draws closer, its menacing aura grows stronger, prompting Kim Dokja to take a step back in apprehension. But just as suddenly as it appeared, the figure vanishes into thin air, leaving Kim Dokja feeling disoriented and uneasy, his sense of reality shattered by this surreal encounter. As Kim Dokja navigates the treacherous labyrinth, his strategic mind proves to be a potent weapon against the monsters that dare stand in his way. Flanked by Yoo Jung-hyuk, his loyal ally, they launch a fierce assault on their foes, with Kim Dokja using his vast knowledge of the story to anticipate and counter each attack. Just as it seems like victory is within reach, Jung Hee-won bursts onto the scene, her arrival tipping the balance of power in their favor. United against a common enemy, the trio emerges victorious, paving the way for their continued journey through the labyrinth's twisted corridors. Along the way, they encounter an eclectic cast of characters, each with their own unique skills and motivations. As Dakibai delves into the pages of his web novel series Tale of Two Worlds, a nostalgic glow settles over him, but beneath this sentimental reverie lies a growing unease. He begins to flip through the pages, pointing out scenes that didn't exist in the original novel, hinting at new developments that have been woven into the narrative. Confusion seeps into his expression as he realizes his understanding of the story had been incomplete, and the plot now unfolds in ways he never anticipated. As he ponders the mysterious plotter's influence, doubts creep in. Are they crafting a new tale or subtly manipulating the existing one? Dakibai's sense of ownership over his creations begins to fray, leaving him questioning the true nature of his story. As Dakibai's thoughts unfold, a sense of uncertainty settles over him like a shroud. He questions his very understanding of the world, bewildered by the events that have transpired. The lines of reality begin to blur as he grapples with conflicting possibilities, his mind racing with the whos and whys of it all. The silence is shattered by fragmented images and words, a manifestation of his subconscious wrestling with the complexity of it all. And in this sea of turmoil, Dakibai's inner doubts remain unresolved, leaving the reader to wonder about the state of his mental health and its potential impact on his storytelling abilities. As Dakibai stands before Baehyun, the air is thick with tension. The questioner's accusations pierce like a dagger, demanding an explanation for unfulfilled promises. But Dakibai remains unfazed, his creator credentials a testament to his true identity, a powerful storyteller with dominion over multiple major channels, including the revered Tokyo Dome. Baehyun's eyes widen in shock and intimidation as the realization dawns, acknowledging the scope of Dakibai's influence within the web novel community. In this pivotal moment, Dakibai's character is forever changed, his power and authority cemented. And with it, a new wave of coins floods into his account, a reward for his actions that will have far-reaching consequences for all involved. As Dakibai initiated the sub-scenario, he couldn't shake off the feeling that he'd been taken for a ride by Jung-hyuk, who had departed without contributing to the reward. His anger simmered as he recalled the additional prize they could have claimed if only his partner had stayed committed. The weight of their complicated history and power dynamics hung heavy in the air as Dakibai's competitive nature got the better of him. As Dakibai stands victorious after defeating a catastrophe, the parasite rewards him with a treasure trove of items, protection symbol, eye, infinite dimension space coat, black ray finger gloves, and residue boots. Young-hyuk joins in, offering his expertise to help Dakibai make a crucial decision. The web novelist's eye scan the options, weighing the pros and cons of each item before making a move. Young-hyuk, sensing Dakibai's uncertainty, gently nudges him towards the infinite dimension space coat, citing its hidden skill and upgrade potential. As Dakibai deliberates, his cautious nature is revealed, showcasing a thoughtful approach to decision-making. Meanwhile, Young-hyuk's recommendation is met with respect, solidifying their trust-filled bond. As Dakibai lies seemingly passed out, his friend Baehyung comments on his exhaustion, only to tease him about pushing himself too hard and offering to choose the reward item instead. But Dakibai refuses, jokingly warning that choosing the item will lead to her getting beaten up by Young-hyuk later. Despite this, he still chooses the infinite dimension space coat as his reward, leaving Baehyung surprised and concerned. As Dakibai announces they'll be heading to a mysterious place, Baehyung is left wondering where their adventure will take them. As Dakibai and Gust engage in a heated discussion about the meaning of Gamtu, the truth behind this enigmatic concept begins to unravel. According to Dakibai's web novel series Tale of Two Worlds, Gamtu is not just a hat worn by government officials as traditionally believed, but rather a room where Dakibis hide their true selves. However, Gust remains skeptical, questioning Dakibai's interpretation and suggesting that Gamtu could be something more. The tension between them escalates as Dakibai proposes visiting his personal space to uncover the truth about Gamtu, while Gust cautions against it, pointing out that there are no rules governing their actions. As the conversation reaches its climax, Dakibai becomes agitated, emphasizing his dedication to creating engaging stories within the world of TWSA and defending his intellectual property. As Dakibai's inbox sparks with a sudden message from Tam, the entrepreneur extends an unexpected proposal to expand his channel in Korea, offering unparalleled exposure and influence. The offer sends Dakibai into a tailspin, his initial response curt and guarded. Tam, undeterred, reveals his plan, promising to meet any terms Dakibai deems necessary. But Dakibai remains skeptical, likening the offer to a top player being courted by a prestigious soccer league. He demands his reward from Tam and insists on being left alone, his concerns about control over his content palpable. As Dakibai sat in front of his computer, he was met with a chilling message that sent shivers down his spine. The words, "You are arrogant but will be humbled soon," loomed large on the screen, accompanied by ominous images that seemed to threaten not just his reputation, but also his intellectual property. His eyes scanned the text, trying to make sense of the cryptic warning as a mix of concern and unease crept onto his face. Despite initial attempts to brush it off as a prank, the tone of the message remained unsettling, leaving Dakibai with more questions than answers. As the scene faded to black, his worried expression lingered, a stark reminder that something sinister was brewing on the horizon, threatening to upend his world as a web novelist. As Dakibai engages with this enigmatic figure, it becomes apparent that they've stumbled upon his darkest secret, the use of a powerful AI tool to aid in his web novel writing endeavors. The mysterious individual's cryptic mention of plausibility initially leaves Dakibai bewildered, but as their true intentions are revealed, he becomes increasingly agitated and defensive. Despite his attempts to downplay the situation, it's clear that this newfound knowledge could be used against him in the future, forcing Dakibai to confront the ethical implications of his actions and the consequences that may arise from his reliance on artificial intelligence. As Dakibai faces off against the reviewer, the air is thick with tension. The accusation of manipulating channel statistics hangs like a sword of Damocles over his head, and he denies any wrongdoing with conviction. Just storytelling innovation, he insists, but the reviewer remains skeptical, demanding concrete evidence to prove his claims. As the conversation wears on, Dakibai's frustration grows. culminating in a demand for recognition, a sign that perhaps even this confident writer is haunted by self-doubt. Just as it seems like the situation can't get any more intense, the mention of a past confrontation with self drops like a bombshell, casting a long shadow over the scene and leaving us wondering what secrets Dokja might be hiding. As Dokja begins to weave a tale from his web novel series Tale of Two Worlds, a dramatic battle unfolds before our eyes, pitting like Gaon and Nas and Il-seng-nyong against each other in a clash of epic proportions. But just as the action reaches its peak, an unknown figure appears, shattering the intensity with a probing inquiry. The writer's narrative is interrupted, and his creative integrity is called into question as this enigmatic reader accuses him of violating the rule of plausibility. Dokja's defensiveness and confrontation are palpable as he denies any wrongdoing, yet his tone reveals a growing frustration and desperation to maintain control over his work and reputation. The scene ends with a cryptic warning from the mysterious reader, "Wait, are you?" As Dokja's anger boils over, he lashes out at Jung-hyuk, accusatory fingers pointed in his direction. But it's not just a personal vendetta that drives him. He knows Bae-hyung's true motives go far beyond mere criticism. With calculated precision, Dokja sets his sights on the mastermind behind the chaos, determined to take back control of his channel and his reputation. As Dokja stands before the cityscape, a sense of contemplation washes over him, weighing an offer that's about to change everything. Suddenly, a mysterious figure materializes, announcing their intention to acquire his channel. The proposal is enticing, but Dokja hesitates, sensing something amiss. The figure persists, presenting a lucrative deal that only serves to enrage Dokja further. He refuses to budge on the terms, insisting he'll only sell if he gets his reward. The figure remains unfazed, pushing for a deal as Dokja's frustration boils over. As Dokja works on his latest web novel series Tale of Two Worlds in his studio, an unexpected visitor interrupts his creative flow, none other than his rival Jung-hyuk, who storms in looking agitated and accusatory. With a fierce determination, Jung-hyuk levels a scathing accusation at Dokja, claiming he's violating the rule of plausibility and threatening to expose his supposed wrongdoing to their fans. Unfazed by the verbal assault, Dokja calmly refutes each claim, insisting that his rival's accusations are unfounded and baseless. As the heated argument escalates, Jung-hyuk's threats grow more menacing, but Dokja remains steadfast, refusing to back down from the challenge. This tense confrontation not only showcases Dokja's unwavering confidence, but also underscores the delicate balance between creativity and plausibility in storytelling. As Dr. Kim delves into the city streets, he becomes increasingly obsessed with uncovering the truth about the mysterious letters of imprisonment and its connection to his extraordinary abilities. His search leads him to a group of constellations who are secretly planning to create a new scenario, but they remain tight-lipped about their knowledge of the artifact. Frustrated by their reluctance to share information, Dokja decides to leave, only to be confronted by Bae-hyung, a rival Dokja who has been tracking him. A brief and intense battle ensues, with the Dokja emerging victorious, but not before being offered an alliance by Bae-hyung, which he ultimately refuses. As the dust settles, Dokja walks away more determined than ever to uncover the secrets surrounding the letters of imprisonment. As Dr. Kim's gaze drifts off into the starry night sky, he becomes lost in thought, his mind wandering through the complexities of his situation. His murmurs trail off into a soft muttering, as if rehearsing lines to himself, betraying a sense of familiarity with this introspective ritual. Suddenly, his reverie is disrupted by Bae-hyung's unexpected presence, and Dokja startles him with an apologetic explanation. But the seeds of uncertainty have already taken root as he begins to unravel the tangled threads of his true voice, the Dokja's whispered truths, echoing through broadcasts like a distant melody. As Dr. Kim confronts the Dokja, he reveals the truth behind their deception and proposes a contract to settle the score with Bae-hyung. The Dokja, caught off guard, attempts to intimidate Dokja, claiming they are not afraid of being killed. But Dokja remains calm, knowing his abilities as a Dokja render such threats futile. He offers the Dokja compensation for their involvement with Baehyung, only to discover that they've been working together all along, leaving Dokja stunned and outraged. The Dokja's nonchalant reaction underscores their ruthless nature, further entwining their complex relationship with Dokja. As Dokja Kim sat across from Baehyung, the air was thick with tension as they negotiated the terms of their partnership. Dokja's concerns about the contract's fairness were evident in his words, citing clauses that restricted his freedom. Baehyung, however, remained calm and open to compromise, offering to make adjustments if desired. But before signing on the dotted line, Dokja had a crucial request. He wanted to join Baehyung's channel, drawn by rumors of powerful constellations within its ranks. The revelation that Baehyung possessed the prisoner of the golden headband, abyssal black flame dragon, and demon judge of fire sent shockwaves through Dokja, who was awestruck by his counterpart's might. As Dokja probed for the secrets behind Baehyung's power, a sudden and unsettling tone crept into the latter's voice. Hey, how could you do this to me? As Dokja Kim approaches Baehyung, he extends an olive branch, asking for trust and proposing an alliance that would change the game. With calculated precision, he reveals his plan to help the constellations move channels, showcasing his cunning nature and ambition. He proposes linking himself to Baehyung's channel, allowing them to tap into two networks simultaneously, and then drops a bombshell, using this connection to hijack the constellations and funnel them into his own soon-to-be-established channel. With an air of curiosity, Dokja asks for a glimpse of the constellations in his new channel, revealing his drive for growth and recognition. As Baehyung reacts with praise and hinting at a potential partnership, the dynamic between these two characters takes center stage, leaving us wondering what other moves they'll make in this high-stakes game. As Dokja Kim converses with an unknown figure, perhaps Baehyung, his words reveal a shrewd understanding of the powerful player's strategies. He hints at their ability to tap into constellations from other continents and worlds, showcasing his astute perception of the game's mechanics. Meanwhile, Dokja's mind wanders to the potential benefits of being part of a prominent channel like Tokyo Dome, hinting at his ambition for growth and influence. When asked about his new home on this channel, Dokja's thoughts betray his desire for power as he weighs the pros and cons of his current position. As Dokja Kim takes center stage at Tokyo Dome, he begins by expressing his awe at something massive before turning to address the constellations gathered around him. With confidence and cunning, he introduces himself as Dokja Kim, the one who toppled the ruler's throne and rose to become the king of the world without a king. Despite admitting he lacks a supporting constellation, Dokja reveals his enthusiasm for collaboration between Korea and Japan by hosting an event, inviting interested constellations to join channel #B-7623, and promising a coin draw for those who arrive early. As Dokja Kim stands confidently, a group of enigmatic constellations converge upon him, their intentions unclear. The leader of the group poses a question, prodding Dokja about his supposed event-hosting abilities, and he responds with conviction, claiming to be in the midst of something significant. But instead of yielding any concrete answers, the constellations seem amused, almost delighted by the situation. Dokja's defenses begin to rise as he senses their skepticism, warning them that they dare not question him without consequence. However, just as tensions escalate, one of the constellations reveals a surprising motivation. They were genuinely intrigued by his hosting skills, having been abruptly cut off in their entertainment. With this revelation, the group vanishes into thin air, leaving Dokja bewildered and wondering where they had gone. As Dokja Kim takes the stage at the coin draw event, he addresses the crowd with a charismatic smile, thanking them for their presence. With a hint of mischief in his tone, he teases the start of the coin draw, urging the audience to calm down as the anticipation builds. But before diving into the main event, Dokja pauses to reflect on the true value of coins, suggesting that they are mere trinkets without an incarnation to spend them on. With a nod to himself, he introduces himself as Dokja Kim and candidly reveals his unique status. He's one of the few incarnations in the world without a supporting constellation yet. Confidently boasting about his impressive accomplishments, including winning the war of Wakipf met Amal Ari Thiad and preventing two catastrophic events before they even began. Dokja takes pride in being a true anomaly among the other incarnations. However, this display of bravado also subtly hints at his vulnerability as he notes that things have been getting tough lately. With a sly grin, he teases the start of the fifth scenario for Seoul Dome, setting the stage for what's to come. As the announcement of the support selection resonates through the airwaves, Dr. Kim takes center stage, revealing his plans to commemorate this monumental event with a special gathering. But there's a twist. He sets a condition that will send shockwaves throughout the channel. If they can accumulate more than 10,000 subscribers before the day of the support selection, one lucky constellation from their ranks will become Dokja's partner. The clock is ticking, and the fate of this special event hangs precariously in the balance, leaving viewers on the edge of their seats as the cliffhanger unfolds. As Dokja Kim prepares for a confrontation, his words are laced with menace as he warns the unknown figure that they will have to die. The mysterious individual responds with concern, hinting at the weight of consequences and the watchful eyes of so many constellations. Undeterred, Dokja asserts his dominance over the Tokyo Dome, claiming he's willing to shatter the rule of plausibility to eliminate his opponent. The figure is indignant, questioning how someone as lowly as Dokja dares to threaten their life, but Dokja remains steadfast in his resolve. This tense exchange reveals Dokja's bold and ambitious personality, his willingness to take risks, and his ruthless determination to achieve his goals. As Dokja Kim closes in on his rival, Baehyung's expression shifts from surprise to confusion. With a calculated move, Dokja uses his scenario manipulation ability to flip the script, leaving Baehyung reeling. The air is thick with tension as Dokja asks, "Had we fun?" His words are laced with a hint of sadistic pleasure, suggesting he's been orchestrating this entire encounter for his own amusement. As Baehyung's uncertainty grows, Dokja maintains a firm grip on the situation, leaving his opponent bewildered and at his mercy. The outcome is far from certain, but one thing is clear: Dokja has emerged victorious in this cat-and-mouse game of wits. As Dokja Kim stood face to face with the low-level Dakibai Baehyung, a seemingly innocuous question about how he broke free from the letters of imprisonment sparked a chain reaction of tension. Baehyung's condescending tone only fueled Dokja's curiosity, and soon he revealed his disdain for moving up in rank, boasting about being the master of a major dome, Tokyo Dome Channel. But Baehyung was quick to dismiss Dokja's boasts, accusing him of stealing incarnations and sparking a heated exchange. As the two Dakibis clashed, Dokja defended his actions, citing his manipulation of scenarios as proof of his power. As Dokja Kim stepped into the dimly lit alleyway, he was face to face with a mysterious figure, their hand grasping the handle of a knife. The air was thick with tension as the stranger sneered, threatening Dokja that they wouldn't get away with it if they attacked him. But instead of backing down, Dokja stood his ground, warning the figure not to make any rash decisions. His confidence and cunning shone through in this tense standoff, leaving the outcome uncertain as the two figures locked eyes, their fates hanging precariously in balance. As Dokja Kim expertly manipulates the scenario using the letters of imprisonment, he sets a trap for the unsuspecting Dakibai, who arrives at the designated location and confronts him with confidence. But behind his calm exterior, Dokja reveals his true intentions, revealing a ruthless ambition to steal the Dakibai's incarnation. With his incarnation thievery ability, he successfully swipes a powerful artifact, granting him access to new powers and abilities that further solidify his position as a formidable opponent. Sangha's turmoil is palpable as she wrestles with the demons of her past. Frustration seethes beneath the surface as she recalls a moment where she let anger get the better of her and punched someone in a fit of rage. The memory still festers, a reminder of the deep-seated resentment that simmers just below the surface. As she contemplates the Andromeda scenario, it becomes clear that this pivotal event holds significant importance to her, whether as a harbinger of the present or a key to unlocking the secrets of her future. Seeking answers, Sangha finds herself drawn to the enigmatic Dakibai Gantu, a mysterious location that seems to hold the keys to her inner turmoil. But as she ponders the very existence of this Andromeda scenario, uncertainty and confusion begin to take hold, leaving Sanga's fate hanging precariously in the balance. As Sanga's thoughts turn inward, she's consumed by the weight of her past actions. She senses that Baehyung's powers are growing stronger, and with this new awareness comes a creeping sense of guilt. For she confesses to herself that she didn't seek his consent before leveraging his abilities, a decision that now haunts her conscience. The possibility of Baehyung harboring resentment towards her weighs heavily on her mind, a constant reminder of the consequences of her actions. Despite this, Sanga attempts to rationalize her choices by drawing parallels with her current perspective, hinting at a shift in her moral compass over time. As she grapples with the turmoil within, we're left to ponder the complexity of Sanga's character, a testament to her capacity for self-reflection and introspection. Sanga navigates the uncertain terrain with her companions by her side. A growing sense of unease begins to consume her. Memories of past events flood her mind, and her worried expression reveals the turmoil brewing beneath the surface. She turns to Hyun-soo, frustration etched on her face as she laments their inability to change the course of their journey. The weight of responsibility for those she cares about settles heavily upon her shoulders, and she asks Hyun-soo if he truly believes they will emerge unscathed from this treacherous situation. As the tension builds, Sanga's eyes narrow in scrutiny, demanding answers from someone about their decision to pursue a supporting constellation. The truth begins to unravel as they reveal they've already reached 5,000 subscribers, but Sanga is quick to point out the contract's condition: no choosing of a supporting constellation allowed. The person becomes defensive, accusing Sanga of not being in charge, but she remains firm, her frustration growing with each passing moment. Just as it seems the conversation is about to escalate further, an unexpected interruption halts the discussion, leaving Sanga's concerns and plans for the future hanging precariously in the balance. As Sanga and Biba share a casual conversation, a seemingly innocent exchange about matching outfits reveals a deeper insight into the world's mysterious dynamics. Sanga's coat, once an innocuous topic, takes on a new significance as she jokingly remarks on their synchronized attire. Biba probes further, inquiring if it's mere coincidence or a deliberate attempt to match. The conversation takes a turn when Sanga reveals her true intentions, expressing disappointment at not receiving the black coat of her choice, implying that someone else had chosen it for her. Vibai then clarifies that multiple colors are available due to mass production, but it's Sanga's next statement that truly sparks curiosity. The item is graded based on its creator's power. Sanga grasps the infinite dimension space coat Ver 1.1. Her analytical mind quickly assesses its SS's grade quality despite being mass-produced. She delves deeper into the item description, fascinated by the subspace storage feature hidden within the coat's inner pockets, but wisely cautions herself to be mindful of limited storage space. Her curiosity is piqued by the manufacturer, mass producer, renowned among returnees for their innovative products. Meanwhile, Jung-hyuk recovers from his ordeal, seemingly unscathed. As Sanga suggests they depart before someone awakens, she and Jung-hyuk prepare to leave, marking a quiet moment of introspection amidst the unfolding drama. As Sanga and Jung-hyuk stumble upon the rare Tier 7 plant monster, Yanaspleta, their eyes widen in unison, grappling with the weight of their discovery. Jung-hyuk's trepidation is palpable as he contemplates cooking and consuming this peculiar creature, its unusual appearance a stark reminder of the dire circumstances they face. Sanga, undeterred by the uncertainty, proposes a solution, boiling the sap from the root to render the stem edible. Despite initial reservations, Jung-hyuk agrees to take the leap of faith, trusting in Sanga's expertise as he hesitantly drinks the boiled sap before indulging in the stem. Sanga is introduced as the enigmatic Poison Beauty. Whispers of controversy swirl among those around her. But amidst the intrigue, a glimmer of vulnerability peeks through, hinting at a complex web of emotions beneath her fa-ade. Through a flashback, we're transported to a bygone era, where Seol Hwa-lee, the sage of medicine, once flourished before the apocalypse ravaged her life and transformed her into the Poison Beauty. The revelation raises unsettling questions about the parasite infection's hold on Sanga's psyche, fueling her inner turmoil as she struggles to reconcile her past and present selves. As Sanga approaches Young Hyuk, her words are laced with a hint of manipulation. "I know you're awake." She offers him food, seemingly out of kindness, but her ulterior motives become apparent as she makes sinister comments about his situation. Young Hyuk's slow awakening and unawareness only fuel Sanga's intentions as she toys with his emotions. The taste of the food becomes a metaphor for the dark past that Sanga hints at, leaving an air of uncertainty surrounding her true nature. With Young Hyuk now fully awake, Sanga's plan begins to unfold, raising questions about what she has in store for him and the extent of her manipulation. Sanga's frustration reaches a boiling point. She lashes out at Young Hyuk, tired of his constant teasing. But beneath her annoyance lies a deeper sense of unease, hinted at by her sarcastic remark about his need to tell her something. Young Hyuk responds with his trademark charm, but it only serves to escalate the tension between them. As Sanga storms off, she leaves behind a trail of unspoken emotions, and Young Hyuk is left to ponder the changes that have taken place in her since the apocalypse. But just as all hope seems lost, Sanga returns, seemingly revitalized, with a newfound sense of self. The air is thick with tension as they reunite, each harboring secrets and unresolved feelings. As time ticked away since the catastrophic event, Sanga's world had been forever altered. We see her transformed, armed with daggers that now symbolize a changed persona. Her regret is palpable as she yearns to turn back the clock and reclaim the past. But fate has other plans, and Hyun-soo's consoling words serve as a gentle reminder that Sanga bears no responsibility for the devastation. Amidst this turmoil, she stumbles upon something crucial, her excitement a beacon of hope in a desolate world. Sanga's frustration boils over as she laments her circumstances, spewing an expletive into the air. But amidst this turmoil, a sense of purpose takes hold as she realizes there are only 7 days left until the 5th scenario. With time running out, Sanga pauses to reflect on her accomplishments thus far, boasting of her victories against the Fire Dragon and Il-sing-myung's catastrophic plans. Yet, even as she revels in her triumphs, her thoughts turn to Young Hyuk, whose impending awakening will unleash a new era for the West with Livoya Cornell by his side, a development that seems deeply personal for Sanga, hinting at a complex web of motivations and allegiances. As the King of the Wanderers tends to the north, a sense of foreboding settles over the landscape as all that remains is the ominous catastrophe unfolding at the very heart of this world. The gravity of the situation becomes palpable as Sanga, her urgency and anticipation palpable, demands that whoever is on the other end reveal themselves. As Sanga confronts the enigmatic figure, her icy glare pierces through the air, accusing them of watching her every move while feigning ignorance. She reveals she's onto their surveillance, implying they should know more about her by now. With a sinister tone, she explains the dark consequences of consuming Yanasplata without its sap. It puts one to sleep, leaving them vulnerable and defenseless. As Sanga's determination to achieve her goal grows, she threatens to take drastic measures, hinting at the devastating impact on others. Her warning is stark: start talking soon or risk losing everything precious, including their very existence. The air hangs heavy with tension as the figure freezes in fear, leaving Sanga's intentions hanging precariously in balance. As the dimly lit room swallows Sanga whole, she's surrounded by an aura of darkness, her gaze fixed on a lifeless human form. With disdain etched on her face, she mutters words that cut like a knife, insignificant, human. Her fingers rummage through the corpse's clothing, as if searching for something tangible to confirm her conviction. The air is thick with tension as Young Hyuk enters, his cautious approach a stark contrast to Sanga's intense focus. Her eyes blaze with an unspoken warning, MH loss, Walt HY. The standoff between them hangs precariously in the balance, the outcome uncertain, as these two opposing forces collide in a dance of power and intent. As the memories of her past life as the sage of medicine flash before her eyes, Sanga stands tall, her gaze fixed intently on Young Hyuk. The air is charged with an otherworldly energy as she finally reveals her true form to him. Her inner turmoil and conflict are palpable, a manifestation of the turmoil that has been brewing within her. With a hint of mystery, she shares that she has been preparing for something significant, leaving Young-hyuk to wonder what lies ahead. And with an enigmatic smile, Sanga utters a cryptic warning about the damned constellations of Olympos, leaving us pondering the true extent of her plans and motivations. As the flickering candles cast an eerie glow, Sanga sat alone in the dark room, surrounded by the eerie silence and the Yanaspleta plants that seemed to thrive on her inner turmoil. Her mind wandered back to the days when she was the renowned medical expert known as the Sage of Medicine, driven by a passion to help others. But then came the awakening of Young-hyuk from his coma, and everything changed. The complexity of their relationship began to unravel, revealing the depth of Sanga's inner struggles. As she delved deeper into her thoughts, her expression turned bitter, reflecting the transformation of her once compassionate heart into a ruthless determination to achieve her goals, no matter the cost. As the cosmos unfold, a dramatic backdrop of nebulae from Earth's mythology comes into view, Asgard, Eden, and Olympus among them. Amidst this celestial display, Constellation, the Olympian god, makes their entrance, radiating an air of divine authority as they scold the human for mocking the very fabric of existence. The human, undeterred, attempts to defend themselves, but Constellation's stern rebuke silences them, emphasizing their omnipotent position and the consequences of disrespecting the natural order. In a world bound by ancient rules, Olympian gods are forced to abide by the plausibility rule, limiting their involvement in mortal affairs. Constellation, known as the lover of the abandoned labyrinth, has been sent to this realm, their presence a result of their relatively low cost. As they attempt to make contact with a mysterious entity, they are met with mockery and disdain for their historical reputation on Olympus. The entity's biting words strike a chord, and Constellation's patience wears thin, ultimately cutting off the conversation with an air of warning. As Constellation intercepts the incarnation from Mount Olympus, the air is thick with anticipation. She reveals that the incarnation cannot attack her where they are, implying a sense of safety and security, which only heightens the tension. The incarnation's concern about using their powers resonates with Constellation, who acknowledges that they must be running low on plausible deniability. With a hint of efficiency, Constellation proposes getting straight to the point, foreshadowing a battle of wits between these two powerful entities. In a rare display of cooperation, a human approached the enigmatic Constellation, lover of the abandoned labyrinth, with a proposition, a three-question exchange. The offer was accepted, and the rules were laid out: 3 questions each, truthfulness ensured, and either party could refuse one query. With the groundwork set, the exchange began, marking a pivotal moment in their interactions as Constellation demonstrated its capacity to adapt to human ways, embracing the opportunity to engage on their terms. As the formal cue and a session unfolded, Constellation's demeanor was unwavering, setting a tone for an exchange that would leave no question unanswered until every inquiry had been addressed according to the rules. The first query raised a crucial point, her reason for taking over Sanga's home, which she revealed as a necessity to monitor the singularity of this world. Further probed about her hence being full with scenarios elsewhere, Constellation clarified that multiple responsibilities weighed on her, but her primary focus remained fixed on maintaining the delicate balance of fate. As the first question was deemed answered, the initiative shifted, and Constellation seized the opportunity to pose her own inquiry, beginning with a resolute why. As the incarnation addresses her as one of the singularities being monitored, Constellation reveals she has received her first answer from the oracle. The incarnation senses a connection between them, inquiring how she knew about the singularities. Constellation responds with a hint of competitiveness, mentioning playing games and getting upset when things don't go her way. Trilo intervenes, explaining the rules of their 3-question exchange: ask useful questions during your turn, make your opponent waste theirs. The incarnation asks what this singularity refers to, and Constellation reveals it concerns beings like themselves. As she addresses us directly, a sense of intimacy settles over the conversation between Constellation and the Incarnation. The latter reveals that their encounter was merely a chance occurrence, lacking any deliberate intention. But as Constellation's inquiry turns to beings who destroy plausibility and carry the burden of destiny, the air thickens with meaning. The Incarnation attempts to explain a singularity, which seems to be shared understanding between them. With her second question answered, Constellation prepares to pose the next one, hinting at a deeper exploration of their connection. As the mysterious entity approaches Constellation, it poses a crucial question: who will she choose in the upcoming support selection? But instead of giving a straightforward answer, Constellation declines to respond, hinting that revealing her decision now would spoil the excitement. The entity, seemingly unamused, informs her that she can no longer evade questions altogether. Undeterred, Constellation takes the initiative and turns the tables by asking a question of her own. How did this enigmatic being know they were watching her? The entity's reaction is telling: surprise and possibly even anger, as if Constellation has stumbled upon a secret that was meant to remain hidden. As Constellation struggles with a question that probes the very essence of her being, her frustration grows palpable. The inquiry seems designed to uncover the truth behind her enigmatic nature, and she ponders how to respond, her mind racing with uncertainty. Claiming expertise based on her vast knowledge gathered from books, she shares her insights with the questioner, but a nagging sense of doubt lingers, as if her answer fails to satisfy the seeker of truth. The silence that follows is telling, leaving the outcome of this encounter hanging precariously in balance as Constellation's identity and motivations are put to the test. As Constellation stands before the group of humans, she proudly declares herself an Olympian god from Mount Olympus. But her claims are met with a surprising level of familiarity, as they reveal their knowledge of Korean mythology and its connection to the abandoned labyrinth. Confused and intrigued, Constellation is forced to confront the reality that even tiny countries like Korea can possess a deep understanding of her legend. The humans' teasing remarks only add to her discomfort, particularly when one of them jokingly mentions the numerous comics published based on her mythology. As Constellation's embarrassment grows, she begins to reel in her boasts, ultimately halting her attempts to reveal more about her ill-fated love affair with an Olympian god. In a divine conversation, Constellation, the lover of the abandoned labyrinth, engages in a three-question exchange with the Incarnation. As the Incarnation asks its third question, curiosity gets the better of it, and it wonders how a human from this tiny country could possibly know about its fable. Constellation's response is curt and dismissive, prompting her to move on to the last question, which she deems crucial. The Incarnation receives an answer, but its disappointment is palpable as it realizes that the question was refused. This exchange highlights Constellation's authoritative nature and willingness to take drastic measures to protect the flow of the stars and maintain the balance of fate, revealing her role as a mediator of destiny. Meanwhile, the Incarnation's curiosity about human nature sets the stage for potential conflicts between divine and mortal forces, as well as the struggle for control over fate. As the Olympian god, Constellation descended into this world, she brought with her a sense of urgency and purpose. Her husband's curiosity about the Incarnation had piqued her interest, but it was not out of affection that she entertained them. Rather, it was to prevent humanity from meddling in Olympian affairs. With a stern warning, she explained that her sole reason for descending was to stop this impending catastrophe, placing the Incarnation at the forefront as the barrier against the coming destruction. The Incarnation's questions were met with frustration and silence, suggesting that even those who weave the threads of fate are unaware of the answers. As Constellation speaks of an impending convergence, the very fabric of fate seems to hang in the balance. The Incarnation, ever curious, asks what this portentous event may entail, drawing parallels with ancient mythology and its own connection to Gigantomachia. But Constellation's enigmatic response reveals a chasm between understanding and ignorance, as if they themselves are mere puppets to the passage of time. With an air of foreboding, Constellation warns the Incarnation to be mindful of their position when the end draws near, leaving an ominous silence in its wake. As the celestial guardian of Mount Olympus, Constellation descends upon Earth, her divine presence commanding attention as she confronts the incarnation, a force tampering with the very fabric of destiny. With authority and stern resolve, she warns the incarnation to cease its meddling in Olympian affairs, citing the catastrophic consequences that would follow if the balance of fate is disrupted. But the incarnation responds with an oracle from the gods themselves, hinting at external forces beyond their control shifting the direction of fate. The stakes are clear. Constellation must navigate this complex web of divine and human actions to prevent the destruction of the world, all while maintaining the delicate balance of fate that has been woven over eons. As a dire warning hangs ominously in the air, a sense of foreboding settles over Kim Dokja, signaling that something is amiss. The atmosphere darkens, like a storm cloud gathering on the horizon, as he surveys his surroundings with an air of trepidation. A mysterious figure looms large, their face a labyrinth of emotions, concern etched across their brow, fear flashing in their eyes, and determination burning in their very soul. But just as you think this enigmatic character has found some measure of resolve, the ground beneath them seems to shift, and an unknown force washes over them like a tidal wave. The figure's countenance twists as if rent asunder by the sudden disruption, and it becomes clear that they are no longer in control of their own emotions. As the countdown timer reaches its end, a haunting message echoes through Kim Dokja's mind. I don't know what Ariadne meant when she said the end. The demon king of salvation ponders the various names for the final battle, Ragnarok, Gigantomachia, and Armageddon, but his thoughts are shrouded in uncertainty. What secrets lie hidden behind Ariadne's enigmatic words? As Kim Dokja contemplates the unknown, a glimmer of anticipation flickers within him, something different from what he knows is about to start. With an air of trepidation and curiosity, he utters his cryptic phrase, "This is exactly what I wanted." The outcome remains shrouded in mystery, but one thing is certain: the final battle is mere moments away. As Kim Dokja's frustration boils over, he's forced to confront the harsh reality that not everything can be scripted to his liking. But instead of wallowing in disappointment, he sets his sights on a bold new goal, crafting a story that will rival any mythology. The embers of a fable begin to stir within him, hinting at a profound connection between his emotions and creative potential. As the first signs of turmoil surface, it becomes clear that Kim Dokja is poised for a transformative shift. And just as he's about to embark on this new path, he finds himself taking control of the wolf of Immunter's body, setting him on a course for change. With his newfound abilities comes a sense of trepidation. Has he been lucky to survive, or is this merely the beginning of a darker chapter in his journey? As Kim Dokja's desperation grows, his fragile body begins to betray him, its limitations a constant reminder of the precarious state he's in. Driven by a burning desire for revenge against Kronos, he sets out to find a new host body, one that will allow him to exact justice on his enemies. His search leads him to familiar energy patterns, reminiscent of the monarch-level insects from Kronos, and his focus becomes fixed on taking over the being who emits this energy. With every passing moment, Kim Dokja's determination intensifies, fueled by the need for a new vessel that will bring him closer to his ultimate goal, revenge against those who wronged him. As Kim Dokja slumped onto a worn couch, his exhaustion was palpable. The weight of his secrets bore down on him like a physical force, threatening to crush him beneath its oppressive grip. It was then that Sooyoung appeared, her concern etched across her face as she inquired about the nature of his nightmares. Kim Dokja's eyes clouded over as he recounted the recurring visions of his past, reliving the events that had led to the creation of the salvation system. The crushing feeling of being trapped, living in a simulation with no escape, seemed to suffocate him. Sooyoung listened intently, her questions probing for clarity amidst Kim Dokja's turmoil. As the clock ticks down, 5 days remain until the fateful scenario unfolds, and Kim Dokja's mind is consumed by worry. Subconsciously activated visions grant him an omniscient perspective, leaving him questioning Lee Gillian's safety. His concerns are momentarily interrupted by Han Sooyoung's arrival, seeking information on Sanga's whereabouts as she ventures out to surveil the area. Kim Dokja's frustration with Han Sooyoung's timing prompts him to demand patience until the scenario begins. As he seeks reassurance from Yoo Jung-hyuk, His questions reveal a desire for strategic clarity. The duo discusses covering west and north areas, but leaves the central zone unaddressed, prompting Han Sooyoung to suggest cooperation. Kim Dokja hints at an easier path forward as tensions rise amidst the countdown. As Yoo Jung-hyuk engages in a candid conversation with Kim Dokja, his suspicions about plagiarism arise, but Kim swiftly alleviates his concerns, revealing a plan to prevent the impending catastrophe at the center. With renewed determination, Yoo expresses his intention to take action, seeking reassurance from Kim. As their discussion unfolds, Yoo's demeanor shifts, reflecting on the positive impact of Han Sooyoung's arrival on his mood, crediting her presence for fostering trust between them. In a heartwarming moment, he affectionately addresses Kim as "some friends you are," showcasing the growing bond between these characters. As Yoo Jung-hyuk takes charge, he sets his sights on a dual objective, rescuing their missing friend Pildu by the Han River and vanquishing the monsters that roam the area, all while accumulating valuable coins. The group's trajectory is set towards the center, driven by the promise of adventure and the looming presence of danger. With a hint of surprise, Jung-hyuk remarks on their unexpected ease in hunting down level 7 and even level 6 monsters, foreshadowing the challenges that lie ahead. As Sanga converses with Yoo Jung-hyuk, the weight of her past decisions becomes evident. She confesses that her reckless use of multiple stigmas in the past led to chaos, a mistake she's since learned from. Yoo Jung-hyuk's concern for her well-being is palpable as he warns her about the strain such actions could inflict on her body. Sang acknowledges these risks, demonstrating her newfound self-awareness and growth. But it's Yoo Jung-hyuk's question that truly sparks introspection. Does she still see herself as helpless? Sanga confidently asserts that she's no longer the same person, but instead a being bound by her current limitations. As Yoo Jung-hyuk reflects on his past endeavors to change the world, frustration seeps into his demeanor as he realizes that all his hard-earned certificates and licenses are now rendered useless in this new reality. He questions whether becoming powerful would have made a significant difference, admitting that its impact would be limited at best. Meanwhile, his gaze falls upon Yoon Hee-won's scarred hand for the first time, a subtle reminder of her own struggles. Amidst this introspection, Yoo Jung-hyuk arrives at a turning point. He chooses to redirect his efforts towards what truly matters in this world, abandoning his previous ambitions and charting a new course. Just as he seems to have reached a moment of clarity, Ding-hoon Han appears, concern etched on his face as he asks if Yoo Jung-hyuk is all right. As Kim Dokja anxiously awaited news from his ally Han Sooyoung, he finally received word that Ding-hoon had been located, and was even more relieved to learn that he was safe and sound with Gilliam by his side. With this development, Kim Dokja updated Han Sooyoung on the whereabouts of Hyun-seong and Hwee-win, reassuring him that they were progressing as planned. Meanwhile, Ding-hoon chimed in again, informing Han Sooyoung that all that remained was for them to reunite. As plans began to take shape, Kim Dokja entrusted Yoon Hee-hyuk with a crucial task, taking care of safe before proposing their next move, crossing the river and pushing forward. As the dimly lit room surrounds him, Kim Dokja's thoughts are consumed by the journey he's undertaken and the secrets he's unearthed along the way. With ancient tomes scattered around him, he becomes lost in contemplation, flipping through the pages of a worn leather-bound book. A passage catches his eye, speaking directly to his own identity as the Demon King of Salvation. The weight of responsibility settles upon him as he ponders the true meaning of being a savior. Is he truly worthy of this title? What does it even mean to be a savior in the first place? As the last remnants of the bridge crumble beneath him, Kim Dokja's mind races with the sudden realization that every path has been eliminated. The unexpected turn of events leaves him stunned, his expectations shattered like the fragile structure behind him. He ponders a daring hunt for a level 7 ichthyosaur, but quickly dismisses the notion as too reckless to consider. With each potential option ruled out, Kim Dokja's frustration grows, echoing through his mind as he faces the daunting prospect of navigating this treacherous landscape with limited means at his disposal. As Kim Dokja ponders the fate of a group of strangers in this desolate world, he's met with skepticism by Han Sooyoung, who sees them as a potential threat to their survival. but Kim Dokja refuses to write them off, arguing that people can be just as deadly as any other danger lurking in the apocalypse. The tension between these two opposing views hangs heavy in the air, leaving the fate of this mysterious group and the company's decision-making process hanging precariously in the balance. As Kim Dokja ponders his limitless power to destroy or save those around him, a dichotomy of morality emerges. With a mere thought, he could eradicate everything in his path, yet he also contemplates using this omnipotence for the greater good, revealing a compassionate side to his complex nature. Despite having the means to hoard resources, Kim Dokja's introspection reveals a sense of detachment, as if the outcome is irrelevant. A quiet gratitude towards someone, likely Young Hee-won, suggests a deeper connection between them, but this is tempered by his criticism of her duplicity and hidden intentions. As he rationalizes his selfish actions as calculated moves to achieve his goals, Kim Dokja's introspection culminates in a sense of wonder at the presence of women like Young Hee-won, who seem to exist only in fiction, further highlighting the complexities of their relationship. As we delve into Sanga's backstory, we find ourselves transported to a world where strength and resilience define her very being. We first encounter Sanga, a strong-willed and capable individual whose good manners reveal a life of proper etiquette. Her conversation with others hints at a connection to Gil-young, another character around the same age. But it's what she chooses not to say that reveals the true depth of her story. Sanga's parents are no longer present, implying that they have met their untimely demise. And yet, despite this adversity, Sanga has managed to survive until now without her guardians, a testament to her resourcefulness and determination in the face of uncertainty. As Kim Dokja ponders the unthinkable being abandoned, in the middle of nowhere a sudden arrival shakes him out of his reverie. The unexpected visitor greets him, sparking a mix of emotions within Kim Dokja. Hesitation gives way to curiosity as the stranger approaches, leaving him with an uncomfortable sense of gratitude and appreciation. As they prepare to part ways, Kim Dokja's emotional turmoil reaches a boiling point, culminating in a bittersweet goodbye. With the unknown person gone, Kim Dokja is left to ruminate on his own time and meager rations, finding solace in the fleeting connection they shared. As Kim Dokja ponders the intricacies of a post-apocalyptic world, he cautions his companions against underestimating their enemies. He poses a philosophical question, hinting that not everyone is inherently bad simply because they are part of this new reality. His words are laced with concern as he warns about the dangers posed by the weapons and resources in their possession. The passage of time is marked by a montage, during which Kim Dokja reflects on the patient persistence of their adversaries, who will eventually return for more. His companions respond with varying degrees of understanding, some amused by his words, while others display confusion or unease. As the scene concludes, Kim Dokja's expression shifts from contemplative to one of surprise and worry, as if struck by a sudden realization or unexpected event. As Kim Dokja's gaze falls upon something that catches his attention, a mix of concern and surprise etches itself on his face. He turns to Yoo Jung-hyuk, seeking clarity in a shared memory or previous conversation between them. "Do you remember what was said earlier?" he asks, his voice tinged with a hint of uncertainty. Yoo Jung-hyuk's cryptic response only adds to the mystery. "See, what did I tell you?" The air is thick with anticipation as Kim Dokja requests a moment of silence from the others, his humble tone and gentle gestures like offering blankets exuding a sense of gratitude towards those around him. In this intimate atmosphere, Kim Dokja's words take on a deeper meaning. "Thank you for your support. May I have a moment, please?" As he reflects on their shared moment, it becomes clear that the bond between Kim Dokja and Yoo Jung-hyuk is more than just a surface-level connection. It runs deep, with roots in their shared history and trust. As night falls, a sense of unease settles over Kim Dokja as he's confronted by an enigmatic figure, warning him of the dangers lurking in the shadows. The stranger urges Kim Dokja to stay with them for his own safety, but he steadfastly refuses, fearing that he'd only become a burden on others. As tensions escalate, the figure becomes increasingly agitated, demanding that Kim Dokja not leave, their words laced with an unsettling air of ownership. As Kim Dokja stood before him, A sense of unease crept over him like a cold draught on a winter's night. The weight of responsibility, once shouldered so confidently, now threatened to crush him beneath its oppressive burden. An unknown force, shrouded in mystery, emerged from the shadows, its words dripping with sarcasm, as it seemed to know his deepest fears and doubts. "What are you thinking, Kim Dokja?" it sneered, its tone a masterful puppeteer pulling strings of self-doubt within his mind.